Chapter 1499. Trapping the Six Sages Boom. The six sages joined forces, and their attacks even changed the color of heaven and earth. Countless cultivators in the 9 Netherworld realm could clearly feel the terror of the six sage auras. Bang! A figure retreated step by step in the void, as if the space was about to shatter. It's Joen? This kid didn't die under the joint attack of the six sages. He's only retreating. As they watched Joen retreat step by step, the crowd exclaimed with disbelief in their eyes. The six sages were the rulers of the 6 Netherworld realms, and they were all peak profound sages. If the 6 of them joined forces, they would be able to kill a profound sage of the same level, and could even fight against a Een Sky Sage. Again, Joen was like a ferocious beast. He stepped in the air, and the void law spread out. His entire body was like a slippery worm, escaping into the void again and again. The 6 sages' attacks were indeed terrifying, but Joen was too cunning. After falling into a disadvantage in the first collision, he didn't fight them head-on again. Little brat hiding, what kind of hero are you? Wu Ho shouted angrily and blasted out his right palm. Joen escaped into the void again and dodged his attack. This scene made him gnash his teeth in anger, and he couldn't wait to catch Joen and tear him into pieces. Not only Wu Ho, but the undying old monster, by Mei Sheng, Imperial Exterminator, Eternal Night Dark King, and Huang Emo were also extremely angry, but they were also extremely helpless. Joen, who had mastered the void law, and the lightning wings formed by the wind and thunder's sacred rune, was almost unparalleled in the world. Even if their cultivation was stronger than Joen, they still couldn't catch up to him. The Imperial Exterminator suddenly suggested, "The 6 of us are too few. We need to call more people. As long as there are more people, this kid won't be able to escape." Brother Imperial Exterminator is right. This time he has mastered the void law. However, because he's undergoing the sage tribulation, there's still a certain range limit. We need to send more people in. As long as we delay this kid for a while, the 6 of us will kill him together, and he won't be able to escape. The undying old monster nodded, and his gaze fell on the other 4. The 4 of them nodded in agreement. My League of Assassins still has 1 saint and 10 half-saints. My 100 Flowers Park also has 1 saint and 9 half-saints. The 6 of them communicated telepathically and quickly decided to send out their respective saints. The League of Assassins, 100 Flowers Park, Undying Sacred Altar, Desolate Island, and Yiksha C each had another saint, as well as many half-saints. Only the Sacred Martial Sect couldn't send another saint. After all, the great elder of the Sacred Martial Sect had been crippled by Joen. Therefore, the Sacred Martial Sect could only send out all the half-saints in the sect. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 6 of them were not sloppy people. They quickly summoned the saints and half-saints of their sections. In next to no time, numerous figures with terrifying auras flashed out from the Death Netherworld, Flower Netherworld, Martial Netherworld, Night Netherworld, Desolate Netherworld, and Slaughter Netherworld. There were around 70 to 80 people, 5 of whom were profound sages, and the rest were all half-sages. Such a lineup was extremely terrifying. Many of the martial warriors who were watching this battle in the 9 Netherworld realm were shocked. So many saints and half-saints. It seems that the 6 Netherworld realms are determined to kill this Joen. Many martial warriors discussed. Hall Master Ching, come together and capture this Joen. If you are here, this kid will definitely die. Wu Ho turned his head and said to Sapphire Shore, who was not far away. At this moment, Sapphire Shore revealed a strange expression. He looked down at Wu Ho's group of 6 and the other experts they had sent. He smiled and said, "I'm coming. Hurry up and surround Joen's area of activity." Wu Ho and the others didn't suspect anything. They all nodded and immediately ordered their subordinates to densely line up in the area surrounded by the 9th sun. This was because Joen could only move within this area and couldn't leave the range of the lightning tribulation. So. 70 to 80 half-sages, plus 11 saints, had almost surrounded the entire range of the lightning tribulation. As long as Zhuowen escaped out of the void, he would immediately encounter a few of them. As long as Zhuowen was held back by someone, the 11 sages would attack together and kill Zhuowen. In the air, Zhuowen looked through the cracks and observed the traps set up by Wu Ho and the others. The corner of his mouth cracked open, revealing a cruel smile. Since you're the one who delivered yourself to me, don't blame me for being impolite. After saying that, Zhuowen's gaze landed on Sapphire Shore, who was not far away, and frowned. He had a feeling that this Sapphire Shore seemed to be waiting for something. Zhuowen, be careful of this Sapphire Shore. Didn't this guy already cooperate with the Heavenly Worm? Maybe he's brewing some kind of conspiracy right now. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly sounded in Zhuowen's mind, causing Zhuowen's gaze to congeal. He began to pay attention to the Sapphire Shore, not far from the ninth sun. The huge 5-clawed golden dragon was locked in an intense battle with Yan Ji and the others. Fortunately, Yan Ji and Zhao Jun were not mediocre. Although they were at a disadvantage, they did not show any signs of defeat. Xiao Hei, let's do it now. Since Sapphire Shore doesn't come in, then we'll take care of Wu Ho and the others first. In the end, Zhuowen decided not to wait any longer. The power of the ninth sun was terrifying. Although Xiao Hei was feigning civility, it still consumed a lot of origin energy. And, after killing these people, we'll find Sapphire Shore to settle the score. You come out first and lure them near me. Xiao Hei said in a deep voice, roaring again and again. The huge dragon body retreated continuously, as if it was about to collapse under the ninth sun. This kid's dragon soul can't hold on any longer. Looks like he's about to fail in his breakthrough. Wu Ho, the Imperial Exterminator, and the others were delighted. A bunch of bastards. If you want to kill me, then come. If you have the guts, then kill me right here. Zhuowen escaped from the void and shouted, then rushed toward Xiao Hei. Stop him! Wu Ho shouted. The few sage-to-be who were closest to Zhuowen turned into streaks of light and used their strongest attacks to block in front of Zhuowen. Die! Zhuowen was not afraid at all. The 9-star 8 trigrams spear slashed out horizontally. Spear light filled the sky and pierced through the horizon. The few sage-to-be screamed and were torn apart, exploding into a bloody mist. Whoosh! After killing the sage-to-be in front of him, Zhuowen's momentum did not decrease, and he instantly rushed to Xiao Hei. Whoosh! Whoosh! Wu Ho and the other 5 sage-to-be, led by 5 sage-to-be and dozens of sage-to-be, quickly surrounded Zhuowen. Little bastard, you still want to escape? Let's see where you can escape to this time. Wu Ho, the undying old freak, and the other 5 immediately used their powerful abilities to seal the space within 100 zhang radius around Zhuowen. In this way, Zhuowen was utterly unable to flee into the void within an area of 300 m. Wu Ho, Undying Old Monster, by Mei Sheng, Imperial Exterminator, Eternal Night Dark King, and Huang Amo. You are the rulers of your respective secluded realms, the strongest sage-to-be at the peak of the profound sage realm. Now that you have joined forces to deal with a junior who has yet to enter the Saint Realm, don't you feel ashamed? Zhuowen said indifferently. The Imperial Exterminator sneered, ashamed? You can only blame yourself for having an immortal saint artifact. You can only blame yourself for killing all our elite disciples in the 9 Underworld Assembly. You are courting death, and now you are blaming me? An ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. You don't have the strength, and having an immortal saint artifact is a sin. Wu Ho sneered. If you know what's good for you, hand over the immortal saint artifact, and we may consider only crippling your cultivation and not taking your life, the undying old monster said. Looking at the ugly faces of Wu Ho and the other 5, Zhuowen smiled, and his smile was extremely bright. Little bastard, what are you laughing at? What's so funny? Wu Ho's eyes were gloomy. He had been unhappy with Zhuowen for a long time, and now that he saw Zhuowen still smiling at death's door, he was naturally even more unhappy. Therefore, Wu Ho quickly made his move. He stepped into the void and instantly swept in front of Zhuowen and slammed his palm down, causing thousands of rainbow lights to erupt. Boom! However, the moment Wu Ho's right palm landed, a terrifying golden lightning that was as thick as a water bucket descended and struck his right palm. Pucci! In an instant, Wu Ho's palm exploded into a bloody mist, and Wu Ho retreated a few steps because of it. What is that? Wu Ho's right palm that had exploded was staring at the sky above Zhuowen in shock. He saw that the 100,000 feet long black dragon was coldly staring at him with its pair of huge dragon eyes, causing him to feel a chill down his spine. It's time for you to have a taste of the 9th sun. Zhuowen grinned, then leaped up and landed on Xiao Hei's head. Then the void where Xiao Hei was at collapsed. One man and one dragon directly disappeared into the void. Boom! The moment one man and one dragon disappeared, the 990,000 feet long blazing golden lightning, without Xiao Hei's obstruction, immediately fell at an extremely fast speed, like falling meteorites. Run! Wu Ho's expression changed greatly, and without thinking he immediately fled. Not only Wu Ho, but the undying old monster, the Imperial Exterminator, and the other four also reacted immediately and used their movement techniques to escape. They finally knew why Zhuowen suddenly came out to provoke them. It turned out that it was to trick them. Run! When Wu Ho's group of 6 fled, the rest of the half-step saints and 5 profound sages also scattered and fled in all directions. However, the speed of the 70 to 80 half-step saints could not compare to the falling speed of the 9th sun, and they were quickly caught up. The golden lightning exploded, and miserable screams gathered together. One by one, the half-step saints could not withstand the terrifying power of the blazing golden lightning and were directly blown to pieces. The 6 of you should go in together. There's no need to escape. Wu Ho's group of 6 was very fast and instantly escaped the edge of the 9th sun's lightning tribulation. Just as they were about to take a step and leave the range of the lightning tribulation, an indifferent voice came from in front of them. They saw Zhuowen standing on the black dragon, and the black dragon's huge dragon tail fiercely swung. Wherever it passed, countless astral winds swept up, and the space collapsed as it arrived in front of Wu Ho's group of 6. Dang! Dang! The power of this attack was too great. The 6 of them took out their profound sage artifacts to protect themselves, but they were still pushed back dozens of meters by this huge force. Chapter 1500. Profound Glimpse Saint Realm Block It. Wu Ho roared as he threw out a profound, sage-grade halberd in his hand. It carried an earth-shattering force as it blasted towards the 9th sun lightning tribulation. Not only Wu Ho, but the undying old monster by Mei Sheng and the other 4 also used all their skills. They joined forces and took out their respective profound saint artifacts, erupting with boundless saint aura. Under the power of the scorching golden lightning tribulation, the half-saints were annihilated and turned into dust. These half-saints were considered top experts in the various netherworld realms. But now, under the scorching golden lightning tribulation, they were like ants, unable to withstand a single blow. In the instant that Wu Ho's group of 6 set up their defenses, the other 5 saints that they had gathered all fled to where the 6 of them were in a sorry state. Come in, let's resist the attack of the scorching golden lightning tribulation together. The Imperial Exterminator roared, and the 5 saints hurriedly came over. The 11 of them joined forces, and their power was extremely terrifying. As for the rest of the half-saints, they were all dead, which made Wu Ho and the other 4 feel a faint pain in their hearts. The half-saints were the mainstays of their respective forces, and losing one was extremely painful. Now that they were all dead, it could be said to be a heavy loss. Boom! 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 The scorching golden lightning tribulation fell in front of the 11 people, and a terrifying golden lightning burst out. Then a rich golden light soared into the sky and directly exploded. An invisible air wave spread out from the center of the 9 netherworld heaven. Under the influence of this air wave, the 9 netherworld realms trembled violently. When the golden lightning was completely annihilated, Zhuowen, who was standing proudly on the head of the black dragon, released a terrifying saint aura from his body. A series of dense crackling sounds came from his body. If one observed carefully, Zhuowen's aura was growing stronger, and it was an earth-shattering trend, constantly rising and erupting straight into the sky. The 9-sun lightning tribulation has passed, and Zhuowen's cultivation has advanced to the void profound saint realm. However, this kid's aura is still growing. I'm afraid it's not as simple as just breaking through to the void profound saint realm. Countless martial artists in the 9 netherworld realm looked at Zhuowen, especially when they felt that his aura continued to rise. They were all shocked. Good preparation. This kid obtained so much saint luck before becoming a saint, and then experienced the terrifying 9-sun lightning tribulation. I'm afraid it's impossible for him to only reach the first profound sky, profound saint realm. Chao Rong squinted his eyes, revealing a look of joy. Even he did not expect that Zhuowen would actually transfer the 9th sun's tribulation to Wu Ho and the others, killing 70 or 80 half-saints in exchange for the end of the tribulation was unexpected. The second profound, Nirvana profound saint realm, break for me! Zhuowen roared as his aura rose to a new height, reaching the second profound Nirvana profound saint stage. The saint force in his dantian was much purer than before. Zhuowen had even integrated the karma law from his Buddhist clone and the Masha law from his demonic Tao clone into the saint energy in his dantian. The 7 laws converged harmoniously in his dantian, pushing Zhuowen's aura to its peak. This kid's aura is still rising. Could it be that he can break through to the 3rd profound Nirvana profound saint stage? Everyone was astonished. Breaking through to the saint plane and advancing 3 levels in a row, although it was impossible to end it, it was already unprecedented. Boom! Sure enough, while everyone was guessing, Zhuowen's aura rose to a new level, breaking through to the profound Nirvana, profound saint stage in one fell swoop. After reaching the profound Nirvana, profound saint stage, Zhuowen's aura finally stopped rising and completely stabilized. At this moment, Zhuowen revealed a look of surprise. He felt that his body was full of powerful energy, especially the saint energy in his dantian, which was much stronger than the Yuanli in the past. Moreover, the 7 precepts had been integrated into his saint energy. He had reached the point where he could command any one of the 7 precepts in his body with just a word. However, he was currently only in the profound sage realm, so the fusion between the power of law and the saint force was not particularly dense. If he advanced to the heavenly sage realm, the power of law would fuse with the saint force, and the power would become very terrifying. After Zhuowen had completely advanced to the profound Nirvana, profound saint stage, the last trace of golden lightning of the 9 suns' lightning tribulation had completely disappeared. Under the golden lightning, 11 extremely miserable figures were suspended above the 9 nether sky. These 11 people were the 6 martial marquises, as well as the 5 saints sent by their respective forces. The auras of the 11 saints were extremely weak, and the profound saint artifacts on their bodies were almost dim. The surface of their bodies was covered with extremely tragic cracks, as if they would collapse at any time. Among them, the most miserable were the 5 saints. They were basically missing arms and legs, and the most miserable one had both his hands and feet crippled. Looking at the miserable state of the 11 saints, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. These were 11 saints. When had so many saints joined forces to fight in the 9 nether realm? It had never happened before. As expected of saints, even the 9th sons couldn't kill the 11 of them. Zhuo Wen's eyes narrowed, and he looked at the 11 saints that were in an extremely sorry state with slight surprise. He had personally experienced how powerful the 9th son was. Even with his saint physique, he didn't dare to face the 9th son head-on. Even Xiao He, who had transformed into a huge dragon body, had consumed an extremely large amount of origin energy to barely block the 9th son. Moreover, it was only temporary in order to lure Marshal Marquis and the others over. Saints have almost reached the point where they have the same lifespan as heaven and earth, and their saint energy is above all other energies. They are not so easy to kill. Xiao He transmitted her voice. Zhuowen nodded slightly and said, "Since the 9th son didn't kill them, then let me handle the rest of the killing mission." After saying that, Zhuowen stomped his feet and rushed towards the 11 saints like an arrow leaving the bow. Marshal Marquis and the other 5 were shocked and angry. They all roared and cursed Zhuowen, little bastard. Although the 6 of them were all peak profound sages, they had also suffered extremely serious injuries. As for the 5 profound sages with lower cultivation, their injuries were even more serious and terrifying. Some of them had their arms and legs broken, and even their bodies weren't intact. This little bastard, seeing Zhuowen rushing straight towards them, Marshal Marquis and the others revealed a look of fear. They could all feel the vast and surging saint aura on Zhuowen's body. Moreover, this aura wasn't the void profound saint realm that had just entered the saint realm, but the glimpse profound saint realm that had reached the 3rd profound realm. This little bastard broke through to the saint realm and immediately reached the 3rd profound realm, the glimpse profound saint realm. The 6 of them were shocked. Zhuowen's breakthrough was too fast. He had advanced to the glimpse profound saint realm all of a sudden. It was really terrifying. At this moment, Zhuowen's saint might was vast and mighty, and the aura of the glimpse profound saint realm burst out. Even the surrounding space was distorted, causing the faces of Marshal Marquis and the others to change greatly. Boom! However, the moment Zhuowen was about to arrive in front of Marshal Marquis and the others, a terrifying gale suddenly swept over and heavily blasted toward Zhuowen's face. Boom! Zhuowen blasted out a punch. The power of the saint force and the saint physique intertwined, bringing along a supreme fist pressure and a burst of explosive sounds. Dang, dang, dang. Zhuowen groaned and retreated dozens of steps. Then a green figure landed in front of Marshal Marquis and the others. Old Dog Qing. Zhuowen retreated a few steps. His gaze fell on the green figure in front of him and couldn't help but whisper. This sentence immediately caused Sapphire Shore's face to turn a little purple. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Zhuowen. Palace Master Qing, this kid is too arrogant. Capture him and tear him into pieces. The undying old monster hurriedly said to Sapphire Shore. This time, Zhuowen had caused them to suffer miserably. This time, almost all of the half-saints of their major forces had died. This enmity was absolutely irreconcilable. Even the other 5 profound sages had suffered extremely heavy injuries. If they wanted to recover, they would need a lot of resources and time. The 6 of you can rest assured. This kid will definitely die. If you have any last words, feel free to say them to me. Otherwise, you won't have the chance later. Sapphire Shore stood with his hands behind his back, facing the wind. His messy hair fluttered in the wind as his indifferent voice spread out in the surroundings. Marshal Marquis, the Undying Old Monster, by Mei Sheng, the Imperial Exterminator, Huang Mo, and the Eternal Night Underworld King fell into silence. They stared at Sapphire Shore with strange gazes. They didn't quite understand what Sapphire Shore meant. Even Zhuowen stared at Sapphire Shore with a strange gaze. He didn't quite understand what Sapphire Shore meant. Hall Master Qing, what do you mean? We don't quite understand. Marshal Marquis stood up, frowning as he stared at Sapphire Shore's back and said with a smile, Hee hee, Brother Marshal Marquis, you'll know soon enough. Sapphire Shore turned his head and stared at Marshal Marquis, the corner of his mouth revealing a sinister smile. Poochie! Just as Sapphire Shore's voice fell, a sharp black tentacle suddenly pierced through Sapphire Shore's back, ruthlessly piercing through him. Sage blood gushed out from Marshal Marquis' chest, turning into a rain of blood in the 9 nether heaven. Silence. The entire 9 nether heaven became incomparably quiet. Everyone's gazes were staring at Marshal Marquis, who had been pierced through by the black tentacle. For a moment, no one was able to react to the current situation. They didn't even expect that a black tentacle would suddenly drill out and pierce through Marshal Marquis' body. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed as he stared at the tentacle that had pierced through Marshal Marquis. His face was as cold as a blade. He was too familiar with this aura. His gaze followed the end of the tentacle, only to see the tentacle heading towards the depths of the 9 nether heaven. There was a black shadow that was as black as ink. It was impossible to see the true appearance of the black shadow. So. The moment Marshal Marquis was pierced through, another black tentacle shot out from the black shadow. Like black arrows, it shot towards the other 10 saints who were heavily injured. Scram! Undying old monster roared as the law of death revolved around his body. A large blade of death slashed out, cutting off the surrounding tentacles as he hurriedly fled. The Imperial Exterminator used his assassination technique and blended into the darkness, silently planning to leave. Bai Mei-Shing was surrounded by 100 flowers. Countless petals shot out like hidden weapons, blocking the countless tentacles. Chapter 1501. The Heavenly Worm appeared, although the 5 Netherworld Realm experts were seriously injured. Their means were not bad, and they managed to dodge the first wave of black tentacles. However, the other 5 saints, who were more seriously injured, were unable to resist at all. They were directly pierced by the countless black tentacles, and the saint force in their bodies was completely absorbed by the tentacles. What is this? Undying old monster, who had dodged the first wave of tentacles, looked at the 5 saints who had been sucked dry with lingering fear. Although the cultivation of the 5 saints was not high, they were still profound sages. Even if they were injured, the saint force in their bodies was still extremely vast. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they had been sucked dry. Hall Master Qing, what is the meaning of this? Bai Mei-Shing, the Imperial Exterminator, and the others stared at Sapphire Shore not far away with gloomy eyes. They were 100% sure that this matter had something to do with Sapphire Shore. Sapphire Shore laughed and said, "Brothers, don't you want to kill this Zhuowen? Now, lend me a hand, and I will help you kill this boy. As long as you give me all your saint blood, it will be fine." Sapphire Shore, are you scheming against us? No wonder you didn't participate with us when we were dealing with that Zhuowen, and now you're using despicable means to plot against us. Not far away, Wu Ho, whose body had been pierced by many black tentacles, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared at Sapphire Shore in shock and anger and angrily shouted, "Brother Wu Ho, don't worry, I will help you take revenge. When the time comes, I will make that Zhuowen wish he was dead." Sapphire Shore said slowly, and with a pinch of his right hand, Wu Ho suddenly screamed. The black tentacles that had pierced through Wu Ho's body began to wriggle violently and let out an ear-piercing sucking sound. After Wu Ho screamed, he completely lost his aura, and the saint force and saint blood in his body were all sucked dry. Hiss! This scene made the faces of the undying old monster, the Imperial Exterminator, and the other 4 extremely ugly. Wu Ho's strength was close to theirs, and they were all at the peak of the profound sage realm, but he had been sucked dry just like that. Just what was the origin of this tentacle? Skyworm's clone. Zhuowen raised his head and stared at the huge shadow in the sky as he shouted in shock and anger. He would never forget the Skyworm's aura. What shocked Zhuowen even more was that the Skyworm's aura was much stronger than it had been back in the Misery Sea. for it to be able to kill an ordinary profound sage with a casual blow. This damn thing's cultivation must have reached the terrifying level of a heaven sage. Zhuowen, be careful. This celestial insect probably has the strength of a sun sky sacred realm expert. Coupled with its troublesome nature, even a sun sky sacred realm expert wouldn't dare to fight it. Xiao Hei's huge body flew over and landed beside Zhuowen, her pair of dragon eyes solemnly staring at the deep and invincible shadow in the sky. Perhaps feeling Zhuowen and Xiao Hei's gazes, a terrifying pitch-black eye split open in the shadow and stared at Zhuowen and Xiao Hei, letting out a strange laugh. Whoosh! 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 The moment Zhuowen shouted out the identity of the sky worm, the shadow suddenly burst out with endless tentacles that blotted out the sky, instantly covering the area where the undying old monster, the Imperial Exterminator, and the other four were. Ah! 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 Miserable screams resounded one after another. Everyone knew that the undying old monster, the Imperial Exterminator, and the other were most likely doomed. Skyworm? Chao Rong's face was somewhat gloomy. He first stared at the shadow, then at Sapphire Shore and said, "Sapphire Shore, you're really bold. You actually dared to connive with the Skyworm to kill the other masters of the Nether Realm." Sapphire Shore smiled faintly and said, "Lord Chao Rong, I didn't connive. It was the Skyworm who came out to look for food. It has nothing to do with me." "How dare you talk to me like that? I think you're tired of living. Don't you know how powerful the Primal Chaos Temple is?" Chao Rong's eyes were gloomy. He was vaguely annoyed by Sapphire Shore's somewhat disrespectful words. With the backing of the Primal Chaos Temple, who wouldn't speak to him respectfully and politely. However, the Sapphire Shore in front of him seemed to have changed into a different person. He even began to become somewhat fearless. This attitude made him somewhat displeased. Moreover, his main purpose of coming to the Eastern lands this time was the Skyworm. Now that the Skyworm had appeared and was somewhat related to Sapphire Shore, he naturally had to properly question the Sapphire Shore. "Lord Chao Rong, you're mistaken. Do you know how powerful the Primal Chaos Temple is? I'm just a mere blue dragon hull. How dare I offend them? In fact, as long as I kill you and Gunning, then take control of the entire Nether Realm, the Primal Chaos Temple won't suspect me." Sapphire Shore laughed loudly. His eyes were as calm as still water, as if everything was under his control. You want to kill me? With just you?" Chao Rong's eyes revealed a strange expression, as if he had heard the world's funniest joke. He continued, "You're really crazy. Now, I just need to spread the news to the Primal Chaos Temple, and your blue dragon hall will cease to exist." Sapphire Shore's smile grew wider. He said, "Lord Chao Rong, you seem very confident. Then, can you try to spread the news?" Hearing this, Chao Rong frowned slightly. With a flick of his finger, he took out a jade slip and crushed it. Immediately, a ray of light disappeared into the depths of nether heaven at the speed of light. However, the ray of light quickly returned from the depths of nether heaven and landed in Chao Rong's palm. The entire nether heaven and nether realm had been sealed. Chao Rong's expression was gloomy as he said something that shocked everyone. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, the 5-clawed golden dragon swept through the void and landed beside Sapphire Shore. Yan Ji, Zhao Jun, and the others landed not far away from Zhuowen. Their eyes were filled with shock and bewilderment. Long Tian, who had originally landed in the distance, also flew behind Zhuowen in an extremely respectful manner and made space for him. Naturally, they had heard Chao Rong's words clearly. They did not expect Sapphire Shore to be so powerful as to seal off the entire nether heaven. How did he do it? Looks like Sapphire Shore used the power of the heavenly worm to seal off nether heaven, right? Zhuowen's voice was extremely low. To be able to seal off such a large area of 9 nether heaven, perhaps only that strange and unpredictable heavenly insect could do so. Good, good, good. Sapphire Shore, you're really courting death. How dare you plot against me? I'll personally kill you today. Chow Rong roared angrily as a terrifying Saint Power burst out. The Saint Power continued to condense and condensed into 99 blazing suns with boiling magma around him. Each blazing sun was at least 1,000 feet in size. The 99 blazing suns appeared above nether heaven, and the terrifying temperature swept out like a flood. Even the countless creatures far away in nether heaven could feel their mouths and tongues go dry. Die. Chow Rong was among the 99 blazing suns. Countless blazing suns rotated as he took a step forward. He seemed to have teleported and landed in front of Sapphire Shore. So powerful. Chow Rong is indeed a powerhouse of the Yang Sky Sacred Realm. This power is comparable to Zhou Tianzong. Feeling the terrifying aura from Chow Rong, Zhuowen's expression changed slightly. There was no doubt that Chow Rong was definitely a powerhouse of the Yang Sky Sacred Realm. His aura was so terrifying that it was definitely not something an ordinary profound sage could contend against. Sapphire Shore's gaze was solemn as he punched out. Thousands of azure dragon shadows appeared and flickered in the void. The sound of the fist exploding through the air was endless. Rumble. The attacks of the two collided. An entire nether heaven began to rumble. Then a huge ravine appeared from the head of nether heaven all the way to the tail. The terrifying ravine caused the hearts of countless cultivators to tremble, and their eyes were filled with fear. Thump, thump, thump. The ravine appeared, and the attacks were destroyed. Then the two figures retreated hundreds of feet. You're also in the Yang Sky Sacred Realm. Chow Rong was surprised. He didn't expect Sapphire Shore to be in the Yang Sky Sacred Realm. He had inquired about Sapphire Shore before, and the latter was clearly in the Yang Sky Sacred Realm. He didn't expect the information to be so unreliable. Sapphire Shore, leave this lackey of the Primal Chaos Temple to me. The Primal Chaos Temple has been suppressing my main body for tens of thousands of years. I want to take good care of this lackey of the Primal Chaos Temple. Suddenly, a hoarse voice came from the black figure. Then the black figure began to wriggle, turning into a human figure and landing beside Sapphire Shore. This figure was not unfamiliar to Zhuowen. It was Mu Feng's appearance back then. However, at this moment, Mu Feng's eyes were filled with a strange black color, while countless tiny tentacles were wriggling around his body. As expected, the Skyworm avatar escaped. When the Baifeng suddenly left the Central Plains, I already suspected it. You were brought out by the Baifeng, right? Where is the Baifeng? Guning took a step forward and landed beside Chow Rong. He stared at the Skyworm in shock and anger. Hee. Baifeng, that damned old man. That old man suppressed me for hundreds of thousands of years. Now that he's dead, he can't be any more dead. It's useless for you to find him. The Sky Worm snickered. The Baifeng is a sinner. Even death can't wipe out his crimes. However, you were able to grow so quickly in such a short time. This Sapphire Shore must have helped you, right? Chow Rong's face darkened as he said in a deep voice, Hee. Of course. It's impossible for me to grow so quickly on my own. Sapphire Shore can be said to be my benefactor. The Skyworm laughed aloud. Chow Rong's eyes were very cold. He continued, Sapphire Shore, you're asking a tiger for its skin. If you work with the Skyworm, he'll eat you up until not even your bones remain. You still have a chance to deal with the Skyworm with me. When the time comes, the Primal Chaos Temple will forgive you. I don't need the Primal Chaos Temple's forgiveness. As long as I kill you and make up a perfect lie, the Primal Chaos Temple won't suspect me. After all, the Eastern lands are just too far away from the Central Plains. Sapphire Shore smiled and continued, and if it weren't for the Skyworm, I wouldn't have had the chance to break through to the Yang Sky Saint Realm. Why should I deal with the Skyworm with you? Let's cut the crap. Sapphire Shore, Kill that Zhuowen and take his spirit ring. Don't you want the immortal saint artifact on him? Kill him. Take his spirit ring, and I won't fight with you for the immortal saint artifact. How about that? The sky worm snickered at Sapphire Shore. Sapphire Shore was overjoyed. He said, "Thank you for your kindness, Lord Sky Worm. This time, Sapphire Shore will definitely not disappoint you. I'll thoroughly torture Zhuowen to death." Chapter 1502. Blue Hellish Fiend Dragon. How presumptuous of you! Chao Rong yelled furiously. The 99 suns around him emitted a terrifying glow as he shot at the heavenly insect like an arrow fired from a bow. Guning followed beside Chao Rong. His skinny right hand tapped in the air. His immortal force was like the most vivid ink, drawing several abstruse formations in the air. Guning was a mystic saint master. The number of killing formations that he knew far surpassed Zhuowen's. The formations that he was drawing were not something that Zhuowen could use. However, Zhuowen's divine sense was inherited from the Baifeng. Even though he did not have the ability to draw the formations that Guning was drawing, he could still understand them. The Supreme Destruction Formation, the Absolute Slaughter Formation, the Mountain of Corpses Formation. In the blink of an eye, Guning had outlined 7 or 8 deadly formations, each of which possessed terrifying power. Zhuowen stared at Guning's hand and the killing formations that he kept drawing. His eyes flickered with understanding. The black and white Niwen Palace on his forehead spun wildly. The immortal force in his body began to gather in his Niwen Palace. Bang! A thunderous voice erupted from Zhuo Zheng's body, rumbling and exploding. Milky white immortal force soared into the sky from Zhuowen's forehead. A tremendous power descended from the sky like the might of the heavens. Did he break through? Sapphire Shore, who was about to attack Zhuowen, was stunned when he sensed the surging immortal force. The commotion caused by Zhuowen's breakthrough had attracted the attention of many people in the surroundings. Zhuowen's mind power seems to have evolved? No, it's not mind power. It must be immortal force that's of a higher level than mind power. Bang, bang, bang. Zhuowen's immortal force was evolving rapidly. His Niwen Palace had undergone tremendous changes too. His Niwen Palace should have been filled with mind power, but it was now replaced by immortal force. Great heavenly arcanum master! Zhuowen mumbled softly. He did not expect to have an epiphany and a breakthrough after watching Guning's method of outlining the formation. However, he was not surprised at all. After all, he had inherited the Baifeng Sea of Consciousness, which was the sea of consciousness of a profound Saint Master. With such a knowledge sea, he would not encounter any bottlenecks in the process of breaking through to profound Saint Master. Although Zhuowen did not deliberately cultivate his immortal force during this period of time, his immortal force was still slowly increasing. Now that he had some enlightenment, it was natural for him to break through in one go. He's still just an arcana heavenly master. Sapphire Shore came back to his senses and didn't care at all. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Zhuowen. He sneered, "Little bastard, you killed so many people for my Blue Dragon Hall. It's time for you to pay your debt." As he spoke, Sapphire Shore's right palm slammed down. Above his head, dense saint energy intertwined and condensed into a terrifyingly vast mountainous palm. Rumble! A 1,000-meter-long dragon claw swept over and heavily slammed into the giant palm. The giant palm immediately collapsed, and Sapphire Shore took a few steps back as his gaze fell on the Abyss Saint Dragon. "Kiki, your dragon soul is not bad. After becoming a saint, it can actually transform into a 100,000-meter-long dragon. Is your dragon soul a mutated one?" Sapphire Shore grinned and continued, "I'd like to see if your dragon soul or mine is more powerful." As he spoke, the roar of a dragon burst out from Sapphire Shore's body, and a breathtaking green light bloomed from between his eyebrows. The green light grew denser and denser, and soared into the sky, turning into a 60,000-meter-long green dragon. This huge green dragon looked like a green dragon, but the difference was that this huge dragon's green dragon scales were mottled with a blood-red color. It looked extremely strange, and its eyes were filled with a blood-red, baleful aura. Its ferocious aura was monstrous. Ninth grade dragon soul, green abyss demon dragon. Sapphire Shore grinned, revealing a cruel and mocking smile. The moment Zhuowen saw this dragon, his face darkened. This was because he sensed many familiar auras from this green hellish dragon. This green hellish dragon has devoured many dragon souls, and they should all be Ryuka dragon souls. Xiao Hei hovered beside Zhuowen, her dragon eyes solemn and wary. Hee, your dragon soul is quite intelligent. It's right. For the past 10,000 years, we have been searching for Ryuka descendants. The green hellish fiend dragon was originally a low-level dragon soul, but after continuously devouring dragon souls and the bloodline of your long family's descendants, it actually underwent an earth-shaking transformation. In the end, it transformed into a ninth-grade dragon soul. Speaking of which, Ryuka descendants are really nourishing nourishment. Sapphire Shore cackled as he stared at Zhuowen and Xiao Hei with a greedy expression. You and your dragon soul are the most terrifying and talented Ryuka descendants I have ever seen. I wonder what kind of transformation the green hellish dragon will undergo after devouring the two of you. Zhuowen's eyes flashed with anger as he said coldly, Sapphire Shore, you have gone too far. If I, Zhuowen, don't kill you today, I will be letting down the Ryuka descendants who have died at your hands. Zhuowen, don't be rash. Sapphire Shore's cultivation has already reached the Yang Sky Saint stage. You are no match for him. Yan Ji, who was standing behind Zhuowen, couldn't help but try to persuade him. Yan Ji himself was in the In Sky Saint stage, and he was very clear about how terrifying the Yang Sky Saint stage was. To put it bluntly, even Yan Ji wouldn't be able to last long in front of Sapphire Shore, let alone Zhuowen. Although Zhuowen's combat strength was terrifying after breaking through to the profound saint stage, and he had comprehended 5 types of laws, making him far stronger than ordinary profound sages. Yan Ji still didn't think that Zhuowen would be a match for Sapphire Shore. However, Long Tian, who was standing not far from Yan Ji, didn't say anything. His eyes were full of passion as he knelt on one knee and said to Zhuowen, Lord Zhuowen, it's time for the Ryuka to see the light of day again. As soon as Long Tian said this, Yan Ji and the others were stunned. Even Sapphire Shore revealed a strange expression. For tens of thousands of years, traces of the Ryuka had always been hard to find. Even if there were any, they would have been captured and exterminated by the Blue Dragon Hall. It could be said that the number of Ryuka descendants should be extremely small. Are you joking? Let the Ryuka see the light of day again? How laughable. Sapphire Shore sneered, thinking that Long Tian was joking with him. It's indeed time for the Ryuka to see the light of day again. Zhuowen's eyes blurred as he flicked his finger and took out the blue dragon token. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk, a huge palace appeared above Zhuowen's head. This palace was tens of thousands of meters tall, and a terrifying saint aura leaked out from it, as if it could crush the surrounding space. Immortal Saint Artifact. It's an immortal saint artifact. When the Blue Dragon Hall was summoned by Zhuowen, the entire 9th Netherworld realm was in an uproar. Everyone stared eagerly at the huge palace. This was an immortal saint artifact. Who wouldn't want such a terrifying saint artifact? Asterisk rumble. Asterisk Chao Rong and Guning, who were fighting with Tian Gu, also stopped what they were doing. They stared blankly at Zhuowen and the huge Blue Dragon Hall. It really is an immortal saint artifact. How can a mere eastern land have an immortal saint artifact? Chao Rong had a strange expression as he exclaimed in disbelief. Guning, who was standing beside him, was also stunned. As disciples of the chaotic temple, they had naturally seen immortal saint artifacts before. As soon as the Blue Dragon Hall was summoned, they knew that this huge palace was an immortal saint artifact. Tiangu grinned. With a kick of his right foot, he turned into a black shadow and instantly appeared in front of Chao Rong and Guning. A mere immortal saint artifact can make the two of you reveal such expressions. The chaotic temple is just petty. Tiangu laughed and extended his right hand. Countless black qi turned into a huge palm that was surrounded by dense and terrifying black tentacles. Block it. Chao Rong was both shocked and furious. He didn't expect Tiangu to take advantage of this opportunity to attack, so he was at a loss. However, Chao Rong was an expert of the Yang Sky Saint Realm after all. Although he was at a loss, Tiangu's sneak attack didn't succeed. Ah! A scream suddenly came from Chao Rong's side. Guning, who was beside him, was surrounded by countless black tentacles. Then the tentacles pulled, and Guning was directly pulled out. Oh no, Tiangu's target isn't me. It's Guning. Chao Rong's expression changed greatly. He shouted angrily and took out a giant ruler. The surface of the ruler was burning with green flames. What was more terrifying was the terrifying saint aura that radiated from the huge ruler. It was definitely an extremely powerful ascended saint artifact. Break it. Chao Rong waved his right hand, and the huge ruler smashed toward Tiangu like a mountain. Green flames spread across the entire sky like a grassland, full of green. Moreover, the flames were unusual. They had corrosive power. When Tiangu's tentacles touched the flames, they were all corroded and disappeared without a trace. Ascended Saint Artifact, Green Erosion Ruler? Tiangu narrowed his eyes. Countless tentacles suddenly gathered and turned into a black barrier. The barrier contained a black halo that barely blocked the Green Erosion Ruler for 3 breaths of time. However, that was enough time. Guning was completely left behind by him. A huge shadow of a black monster appeared behind Tiangu. The shadow suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed Guning. Crunch! Crunch! The monster's huge mouth chewed up and down and then swallowed Guning. Guning didn't even have time to scream before he became Tiangu's meal. I hate Arcana Saint Masters the most. I hate their formations the most. Tiangu patted his stomach and stared at Chao Rong casually. As he swallowed Guning, Tiangu's aura seemed to be growing stronger. Chao Rong, after I take care of you, there won't be any future trouble. Tiangu glanced at Zhuowen, who had summoned the Azure Dragon Palace, and then looked at Chao Rong again. Tiangu knew very well that palace-type saint artifacts were usually special spatial saint artifacts. They didn't have powerful attacks and were only supportive. Therefore, in his opinion, even if Zhuowen had an immortal saint artifact, he wouldn't be a match for Sapphire Shore. Chapter 1503. The Birth of Rayakahush. Whoosh! Whoosh! The moment the blue dragon hall appeared above Zhuowen's head, numerous figures rushed out of the magnificent hall. The auras of these figures were extremely vast. The weakest of them was at the Emperor Realm, while the strongest was at the Sky Yin Sacred Realm. There were nearly 10,000 of them, and the one who had reached the Sky Yin Sacred Realm was none other than Long Xiaotian. At this moment, Long Xiaotian was in front of everyone. Behind him, 8 figures respectfully followed. The auras of these 8 figures were extremely vast, and their bodies were filled with terrifying saint might. They were all profound sages. Greetings, Lord Long Wen. Nearly 10,000 martial artists landed behind Zhuo when in a grandiose manner. Shortly after, they all knelt down on one knee in unison. Nearly 10,000 voices resounded, like the explosion of profound thunder from the 9th heaven, reverberating in the 9 nether heaven. What kind of glory was it to have 10,000 people worship him? This scene shocked the entire 9 nether realm. Everyone's gazes fell on Zhuowen, and they didn't know how to describe their shock at this moment. The cultivation of these nearly 10,000 people wasn't bad. The weakest of them was at the Emperor Realm, and there were 9 sages. Among them, there were even powerhouses at the Sky Yin Sacred Realm. Such a force was definitely comparable to the current Blue Dragon Hall. What was even more shocking was that this force respected Zhuowen, although these nearly 10,000 people called him Longwen. Everyone could guess that this so-called Longwen was Zhuowen. Is this the Ryuka force? After nearly 10,000 years, is the Ryuka really going to rise again and take back everything the Ryuka lost? In the Nine Netherrealm, countless cultivators had looks of awe in their eyes. Some people even recalled the past of the Ryuka, and their eyes shone with a frightening light. Whoosh! Long Tian, who was standing not far away, looked at the arrival of nearly 10,000 Ryuka cultivators with excitement. He used his movement technique and landed beside Long Xiaotian. Including Zhuowen and Long Tian, the Ryuka has a total of 11 sages. This number is really terrifying, someone murmured in shock. Sapphire Shore's expression changed slightly, and his eyes revealed a look of surprise. He didn't expect the Ryuka to be able to develop so terrifyingly. It must be the credit of this saint artifact. Soon, Sapphire Shore's eyes lured Blue Dragon Hall. He knew that the Ryuka must have been hiding in the Blue Dragon Hall all these years. No matter how many resources the saint artifact, how did it produce so many powerhouses in such a short amount of time? If Sapphire Shore knew that the laws of time existed in the Blue Dragon Hall, he probably wouldn't be so surprised. A day outside was a year inside. In addition, Zhuowen had opened the door to the outside world, so the laws of heaven and earth could be used in the Blue Dragon Hall. Naturally, the cultivation of the people inside was extremely fast. It had been at least a few hundred years since Zhuowen left the Blue Dragon Hall. In these few hundred years, with the support of various resources, cultivation techniques, and weapons, the Ryuka's development was extremely fast. Father, where are grandfather and the others? Zhuowen came to Long Xiaotian and looked around. He couldn't help but ask curiously when he saw that many of the upper echelons of the Ryuka weren't present. Father, they are after all in the Emperor realm. I don't feel at ease letting them come out. After all, this battle will be extremely tragic. If they aren't careful, they will regret it for the rest of their lives. Long Xiaotian smiled bitterly. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded in understanding. Then his gaze fell on the Ryuka disciples. Although he had been in the outside world for more than a year, Long Xiaotian had reported to him everything that had happened in the Blue Dragon Hall. Therefore, Zhuowen already knew about the current scale of the Ryuka. Long Tian, take these 10,000 people to the Dragon Phantom Realm. Break through the Dragon Phantom Realm and kill everyone in the Blue Dragon Hall. Zhuowen turned his head slightly and stared at Long Tian as he said, coldly and emotionlessly. Long Tian agreed without the slightest hesitation. Under Zhuowen's orders, he led the mighty group of 10,000 people towards the square platform where the Dragon Wasteland was located. You dare! Sapphire Shore's eyes narrowed. He waved his right hand, and the 5-clawed golden dragon beside him roared and broke through the air, wanting to block Long Tian and the others. Let's go and block this 5-clawed golden dragon. Yan Ji roared as he led Jiang Xian and went by in front of the 5-clawed golden dragon and intercepted it. Zhao Jun even brought 2 demon saints to support Yan Ji. The 5-clawed golden dragon was stopped halfway, unable to move an inch forward. Bastard! Sapphire Shore cursed. Seeing that the 5-clawed golden dragon was blocked, he stomped his right foot and planned to intercept it personally. Most of the elites in the Dragon Phantom Realm had been sent out to participate in the Nine Nether Conference, and some of the higher-ups had also participated in the battle. It could be said that the Dragon Phantom Realm was very empty. Long Tian had brought so many experts to the Dragon Phantom Realm. It was definitely a catastrophe for the Blue Dragon Hall. Sapphire Shore, let's see where you're going. Long Xiaotian stepped out and immediately released the 2-headed nether dragon. At the same time, he released the laws of desolation, darkness, and wind at the same time. With a punch, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The 8 sages behind Long Xiaotian lined up behind Long Xiaotian in a mysterious pattern, forming a large formation. Long Xiaotian had become the eye of the formation. The 8 saints also released their own dragon souls. With the 2-headed nether dragon as the center, these dragon souls fused together and finally formed a gigantic iron armor dragon that was fully covered in armor. Kill! With Long Xiaotian's punch, the huge dragon with armor flew up and landed heavily in front of Sapphire Shore. Scram! Sapphire Shore didn't care about Long Xiaotian's attack at all. He casually threw out a punch, thinking that this punch would be able to force Long Xiaotian to retreat. However, when the 2 fists collided, a terrifying force came crashing down. The huge dragon with armor roared and descended, landing in front of Sapphire Shore. The latter groaned and retreated. Dragon soul fusion? Sapphire Shore was shocked. The dragon soul fusion was a secret technique of the Ryuka. It could fuse the dragon souls of people of the same race together to create an extremely powerful dragon soul attack. Green Hellish Dragon, suppress him! Sapphire Shore didn't want to waste time on Long Xiaotian. He was still worried about the safety of the Blue Dragon Hall. So, he immediately released his dragon soul to attack Long Xiaotian. Boom! 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 The Steel Hellish Dragon and the Green Hellish Dragon continued to exchange blows. Old dog, it's not that easy for you to leave. When Sapphire Shore was about to leave, Zhuowen stood on top of Xiao Hei's dragon head and blocked Sapphire Shore's path. Little bastard, how dare you stop me when you're just a glimpse profound saint? You're courting death. Sapphire Shore was enraged. He immediately threw out a punch and countless lightning bolts gathered. At the same time, he clenched his right hand and took out the Ascended Saint artifact, the Lightning Scepter. Rumble. Sapphire Shore used his full strength this time. The terrifying lightning bolts spread across the sky as if doomsday had arrived, causing countless living beings to tremble. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He waved his right hand and the Azure Dragon Hall appeared in front of him. The destructive lightning bolts landed on the Azure Dragon Hall but couldn't do anything to it. Although the Azure Dragon Hall couldn't launch a powerful attack, it was an Immortal Saint artifact after all. Its defense was extremely strong. Even if Sapphire Shore was a Sun Sky Saint Realm expert and had the Lightning Scepter, he might not be able to break through the Azure Dragon Hall's defense. Zhuowen pressed his right hand on Xiao Hei's head. The void law spread across the surface of Xiao Hei's terrifying dragon body, and the huge dragon body disappeared. Rumble! A huge dragon tail swept across the sky and slammed onto Sapphire Shore's back. Sapphire Shore snorted coldly. Countless lightning bolts gathered behind him and formed a lightning shield to block the terrifying dragon tail. When he turned around and tried to grab the huge dragon tail, the dragon tail had already disappeared into the void. This made Sapphire Shore gnash his teeth in anger. Although Zhuowen's cultivation and strength weren't a match for Sapphire Shore, Zhuowen, who had mastered the void law, was like a fish in water in the 9 nether heaven. His speed was extremely fast. Sapphire Shore couldn't attack Zhuowen at all. Every time Sapphire Shore wanted to leave, Zhuowen would use the Azure Dragon Hall to block in front of Sapphire Shore, not allowing him to leave. This kind of harassment made Sapphire Shore furious, but there was nothing he could do. After all, Zhuowen had mastered the Void Law. This kind of law was a divine tool for escaping. Even a Sun Sky, Sacred Realm saint like him couldn't catch Zhuowen, especially in a place like 9 Nether Heaven that was filled with void space. Zhuowen had the advantage of time and place. The Blue Dragon Hall in the Dragon Nether Realm is finished. While Zhuowen was busy with Sapphire Shore, Long Tian had led close to 10,000 Ryuka disciples to the Dragon Nether Realm. Among these Ryuka disciples, there were many half-sages and invincible Emperor Lords. The experts in the Blue Dragon Hall were either dead or injured. Those left in the Dragon Nether Realm weren't very strong. At this moment, in the Blue Dragon Hall in the Dragon Nether Realm, Elder Raiwa looked at the 10,000 figures with an ugly expression. When the saints were fighting, Elder Raiwa had already entered the dragon nether realm to hide, although he wanted to kill Zhuowen with his own hands. Unfortunately, Zhuowen had successfully broken through to the saint realm and directly advanced to the scry profound saint realm. This kid could kill a scry profound saint like Qing Longzi before becoming a saint. Now that he had advanced to the scry profound saint realm, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill a fragmented saint like Qing Longzi. Why does Zhuowen have such a terrifying force behind him? Raiwa felt bitter. If he had known earlier, he would have brought Yen Ruhua back to the Burning Heaven sect. Now it was too late for regrets. The entire 9 nether realm and 9 nether heaven have been sealed by heavenly insect. I don't even have the chance to inform the sect master. Damn it. Raiwa crushed the jade slip in his hand with hatred in his heart. He had just found out about the cooperation between Sapphire Shore and Heavenly Insect. He had also heard of the Heavenly Worm's reputation. This green jade shore actually cooperated with such a terrifying disaster. He was really too bold. Was he not afraid that he would be beaten back? Chapter 1504. The Blue Dragon Hall's Disaster. Take this dragon head blade. Remember, you must kill Elder Raiwa and everyone in the Blue Dragon Hall. As Long Tian held the dragon-headed saber in his hand, he recalled Chua Wen's voice transmission to him before he left. Therefore, his eyes were filled with murderous intent as he stared at Elder Raiwa. Perhaps sensing Long Tian's murderous intent, Elder Raiwa's pupils shrank. He coldly snorted and said, I am a member of the Burning Heaven sect. The enmity between the Ryuka and the Blue Dragon Hall has nothing to do with me. I don't want to interfere in this matter. But you must die. Long Tian didn't waste any time talking. He swung his right hand, and the dragon head broadsword flew out toward Elder Linghua. At the same time, his dragon soul surged out and surrounded the dragon head broadsword. It was as if it was supporting the dragon head broadsword as it flew forward. The 10 of you, come with me and kill this Raiwa. The rest of you, enter the Blue Dragon Hall and kill everyone. Don't let even an ant go. The moment the dragon head blade blasted out, Long Tian shouted and selected 10 of the most powerful half-saints. They all rushed towards Raiwa. Damn it! Elder Raiwa angrily cursed and blasted out a fist. Flames filled the sky and heavily blasted the dragon head blade. However, what made his expression change slightly was that the dragon head blade was a profound saint artifact after all. Coupled with the support of Long Tian's dragon soul, it was extremely powerful. He was actually forced to retreat dozens of steps. Long Tian dashed over in an instant, grabbing the hilt of his saber with his right hand. He appeared in front of spiritual fire in an instant. Slashing out with his saber, he slashed at spiritual fire's lower abdomen with the might of the dragon. Raiwa roared angrily. He raised his hands, and the law of fire transformed into 2 large blades that collided with the dragon head blades. However, to his horror, the might of the dragon head blades was too terrifying. The 2 flaming blades couldn't even withstand a single blow. Elder Ling, who wanted to retreat, but the 10 half-step sages joined forces to block his retreat. Scram! Elder Raiwa angrily roared and pushed with both hands. Flames soared into the sky. Although the 10 half-saints were flustered and somewhat unable to resist, they were still able to delay Raiwa for a period of time. On the other hand, Long Tian was like a god descending from the heavens. This dragon head broadsword was simply prepared for dragon soul martial artists. With the dragon head broadsword in hand, Long Tian was like a hot knife through butter. His strength was incisive and vivid. For a moment, Elder Raiwa was completely suppressed by Long Tian. In addition, the 10 half-saints cooperated with him. Finally, after dozens of rounds of battle, Elder Raiwa's weakness was caught by Long Tian. The dragon head broadsword directly chopped off Elder Raiwa's head. Long Tian directly crushed Elder Raiwa's nascent soul. From then on, Elder Raiwa was completely dead. Ah, ah, ah. The moment Elder Raiwa was killed by Long Tian, shrill screams rang out in the Blue Dragon Hall. There were just too many Ryuka people. They rushed into the Blue Dragon Hall and began a massacre. Any martial artist within the range of the Blue Dragon Hall was killed without mercy. The Blue Dragon Hall is finished. The screams of the dragon spirit realm were extremely loud. Countless martial artists in the other spirit realms could hear them clearly. The shrill screams sent chills down many martial artists' spines. They knew that the Blue Dragon Hall was probably finished. Once all the disciples in the Blue Dragon Hall were killed, the Blue Dragon Hall would only exist in name. Ah! Ryuka, Zhuowen, you deserve to die. Qing Yuan's eyes were scarlet red. This was especially the case when he heard the numerous miserable cries, which violently struck his heart. Sapphire Shore really wanted to kill Zhuowen right now. However, Zhuowen relied on the Blue Dragon Hall to obstruct him. It was impossible for him to break through the obstruction and help the Blue Dragon Hall. It's your Blue Dragon Hall that deserves to die. What you did to our Ryuka back then, I, the Ryuka, will return it to you one by one. The void cracked as Zhuowen took a step forward and coldly stared at Sapphire Shore. I'm not playing with you anymore. You're going to die today too. At this point, Zhuowen's gaze suddenly turned cold. Then he leaped up and stood at the top of the Blue Dragon Hall with his hands clasped together. 18th Mountain God, I, Zhuowen, am begging for your help now. I hope that you can lend me a hand and kill the enemy, Zhuowen softly chanted. When the last word came out of his mouth, a huge bald head began to condense at the peak of the 18th mountain in the third layer of the Blue Dragon Hall. It's Zhuowen, that brat who's summoning me. It seems that he's in trouble outside. The bald head muttered in a low voice and continued. Well, since this kid summoned me, I'll go out. It's been a long time since I went out for a walk. I don't even know what it's like outside. With that, the bald head dissipated and a bald man flew out from the peak. With a wave of his right hand, the 18th mountain that stretched across the sky began to tremble violently. Then the mountains and seas were overturned. It directly soared into the sky and left the sea. The movement of the 18th mountain attracted the attention of the other 17 mountain gods in the upper realm. Old 18 left? Could it be that he went to the outside world? It's said that the Blue Dragon Hall has been refined by a brat. Previously, during the trial in the upper realm, that brat and old 18 were quite close. It seems that brat is in trouble and summoned old 18 to help. Old 9 is right. The upper realm has a restriction set up by the Blue Dragon Taoist. Without the permission of the master of the Blue Dragon Hall, we can't go out at all. I'm really envious of old 18. He can actually go out for a walk. I haven't been out for a long time. I don't even know what the outside world is like. After the 18th mountain left the upper realm, many divine consciousnesses lingered in the upper realm and discussed. These divine consciousnesses were very powerful. Many ferocious beasts in the sea trembled and did not dare to come out of the water. Stop arguing. Go back to your respective areas quietly. Suddenly, an even more terrifying divine consciousnesses swept across the entire upper realm. When this divine consciousnesses arrived, the entire sea surged with thousands of waves. Countless ferocious beasts flew into the sky, bleeding from their 7 orifices. Many ferocious beasts scattered when the tree fell. They all fled for their lives and did not dare to stay in this place. Boss is here. Let's go, let's go. When this enormous divine consciousnesses arrived, those chattering divine consciousnesses immediately dissipated. It was as if they were afraid of this divine consciousnesses. That brat is called Zhuowen, right? I wonder if he can help me successfully. However, I still have to carefully observe this brat. This enormous divine thought let out a sigh. Soon after, it gradually disappeared and the surface of the sea regained its calmness. Rumble. In the outside world, Zhuowen had just finished praying when a huge mountain that connected the heavens and the earth ruthlessly smashed out from the azure dragon hall. The direction it smashed towards was the direction of Green Jade Shore. Sapphire Shore clearly did not expect such a terrifying mountain to suddenly rush out from the azure dragon hall. For a moment he was a little flustered. Thump, 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 thump. Sapphire Shore waved his lightning scepter. Countless lightnings surged and blocked the mountain. However, the mountain was too big. Sapphire Shore had no choice but to retreat dozens of steps as his blood boiled. This was the 18th mountain that had stood in the third layer of the azure dragon hall for countless years. This mountain could pierce through the heavens and the earth. Its power could cover the sun and moon. When the mountain smashed down, the heavens and the earth collapsed. Rumble! The 18th mountain heavily landed in the 9 nether heaven. The majestic mountain seemed to pierce through the heavens. It looked extremely exaggerated. At the top of the mountain, there was a figure covered in golden light. Upon closer inspection, this figure was a bald, muscular man. There was a wheel of light behind his head, making him look like a Buddha. Haha, I'm finally out. After staying in the third layer of the 9 nether heaven for thousands of years, this old man can finally come out and see the outside world. The bald man laughed loudly. His voice was as loud as thunder, causing pain in the eardrums of many cultivators. Senior Lowe's. Zhuowen cupped his hands and smiled politely. Zhuowen, you summoned me. There should be something you need me to deal with, right? Just say it. I, Lowe's, will help you if I can. Lowe's stared at Zhuowen in an extremely forthright manner. Zhuowen's eyes lit up with joy. He smiled and said, Then many thanks to Senior Lowe's. Can you help me kill this old dog in front of me? As he spoke, Zhuowen pointed at Sapphire Shore. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Lowe's turned his head and sized up Sapphire Shore. He nodded and said, A saint of the sun-sky saint realm, and his foundation is very unstable. He's quite a good opponent. I'll help you kill him. Lowe's relaxed tone made Sapphire Shore's expression turn ugly. The bald man in front of him did not have any saint power fluctuations on him, but he dared to say such big words. How could Sapphire Shore not be angry? However, Qin Yuan didn't dare to act blindly without thinking, because he knew that the enormous mountain that connected the heavens and the earth was thrown out by the bald, big man's hand. What kind of great power did he need to be able to lift such a huge mountain? Senior Lowe's, there are many disciples of your faith in the 18th mountain, right? Can this be a weapon? Zhuowen was a little worried for the living beings in the 18th mountain. Could the living beings in the 18th mountain withstand Lowe's ruthless throw? Haha, don't worry about that. Each of the 18 mountains has a powerful formation set up by the first mountain god. As long as the mountain doesn't collapse, the living beings inside will not be affected at all. Lowe's laughed and immediately leaped to the foot of the mountain. He grabbed the foot of the mountain with both hands and exerted force, causing the 18th mountain to fly up. Then Lowe's leaped into the air and kicked the mountainside. The huge mountain whistled through the air and headed straight for Sapphire Shore again. Damn it! Sapphire Shore's expression changed slightly. He struck out with the thunder scepter again and again. Countless thunderbolts gathered and formed a tough spider web in front of them. Rumble! However, the 18th mountain was too terrifying. The spider web formed by the thunderbolts was like paper and immediately shattered. Uft! Sapphire Shore held the thunder scepter in front of him with both hands. The huge mountain swept over and smashed onto the surface of the Thunder Law. Immediately, Sapphire Shore spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Your foundation in the Yangtian sacred stage is very unstable. You must have used some kind of secret technique to raise it. In my opinion, you are much weaker than a normal Yangtian sacred stage saint. The moment Sapphire Shore flew backward, Lowe's instantly appeared in front of him. He grinned and punched Sapphire Shore's chest. Then, There was the ear-piercing sound of bones cracking. Chapter 1505. Internal strife. Boom, boom, boom. Lowe's was extremely fast. He was like a shadow as he punched out again and again. His punches were as fast as meteors. Sapphire Shore couldn't resist at all. Although he waved the thunder scepter and covered his body with the law of thunder, it was useless. The power of a greater mastery saint body was much stronger than Zhuowen's lesser mastery saint body. Moreover, Sapphire Shore's Yang Sky Saint realm was forcefully raised using a secret technique. Therefore, Sapphire Shore's foundation was innately weaker than an ordinary Yang Sky Saint realm cultivator. Bang, bang, bang. Sapphire Shore was like a rubber ball that was constantly being hit. He was sent flying back and forth in the void. Liao Ci's punches were very powerful. Every time a fist landed on his body, the intense pain caused Qing Yuan to involuntarily cry out in a low voice. His voice was extremely miserable. Boom! Lowe's clenched his hands into hammers and smashed them in front of Sapphire Shore again. Sapphire Shore's eyes were filled with shock. He directly held the thunder scepter in front of him. He could feel that Lowe's attack was terrifying. If he didn't block it, his life would be in danger. Kacha! With one hammer, the surrounding space collapsed. Terrifying cracks began to appear on the surface of the thunder scepter that flickered with endless thunder. How is this possible? Looking at the spreading crack, Qing Yuan was shocked to the point that his mind was greatly shocked, and he couldn't help but cry out, "You're very noisy." Lowe's picked his ears and changed the direction of his punch. It landed on Sapphire Shore's abdomen. The latter's back bent, and he couldn't help but fly back. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was as pale as snow. "Zhuowen, boy, how do you plan to deal with this guy?" Liao Ci waved his right hand, and countless golden veins appeared on his arm. They shot out like golden threads, wrapping around the flying green jade shore and pulling it back. He held it in his hand and looked at Zhuowen. Hiss, hiss, hiss. From the moment Lowe's attacked to when Sapphire Shore was beaten like a dog, only 3 breaths of time had passed. In this short period of time, everyone witnessed the entire process of how Sapphire Shore had been beaten up from a high and mighty heavenly sage. Such a scene was too shocking. It shocked everyone to the point that they were speechless for a long time. They didn't even know how to describe their feelings at this moment. Zhuowen took a step forward and landed beside Lowe's. He stared indifferently at Sapphire Shore and said, "The Blue Dragon Hall is no more!" Cough, cough, cough. Sapphire Shore coughed out a large mouthful of blood, and his chest heaved violently. He stared at Zhuowen with a complicated expression and said, "I didn't expect that I would still make a wrong move. This immortal saint weapon is really amazing. It can even summon such an existence. You should have known that such a day would come when you did such a thing to the Ryuka. You had to bear the consequences of your actions. You can't bear the consequences of your actions," Zhuowen said indifferently. Sapphire Shore smiled and said, "Can't bear the consequences? Do you think that I, Sapphire Shore, can't bear the consequences? I thought that victory was in my hands, but I didn't expect you to have such a powerful trump card. I've lost. Since you've lost, you should be prepared to die." Zhuowen's eyes were indifferent. He stretched out his right hand, and the 9 stars, 8 trigrams spear landed in his palm. He didn't waste any more words and pointed the spear at Sapphire Shore's forehead. "Haha, I will die, but I will make you pay the price." "Zhuowen, haha." Sapphire Shore suddenly roared to the sky and said, "Skyworm, I'm willing to become a part of you, but you have to promise to kill Zhuowen." Zhuowen's eyes changed, and the 9 stars, 8 trigrams spear pierced through the void at an extremely fast speed. He wanted to kill Sapphire Shore immediately. Whoosh! At the instant the tip of his spear was about to pierce into the space between Qing Yuan's brows, a figure suddenly flew out, and a sharp whistle exploded out as it fiercely collided with Zhuo Wen's body. Zhuo Wen's expression changed slightly. The speed of this figure was too fast, and the angle was too accurate. It was heading straight for him. If he were to continue attacking Qin Yuan, he would definitely be hit by it. Zhuo Wen had no choice but to change the direction of his spear and thrust it at the figure that was rushing toward him. "Junior, get lost. How dare you point your spear at me?" Just as Zhuo Wen's spear momentum changed, a loud shout was heard. The person who flew backward was none other than Chao Rong of the Primal Chaos Temple. At this moment, Chao Rong was in a slightly sorry state as he flew straight toward Zhuo Wen. When he saw Zhuo Wen's spear momentum pointing at him, he couldn't help but shout and throw out his right palm. Bang! The spear momentum and the palm momentum collided, and the surrounding space collapsed. Zhuo Wen groaned and then retreated hundreds of steps, the blood and qi in his body boiling. Fortunately, he had a small success saint body, and his physique was tough and indomitable. He didn't suffer any serious injuries, but he did suffer some internal injuries. There was no doubt that Chao Rong didn't hold back in that attack. If other profound sages had taken that attack head-on, they would have been directly destroyed. Whoosh! 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 While Zhuo Wen was retreating because of Chao Rong, countless black tentacles rushed toward Lowe's. What the hell is this? Lowe's shouted in a low voice, and the power of his large success saint body erupted. He waved his right palm, and the black tentacles that were rushing toward him were all shattered. However, there were too many tentacles. The moment Lowe's smashed the tentacles in front of him, another group of tentacles suddenly rushed toward him from the other side. However, the target of these tentacles wasn't Lowe's, but the sapphire shore in Lowe's hand. Lowe's didn't pay attention for a moment, and the tentacles drilled through the air. The sapphire shore was directly captured by these tentacles. "Damn it! Come back!" Liao Si roared angrily. He stepped on the void and shot out at a speed so fast that it was dazzling. Whoosh! 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 However, a black shadow suddenly landed in front of Lowe's and punched out. Countless tentacles spread out. Lowe's was not afraid and also punched out. The two fists collided, and then a terrifying air wave erupted. Then, Lowe's couldn't help but retreat thousands of feet. The black shadow frowned slightly and also retreated thousands of feet. What is that? Lowe's stared at the black shadow in front of him with a serious expression. He didn't expect that other than the other mountain gods in the third heaven, there would be other creatures whose physical bodies could reach such a terrifying level. In the confrontation just now, he had been at a disadvantage. This black shadow was naturally Skyworm. He glanced at Lowe's and immediately landed beside Sapphire Shore. He grinned and said, "Hall Master Qing, are you finally going to completely liberate me?" Sapphire Shore's eyes were full of murderous intent. He said, "I can cancel the contract we signed, but you have to help me kill Zhuo Wen and wipe out all the Ryuka remnants." At this moment, Sapphire Shore's bones were almost all shattered. Lowe's fist power was too terrifying. Even if a heavenly saint's body was strong enough, it still couldn't resist the brute force of Lowe's great, completion divine body. Sapphire Shore knew that in his current state, he didn't know how long it would take for him to recover. He could only rely on Skyworm now. Of course, as long as Hall Master Qing becomes a part of me, my strength will break through the shackles and reach a new level. Also, I promise that I won't erase your consciousness. You will become a part of me as an independent consciousness. Skyworm laughed, and there was a hint of greed in his dark eyes. Sapphire Shore was a heavenly saint elite. If he swallowed such an elite, it would be obvious to him. Sapphire Shore was far more valuable than the previous 11 heavenly saints. Let's begin. At this moment, Sapphire Shore's eyes were already blinded by hatred. The Blue Dragon Hall was destroyed and his heart was dead. On top of that, he was beaten up so badly by Lowe's. He knew that he had no other choice. "Don't worry. I will help you reach the peak and avenge you." Skyworm laughed loudly. Countless tentacles swept over and instantly drowned Sapphire Shore. The latter didn't resist at all. Skyworm has swallowed Sapphire Shore. D***. I'm afraid this darn thing's strength will increase again. By then, none of us here will be a match for this darn thing. Chow Rong's expression changed. He had fought with Skyworm just now, but he was at a disadvantage. Now that Skyworm had swallowed a heavenly saint elite like Sapphire Shore again, its strength would become even more terrifying. Even Chow Rong felt his heart tremble. Junior, this is all your fault. If you hadn't provoked Sapphire Shore, he wouldn't have let Skyworm swallow him. It's already difficult for us to deal with Skyworm now. Chow Rong suddenly turned his head and stared coldly at Zhuo. His tone was extremely unfriendly. Seeing Chow Rong's attitude, Zhuo's eyes narrowed. Then he said gloomily, Lord Chow Rong, what do you mean? I fought with Sapphire Shore. Do you want me to spare his life? Humph. Junior, no matter how you quibble, it's useless. Since you've committed this sin, you'll have to bear the consequences. Right now, I'm the strongest here. Let me refine this immortal sacred artifact. I'll deal with this heavenly worm. Chow Rong suddenly pointed at the Azure Dragon Hall, not far away, and continued, Only I can unleash most of the power of this immortal saint artifact. This is the only choice now. Hearing this, Zhuo's eyes narrowed into slits. He sneered and said, Lord Chow Rong, do you mean that I'll give this immortal saint artifact to you now? Do you have any other choice now? You're just a profound saint. How much power can you unleash from this immortal saint artifact? Chow Rong said coldly. Zhuo smiled faintly and said, Lord Chow Rong doesn't need to worry about this. I'll deal with it myself. You're courting death. How dare you disobey my orders? Chow Rong was furious. He raised his right palm, and terrifying saint energy condensed. He suddenly pressed down on Zhuo. He actually planned to kill Zhuo. Boom! The moment Chow Rong's palm fell, Lowe's blocked in front of Zhuo and punched out. Two terrifying forces swirled in the air. Then, Chow Rong snorted and took a few steps back. He stared at Lowe's in surprise. Because he had been fighting Skyworm, he didn't notice the battle between Lowe's and Sapphire Shore. He ignored Lowe's existence from the beginning. Lord Chow Rong, you want to snatch the immortal saint artifact? Is this how your primal chaos temple does things? Zhuo said with a gloomy look. Chow Rong frowned. He didn't expect Zhuo to have such a powerful helper. He just snorted and said, Of course not. Since you can unleash the true power of this immortal saint artifact, I won't say anything. Chapter 1506. Bone spikes fill the sky. Chow Rong's tone changed extremely quickly. She did not feel embarrassed at all. However, this made Zhuo sneer in his heart. Zhuo was no fool. He knew that a celestial saint artifact was too precious. Even Chow Rong, a member of the primal chaos temple, was no exception. She wanted to snatch the Azure Dragon Hall from him. However, now was not the time to be calculative. Chow Rong's strength was not ordinary. She was in the Sun Sky Saint realm. Moreover, as a member of the Primal Chaos Temple, she most likely had many trump cards. Gulp! Gulp! All of a sudden, a strange voice rang out from the front. The heavenly insect had already completely devoured the green jade shore. The heavenly insect, who had transformed into Mufeng, raised his head towards the sky and laughed heartily. In the next moment, countless black tentacles erupted from his body. More and more black tentacles appeared. They almost covered half of the 9 underworld sky. The densely packed tentacles were too terrifying. They were like an endless black rain that poured down. Then these black tentacles began to pulsate like veins. They gathered together and formed a huge beast. This huge beast was extremely strange. It had a human face and an insect body. Both sides of its body were densely packed with thin legs. These thin legs were compared to the heavenly insect's huge body. Just one of its thin legs was more than 10 feet thick. It was like a huge stone pillar. The insect's body was covered with hard scales. On the middle of its back, there were many bone spikes that pierced the sky. The bone spikes extended from its neck all the way to its tail. It looked extremely strange and terrifying. The heavenly insect clone has transformed. This form is extremely similar to the original body. After the green jade shore was absorbed by the heavenly worm, the green abyss evil dragon also directly dissipated. Little Black recovered its small black dog form and landed on Zhuo Wen's shoulder. At this moment, its eyes were looking at the giant worm in the sky as it solemnly said, "Only Yan Ji, Zhao Jun, and the others faced the five-clawed golden dragon. They were also annihilated by Xiao Hei's mighty power. Yan Ji, Zhao Jun, and the other saints landed not far behind Zhuo. They stared at the squirming, heavenly insect in shock. This heavenly insect's aura is so powerful. It is much stronger than before, Yanji muttered. Even Lowe's, who was standing beside Zhuo, revealed a grave expression. He said, "What exactly is this heavenly worm? Now this damn thing's aura has already reached the Sky Saint realm. Its strength is dozens of times stronger than before." Sky Sacred Realm? Chaorong and the others were shocked when they heard this. The Sky Saint stage was similar to the Mysterious Saint stage, and it was also divided into 4 stages. They were the Yin Heaven Saint stage, the Yang Heaven Saint stage, the Sky Saint stage, and the Heaven Defying Saint stage. Among them, the Sky Saint stage was the 3rd Sky Saint stage in the Sky Saint stage. Those who could reach the Sky Saint stage were all heroes of a region. Such an existence had never appeared in the Eastern lands in the past 10,000 years. Only the distant Middle lands would have such a terrifying expert. One had to know that even the sect master of the Burning Heaven sect, Zhou Tianzong and Chaorong, who was sent by the Primal Chaos Temple, were only in the Yang Heaven Saint stage. A saint in the Yang Heaven Saint stage already stood at the peak of the Eastern lands and Southern Barbarian lands. The Sky Saint stage was basically a legendary existence in these 2 regions. In other words, it was difficult to see a Sky Saint stage saint in other regions except for the Middle Lands. Damn it! I let the heavenly insect devour Sapphire Shore and let his strength transform into the Sky Saint stage. This is really troublesome. Chaorong cursed in a low voice. Although the Sky Saint stage and the Yang Heaven Saint stage were only 1 stage apart, the difference in strength was as huge as a chasm. In other words, in the Sky Saint stage, every step forward would cause a tremendous change in strength. This was also why Sapphire Shore and Yanji had felt fear when Zhou Tianzong appeared in the 9th Netherworld realm as a Yang Heaven Saint stage expert. The 2 of them seemed to only be 1 stage apart, but if they really fought, Zhou Tianzong could completely defeat Yanji and Sapphire Shore in a few moves. Even if the 2 of them worked together, they wouldn't be able to last long against Zhou Tianzong. Zhuo, go test the heavenly insect's strength. I'll support you from behind. Chaorong glanced at Zhuo and ordered indifferently. Zhuo Wen's eyes narrowed into slits when he heard this. Is Chaorong really using me as a tool? He actually wanted him to test the heavenly insect's strength? Lord Chaorong, I'm not strong enough. It's better if you go test it. I'll support you from behind, Zhuo said indifferently. What did you say? You dare to disobey my orders? Chaorong flew into a rage and stared at Zhuo with a ferocious expression. Disobeying your orders? I'm not your subordinate. What right do you have to order me around? Zhuo said coldly. Originally, Zhuo didn't care about Chaorong's previous matters because of the Chaos Temple. Now that Chaorong had taken an inch and wanted a mile, it was no wonder that Zhuo was furious. You! How dare you! Chaorong screamed angrily, but he didn't attack in the end as he was afraid of Lowe's beside Zhuo. Ha ha ha! What are you fighting for? Today, whether it's you, Chaorong, Zhuo, or the entire 9th Netherworld realm, all of you will die and become my nourishment. An insolent laughter rang out. The terrifying, heavenly insect moved. It twisted its gigantic body, and the malevolent bone spikes on its back pierced through the void. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Instantly, with the heavenly insect as the center, countless bone spikes spread out in all directions of the 9th netherworld realm. These bone spikes shot up into the sky, each of them tens of thousands of feet long and hundreds of feet thick. Quickly enter the Azure Dragon Hall. Wen's expression changed slightly as he looked at the bone spikes that were continuously extending towards him. He hurriedly retreated and at the same time opened the door of the Azure Dragon Hall and took Yanji, Zhao Jun, and the rest into the Azure Dragon Hall. At the same time, Zhuowen also retreated. He could feel that the bone spikes were unusual. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, Long Tian had already led the Ryuka disciples out of the dragon netherworld realm. Zhuowen roared angrily and took Long Tian and the rest of the Ryuka disciples into the Azure Dragon Hall. After taking Long Tian and the rest of the Ryuka disciples, Zhuowen planned to retreat towards the divine netherworld realm. Suddenly, a strong wind swept over and slammed into Zhuowen's back. Pucci! Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of blood and stared in disbelief at Chao Rong, who was laughing behind him. Arrogant brat, you actually dare to disregard my words. You deserve to die. I'll take your Azure Dragon Palace. A cold smile rose from the corners of Chao Rong's mouth. Zhuowen, on the other hand, was sent flying backwards by his attack, flying towards the bone spike that was rushing towards him. Despicable. Loza's face changed slightly. Looking at Zhuowen flying towards the bone spikes, he gritted his teeth and gave chase. Boom! 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 Countless bone spikes pierced through the void like the sharpest blades that could pierce through anything. Open! Zhuowen stabilized his body. Coincidentally, a thick bone spike pierced towards him. Zhuowen's face changed slightly, and he stepped into the void. However, when Zhuowen entered the void, his face turned ugly. He discovered that the bone spikes were very strange. They could pierce through the void. The void passage was almost completely blocked by the bone spikes. In other words, the bone spikes had sealed the surrounding void. Zhuowen could not use the void law in this area. Whoosh! 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 Numerous bone spikes shot towards Zhuowen from the void passage, forcing Zhuowen to immediately retreat from the void passage. However, the moment he retreated from the void, several more bone spikes shot towards him. Zhuowen dodged sideways, but the bone spikes were too fast. One of the bone spikes brushed past his shoulder blade and pierced through it. What terrifying power! My saint body is actually unable to withstand a single blow from these bone spikes. It's like a piece of paper. Zhuowen hurriedly dodged as he clutched his injured shoulder. His expression was extremely unsightly. These bone spikes were too sharp. If his vital points were pierced by these bone spikes, he would probably die on the spot. The power of the Empyrean sacred realm is so terrifying. Isn't it much stronger than Chao Rong? Zhuowen was horrified. Boom! 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 While Zhuowen was dodging the bone spikes with difficulty, Loz descended from the sky. He held the 18th mountain in his right hand and waved it out. The 18th mountain was extremely vast and terrifying. Wherever it passed, the indestructible bone spikes would be pushed back. Zhuowen, let's go. Loz instantly descended beside Zhuowen and grabbed Zhuowen's right hand. He lifted Zhuowen up and immediately jumped into the air to escape from the bone spikes. Damn it, so many bone spikes. Not long after they escaped, Liao Si and Zhuowen discovered with unsightly expressions that hundreds of bone spikes had suddenly rushed towards them from behind, flying towards them in a densely packed manner. 18th Mountain and Sea's End. Loz roared angrily. His right hand formed a seal and landed on the mountainside of the 18th mountain. The huge mountain actually grew crazily again. It almost stretched across the horizon and was hundreds of thousands of feet tall. It blocked behind the two of them. Ding! 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 The sound of metal clashing could be heard. Hundreds of bone spikes rushed over and bombarded the surface of the mountain, causing it to tremble violently. Go! Lowe's shouted. Zhuowen didn't hesitate and immediately used the void law to escape into the void and disappear from the range of the bone spikes. When they reappeared, they were already far away from the range of the bone spikes. Return! Lowe's waved his right hand, and the 18th mountain returned to its original size. It buzzed and rushed over, landing not far in front of him. Looking at the mountain in front of him that was riddled with holes, Lowe's face was a little gloomy. He didn't expect these bone spikes to be so terrifying that they actually caused some damage to his 18th mountain. Chao Rong, you deserve to die. Zhuowen's gaze quickly fell on Chao Rong not far away. He roared angrily and rushed towards Chao Rong like an enraged tiger. At this moment, Chao Rong was trying to refine the Azure Dragon Hall. When he saw Zhuowen and Lowe's safely escape from the bone spikes, he immediately revealed a trace of surprise. Azure Dragon's might. The moment he rushed out, Zhuowen formed the Azure Dragon seal with both hands. Immediately, a terrifying pressure surged out of the Azure Dragon Hall. This pressure was so terrifying that it almost condensed into an extremely huge pale dragon in the air. Roar! The pale dragon swooped down and attacked Chao Rong. Chapter 1507. Holy Treasure, Zhuowen, you are very bold. I am a member of the Primal Chaos Temple. How dare you attack me? This is blasphemy to the Primal Chaos Temple. Chao Rong's face was gloomy. 99 dazzling suns appeared around him again. The fiery aura on their surface gathered into a powerful aura. Boom! The 99 suns and the pale dragon collided. The sky and earth exploded, space collapsed, and the stars moved. Then, Chao Rong retreated with an ugly expression. The dragon might that was released from the Azure Dragon Hall was a little beyond his expectations. Even he could not compete with it. Today, even if you are the emperor, I will beat you up until your mother can't recognize you. Zhuowen leaped up and landed on the roof of the Azure Dragon Hall. He stared at Chao Rong with murderous intent. He had never suffered such a great loss. If Lowe's had not come in time, with his strength, he would not have been able to survive in the bone spike. Zhuowen, don't make a mistake. The Primal Chaos Temple is not something you can afford to offend. Now that the heavenly insect is strong, we have to work together. Otherwise, the heavenly insect will take advantage of us. It will not be worth it. Chao Rong tried to persuade Zhuowen. Zhuowen sneered. Chao Rong's actions were really disgusting. Previously, he had sneakily attacked Zhuowen and wanted to kill Zhuowen. Now that his plan had failed, he actually said such bullshit words about working together. This Chao Rong was really shameless. Senior Lowe's beat him up. Beat him to death. Zhuowen could not be bothered with Chao Rong, who was trying to defend himself. He said to Lowe's. Lowe's grinned and said, "Even if you didn't say it, I would still beat this despicable person. If I don't beat this hypocrite up until his mother can't recognize him, I, Lowe's, am the 18th mountain god." Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Lowe's waved his right hand and the 18th mountain gradually shrunk. In the end, it turned into a 2 feet long and 5 feet thick staff. The surface of this long rod was full of bumps and hollows, as if it was a rod formed from natural rocks. It appeared extremely inconspicuous, but its surface contained strange symbols. This 18th mountain is really something. The mountain god can actually use the power of this vast mountain as he pleases. Xiaohei said with a strange look in her eyes as she sat on his shoulder. Rumble. Lowe's pulled out his right hand, and the long staff suddenly smashed out. The long staff whistled as it tore through the air, creating a terrifying sound of wind. When the staff struck out, a mountain appeared. Above the attack of the staff, the image of a vast mountain appeared. At first glance, it looked extremely terrifying. Chao Rong's expression was somewhat gloomy. This strike from Lowe's gave him a very heavy feeling. This strike didn't seem fancy, but it was powerful and heavy. The pressure he was under was extremely heavy. Rumble. However, Chao Rong wasn't afraid. He raised his hands, and the 99 scorching suns flew out like countless hidden weapons. They smashed out one by one and landed on the staff, creating an ear-piercing explosion. "Get lost!" Lo shouted. He blocked with the long staff, and his attack suddenly changed. With the momentum of a storm, he struck out with the staff again and again. Every strike was able to shatter a scorching sun. Lo struck out 99 times in a breath's time. Countless shadows of the staff flashed, and the 99 scorching suns around Chao Rong exploded into countless rays of golden light. Chao Rong retreated continuously and shouted coldly, "Bastard, you forced me to do this." As he spoke, Chao Rong took out a scroll from his chest. The scroll was jade in color, and both sides of the scroll were enshrouded with dense, immortal qi. The immortal qi surged and transformed into the cries of dragons and phoenixes. The dragons and phoenixes flew together and complemented each other. "What is this scroll? The aura on it is so terrifying." Zhuowen looked at the scroll with a trace of surprise in his eyes. The aura on the scroll made him very wary. "This is a Sky Saint Realm Saint treasure. It must have been nurtured by a Sky Saint Realm Saint for a long time. That's why it has such terrifying power. Because it has been nurtured by a Sky Saint Realm Saint for countless years, it probably contains a trace of that saint essence. Once the saint essence is released, it's like a Sky Saint Realm Saint has personally come. It's extremely terrifying." While Zhuowen was in a daze, Xiaohei shouted and stared at the scroll. A saint treasure wasn't a saint artifact. In other words, the scroll wasn't a powerful saint artifact. It was just an ordinary scroll. However, it had been nurtured by a Sky Saint Realm Saint for countless years, so it contained a trace of the Sky Saint Realm Saint's powerful saint essence. To put it bluntly, this trace of saint essence was the aura of a Sky Saint Realm Saint. When it was complete, it was enough to unleash the full power of a Sky Saint Realm Saint. Moreover, the saint essence in a saint treasure wasn't like a saint artifact. It couldn't be used indefinitely. After a certain number of uses, the saint treasure would become an ordinary item. It's like a Sky Saint Realm Saint has personally come. In other words, this scroll can completely deal with the sky insect. Hearing Xiaohei's words, Zhuowen was shocked. The Sky Saint Realm was much more terrifying than the Sky Saint Realm. From the sky insect in the distance, it could be seen how terrifying the Sky Saint Realm was. Although Lo's had a Grand Completion Saint body, his Grand Completion Saint body hadn't reached a certain level. His strength was at most comparable to the peak of the Sky Saint Realm. It was a bit difficult for him to deal with a Sky Saint Realm. Therefore, when Chao Rong took out the scroll, Lo's, who was holding the long rod, froze. He stared at the scroll in Chao Rong's hand with extreme fear. "I really didn't expect you to have a saint treasure in your hands," Zhuowen said coldly. Chao Rong sneered and said, "This scroll was originally used to deal with the sky insect, but now that you've forced me into a corner, I don't mind using it on you. The Primal Chaos Temple sent you to the Eastern Lands to deal with the sky insect, right? You actually overstepped your authority and wanted to use this to deal with me. If the sky insect takes advantage of this, you and I will both die," Zhuowen said coldly. Chao Rong's lips curled into a cold smile and continued, "With such a big commotion in the Eastern Lands, it's impossible for the Primal Chaos Temple to not know. The sky insect is just a clone. It's no threat to the Primal Chaos Temple. But now you, a lowly commoner of the Eastern Lands, dare to disobey my orders. After killing you, it won't be too late to deal with the sky insect." Hearing this, Zhuowen's face turned ugly. This Chao Rong was too despicable. He was sure that the Primal Chaos Temple had given this Sky Saint Realm Saint treasure to Chao Rong not to deal with other people, but to deal with the sky insect. But this Chao Rong wanted to use this thing to deal with him for his own selfish reasons. It was really hateful. When Chao Rong and Zhuowen were in a deadlock, a figure slowly descended and stood between the two of them. I say, the two of you look over there. The sky insect is transforming again, and its strength should have increased by a lot. If we don't join forces to stop it now, even if you take out this broken scroll, you might not be able to deal with the sky insect. The person standing between the two of them was none other than the Great Divine Academy's eldest senior brother, Yang Yi. At this moment, Yang Yi's eyes were drowsy and his posture was languid. He was completely undeterred by the terrifying aura of the scroll in Chao Rong's hand. Who do you think you are? A mere pure profound Saint Realm and dares to block my path? Get lost if you know what's good for you or die. Chao Rong was overbearing, and his eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Yang Yi in front of him. Zhuowen quietly stared at Yang Yi without saying anything. Yang Yi had always given him a mysterious feeling. Although Yang Yi's aura was only at the pure profound Saint Realm, he didn't know why, but he felt that Yang Yi wasn't simple. This feeling was a strange intuition. Haha, your temper is quite big. With such a big temper, be careful not to die suddenly. Yang Yi smiled, and his eyes slowly narrowed. A sharp sword-like light faintly leaked out, causing Chao Rong's body to stiffen. Chao Rong came back to his senses and revealed an angry expression. He was actually frightened by a mere pure profound Saint Realm Jr. This was absolutely shameful. Get the hell away from me. Due to his anger, Chao Rong blasted out a palm that contained the terrifying power of the sun. It seemed to swallow the sun and moon and collapse the void world. Be careful, Zhuowen shouted. He took a step with his right foot, and the void law lingered around him as he escaped into the void, wanting to save Yang Yi. However, when the void law surged out and broke through the void, he found that the void around him had solidified, and he couldn't break through the void at all. You're just a little sun sky, Saint Realm Jr. You dare to be so arrogant with the saint treasure of a sky Saint Realm Saint? What a joke. When Zhuowen's figure froze in the air, a mighty voice that sounded like muffled thunder exploded in his ears. It shook his eardrums and caused them to hiss in pain. Soon after, Zhuowen was shocked to discover that when Chao Rong's palm landed a foot away from Yang Yi, it was as if time had stopped, stopping in the void. Void solidification? Looking at Chao Rong, who was frozen in the void, Zhuowen couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. As someone who comprehended the void law, how could he not recognize the void solidification technique? He also knew this kind of offensive technique that used the void law, but its power wasn't so strong that it could freeze a sky Saint Realm Saint on the spot. You shouldn't have attacked me with this palm. It's more suitable to attack Heavenly Insect. Yang Yi's eyes were indifferent. With a stomp of his right foot, the void around Chao Rong shattered and was annihilated. Then, the void on Heavenly Insect's back suddenly split open, and Chao Rong's figure appeared. His palm landed heavily on Heavenly Insect's back. Ah, damn it! How dare you sneak attack me? I'm going to kill you. Heavenly Insect was caught off guard and grimaced in pain from Chao Rong's palm. He roared angrily, and the bone spikes on his back shot out one after another, shooting towards Chao Rong's vital points like thousands of arrows. At the same time, Heavenly Insect's densely packed thin legs came from all directions, sealing off Chao Rong's escape route. There was almost nowhere for Chao Rong to escape. Bastard, what's going on? Chao Rong obviously didn't expect this kind of change and fell into a daze for a moment. He was clearly in front of Zhuowen and Yang Yi a moment ago, and now he was on Heavenly Insect's back. This scene was simply too bizarre. Chapter 1508. Self-inflicted disaster. As the scroll opened, the cries of dragons and phoenixes soared into the sky. The images of dragons and phoenixes were as dense as raindrops as they scattered around Chao Rong. Boom, boom, boom. Countless bone spikes and slender legs danced in the air like hidden weapons as they landed on the defense of the dragons and phoenixes, resounding with clanging sounds. A vast and terrifying holy might sprinkled down, and an imposing figure walked out of the unfurled scroll. As the majestic phantom stepped out, the dragon and phoenix shadows bent down and landed at the phantom's feet. At this moment, it was as if the dragon and phoenix shadows were supporting the phantom as they stepped through the air. Rumble! The huge phantom suddenly waved its right hand, and the saint aura was vast and mighty, causing heaven and earth to collapse. As the palm slammed down, the bone spikes and slender legs were all annihilated into nothingness, and Tiangu retreated a few thousand feet in fear. A pair of blood-red eyes as big as copper bells stared at the scroll in Chao Rong's hand. A saint treasure nurtured by the sky saint level. Tiangu said in a low voice, "Eldest senior brother?" Zhuowen stared at the calm Yang Yi in front of him, his eyes full of surprise. The void solidification technique just now was simply too powerful and terrifying. It had already exceeded the scope of the profound sage realm. Even Chao Rong, who was in the sun-sky sacred realm, had been teleported out without anyone noticing. This required a profound comprehension of the laws of the void. Earlier, when Jianmu had teleported over and given him the 9 golden patterns of Saint Luck, he had suspected that Yang Yi might have the power of the void law. Now that an expert like Chao Rong had been teleported near Tiangu, this suspicion had become a reality. Junior brother Zhuowen, why don't we watch a good show on the square platform of the divine spectre realm? Yang Yi pointed at the square platform of the divine spectre realm and smiled. Zhuowen's eyes flashed. Although he had endless doubts in his heart, he knew that now was not the time to ask, so he finally nodded in agreement. Whoosh! With a wave of his sleeve, Zhuowen kept the azure dragon palace into his spirit ring. Then he brought Lowe's and followed behind Yang Yi, landing on the square platform where the divine spectre realm was located. At this moment, the square platform of the divine nether realm was already empty. Only Yang Yi stood alone at the edge of the square platform like a long sword. Yang Yi landed on one of the armchairs on the square stage and leaned lazily on it. He smiled at Zhuowen and said, "Junior brother Zhuowen and this strong man, please take a seat. The show is about to begin. Take your time." Zhuowen and Lowe's looked at each other. Although they were puzzled, they still followed Yang Yi's instructions and sat at a seat not far away. "I know you still have a lot of questions, but after this show is over, I will explain them to you." Yang Yi lazily sat on the armchair, glancing at Zhuowen from the corner of his eyes as he said slowly. Hearing that, Zhuowen could only forcefully swallow the question he was about to ask. As for Liao Si, he was confused. After all, he didn't know Yang Yi, so he naturally didn't know anything about Yang Yi. However, Lowe's was extremely fearful of Yang Yi. He could feel the unusual aura coming from Yang Yi's body, although the aura that Yang Yi revealed was only at the pure profound saint realm. Lowe's could feel a sense of threat coming from him. Moreover, this feeling was very strong. Normally speaking, only when facing an extremely terrifying enemy would one have this kind of feeling. Combined with Yang Yi's aura, which was not very strong, it gave Lowe's an extremely strange feeling. That Chao Rong fought the heavenly insect alone. He's really amazing, as expected of an expert from the Central Plains Chaos Temple. His strength is indeed terrifying, and his character is so noble. He dares to fight the heavenly insect alone for our 9 netherworld realm. Lord Chao Rong has the saint treasure of a sky saint realm saint. He should be able to completely eliminate the heavenly insect. I hope Lord Chao Rong can win. In the eyes of many creatures of the 9 netherworld realm who did not know what was going on could not help but sigh at Chao Rong's nobility. Many of them were grateful. When these words stopped in Chao Rong's ears, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He did not come out voluntarily, okay? He had no choice. Moreover, the heavenly insect's strength was too terrifying. It was already comparable to a supreme expert of the Sky Saint realm. Even if he had a saint treasure, it could not be used indefinitely. Therefore, at this moment, he was almost suppressed by the heavenly insect. The Chaos Temple actually gave you the saint treasure of a Sky Saint realm saint. It seems like you came with the mentality of killing me. The heavenly insect's powerful voice exploded in the 9 netherworld sky. Its red eyes were filled with brutality as it stared at Chao Rong. The heavenly insect had a deep hatred for everyone from the Chaos Temple, especially when it saw Chao Rong bring a saint treasure. This made the heavenly insect even more determined to kill Chao Rong. If Sapphire Shore had not taken the initiative to merge his power into the heavenly insect's body, the heavenly insect would not have been able to transform and raise its strength to the Sky Saint realm. If Chao Rong took out the saint treasure before it transformed, the heavenly insect might have been suppressed directly. Therefore, the heavenly insect planned to kill Chao Rong as soon as possible. As for Zhuowen, it could take its time to deal with him. After all, the entire 9 netherworld realm and 9 netherworld sky were sealed by him. No one could escape. Boom! Boom! The heavenly insect roared, and densely packed bone spikes poured out of the void, almost covering half of 9 netherworld sky. Looking over, there were only densely packed bone spikes. Chao Rong's expression changed slightly, and surging saint power poured into the scroll. The scroll's surface exploded with a terrifying light, and the majestic shadow grew even larger. With a raise of its hand, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Boom! 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 The heavenly insect and the scroll's shadow fought, and the aftermath rippled like a rain of arrows, spreading across the entire 9 netherworld sky. The 9 netherworld realm, which existed on the 9 planets, trembled and swayed under the aftermath. The living beings in the netherworld realm only felt that the world was collapsing and that it was the end of the world. There were even weak living beings who knelt on the ground, praying for the gods in their hearts to protect them. On the square platform of the divine netherworld, Zhuowen waved his sleeve, and a mighty force spread out, forming a sturdy light shield in front of the square platform. The aftermath of the battle did not affect Zhuowen and the others at all. As time passed, Chao Rong's expression became uglier and uglier. The light on the surface of the scroll in his hand became dimmer and dimmer, like a candle in the wind, about to be extinguished at any time. The majestic shadow formed above the scroll was no longer as mighty as before. Countless dimness appeared on its surface, and it was even somewhat transparent, as if it was about to disappear at any time. Zhuowen, the heavenly insect, is a disaster for your 9 netherworld realm. As people of the 9 netherworld realm, you actually did not come to fight the enemy with me. Are you still human? Chao Rong's expression was ugly, and he could not help but roar at the people sitting on the square platform of the divine netherworld realm. He was really afraid now. He knew that once the saint connotation released by the scroll disappeared, the scroll would become an ordinary object. At that time, there would really be nothing to protect him. Zhuowen leaned on the armchair and said slowly, "Lord Chao Rong is unparalleled. A mere heavenly insect will not be a problem for Lord Chao Rong. We will only be in the way if we go over, so I will be bold enough to watch the show." Impudent! Chao Rong's face turned green with anger. Although Zhuowen's words were polite, the ridicule in them was too strong. Chao Rong was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "Lord Chao Rong, I do not dare to be impudent. Lord Chao Rong, you are unparalleled in the world, and you are also a member of the primal Chaos Temple. I am only from a poor background. How would I dare to offend you? It's just that, in my opinion, the heavenly insect is really not a problem for Lord Chao Rong. I do not dare to go over and get in the way." Zhuowen was still leaning on the armchair. Unknowingly, he had taken out a teapot and teacups from his spirit ring. He poured 3 cups of tea each, picked up one of the cups, and quietly sipped the tea. His unperturbed appearance was simply too despicable. Not to mention Chao Rong, even Liao Si, who was beside him, wanted to teach Zhuo-wen a lesson. Clearly, Zhuo-wen was doing this on purpose. Everything that Chao Rong had done before had already caused Zhuo-wen to be filled with surging, killing intent. On the other hand, Yang Yi gave Zhuo-wen an exaggerated thumbs up. Naturally, Chao Rong saw it very clearly. To him, this was simply adding fuel to the fire. Ah! Is there no one in the 9th netherworld realm? If the heavenly insect is not exterminated, your 9th netherworld realm will also be finished. Seeing that the brilliance on the surface of the scroll was getting dimmer and dimmer, Chao Rong was desperate and could not help but shout loudly. If no one came to help him now, he would definitely die. Lord Chao Rong is a member of the Primal Chaos Temple, and the heavenly insect is the source of disaster. Let's help Lord Chao Rong together. Yes, that's right. Everyone has the right to kill the heavenly insect. Let's go together. Chao Rong's words were immediately echoed by many people. Many sectless, rogue, cultivators of the 9th netherworld realm were stirred up and rushed out. Moreover, most of these rogue cultivators were half-sages, and the weakest was an invincible sovereign lord. Zhuo-wen could even see a few saints with relatively strong cultivation. This group of idiots. It's fine if they go to die, but are they planning to give nourishment to the heavenly insect? Looking at the many rogue cultivators who had rushed out, how could he not know what these rogue cultivators were planning? They were probably using the excuse of helping Chao Rong to establish a relationship with Chao Rong so that they could enter the Primal Chaos Temple. The Primal Chaos Temple was a famous force in the Central Plains. Even in the remote Eastern Plains, many cultivators had heard of it. It could be seen how difficult it was to enter the Primal Chaos Temple. And to be able to enter the Primal Chaos Temple, one would undoubtedly have a boundless future. Becoming a profound sage, heavenly sage, or even a celestial sage would not be a dream. All of you get lost. Even Lord Chao Rong can't deal with the heavenly insect. You're just going to die if you go. Zhuo-wen suddenly jumped up, out of kindness, and in order to prevent the heavenly insect from growing stronger, Zhuo-wen finally decided to stop these rogue cultivators who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Who do you think you are? The heavenly insect has already sealed the entire 9th netherworld realm. Now, the entire 9th netherworld realm should be united against a common enemy and help Lord Chao Rong defeat the heavenly insect. But you're stopping us. Do you have some wild ambition? Or are you an accomplice of the heavenly insect? Chapter 1509. Hongguang, Old Manjuin's eyes flashed with a sharp light. With a wave of his right hand, the terrifying Saint Energy turned into a huge golden palm. The golden palm shot out like a sharp arrow and instantly rushed into the countless rogue cultivators who had gathered at the edge of 9 nether heaven. Ah! A scream rang out. The golden palm pointed at a middle-aged man with a sinister gaze. At this moment, the middle-aged man's eyes were filled with horror. He did not expect Zhuo-wen to attack him directly. "Open up!" The middle-aged man shouted loudly. The law lingered around his body as his saint energy gushed out and condensed into a huge hand. Crack! However, when the two huge hands collided, the huge hand formed by the middle-aged man's saint energy instantly collapsed. The middle-aged man was pinched in the huge hand like a chick. Hecklers die. Zhuo-wen spat out these words and squeezed the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man groaned and was directly crushed into pieces. Hiss! Seeing Zhuo-wen's ruthless means, the rogue cultivators gasped and kept quiet out of fear. They had seen how terrifying Zhuo-wen's strength was in 9 nether heaven. This person had passed the saint tribulation, and his cultivation had advanced to the glimpse profound saint stage. His combat strength was comparable to a Een Sky saint stage saint. Coupled with the celestial saint artifact in his hand, this person was absolutely terrifying. Ordinary saints were no match for this person at all. Scram if you don't want to die. Joan's killing intent was awe-inspiring as he stared at the rogue cultivators in front of him. He knew that these rogue cultivators were hidden powerhouses in the various nether realms. They had kept a low profile in the various nether realms. Now that the 9 nether realm had undergone a great change, these hidden powerhouses had finally come out. However, although these hidden powerhouses were strong enough, they could not be stronger than the Hall Master of the Blue Dragon Hall, Sapphire Shore. The middle-aged man who had heckled just now was a glimpse profound saint stage, saint like Joan. However, he could not withstand a single blow from Joan. Junior, aren't you too arrogant? Suddenly, an inconspicuous figure walked out from the crowd of rogue cultivators. The figure was stooped and held a walking stick in his right hand. He was over 70 years old and was trembling as if he would fall at any moment. When this inconspicuous old man came out, the surrounding rogue cultivators quieted down. It's the Rainbow Light Old Man. Who would have thought that the Rainbow Light Old Man would still be alive after 3,000 years? 3,000 years ago, the Rainbow Light Old Man fought against the Hall Master of the Blue Dragon Hall, Sapphire Shore. In the end, he was defeated and disappeared. Who would have thought that he had hidden himself from the world for 3,000 years? 3,000 years ago, the Rainbow Light Old Man was an expert who competed with the Sapphire Shore for supremacy. Now that 3,000 years have passed, I'm afraid his cultivation base has deteriorated. Sounds of discussion rang out as the surrounding cultivators whispered to each other, their eyes filled with awe. Rainbow Light Old Man. Joan narrowed his eyes as he stared at the old man who was like a candle flickering in the wind. This old man was so old that he could enter a coffin at any moment. He was actually a peerless figure who competed with the Sapphire Shore for supremacy 3,000 years ago. I don't need to tell you the dangers of the sky worm. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but the sky worm is too powerful. It's useless for you to go over. You'll only strengthen the sky worm, Joan said indifferently. The Rainbow Light Old Man's eyes were deep as he said, Are you going to wait for the sky worm to kill Lord Chao Rong before devouring the countless living beings in the 9th Netherworld realm? Do you have a better idea? Yes, why wouldn't I? Joan said slowly. How arrogant. Junior, get out of my way. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The Rainbow Light Old Man slammed his walking stick on the ground. A terrifying aura surged out from the Rainbow Light Old Man's body, like a volcano erupting. Since that's the case, I'll have to beat you down before I can convince you. Joan's eyes were cold as a crack appeared between his eyebrows. There, the Buddha demon eye slowly opened. Golden light and black light intertwined, revealing a mysterious luster. The Buddha demon eye was inherited from the fighting Buddha demon saint. After the Buddha and demon clones broke through to the saint realm, they were formed into the Buddha demon eye. Among them, the Buddha's 9 kowtows and the demon's 10 perilous lands were inherited. When the two were combined, their power was extremely terrifying. Junior, you're just a glimpse saint. Although your combat strength is indeed extraordinary, a profound saint is still a profound saint. There's a huge gap between you and a heavenly saint. Today, I'll teach you a good lesson. With that, a terrifying aura erupted from the Rainbow Light Old Man's body. At the same time, thousands of rainbow lights swept out from the void behind him, forming a long rainbow bridge. It was extremely majestic. The Rainbow Light Old Man has mastered the law of rainbow light. Judging from his aura, he should be in the Een Sky Saint realm. This kind of cultivation is enough to crush all profound saints. When the countless rainbow lights erupted and formed a long rainbow bridge in the void, many rogue cultivators in the surroundings retreated. Their pupils shrank, and they didn't dare to casually approach. Junior, I won't kill you. I'll only use 3 moves. If you can block them, this old man will immediately retreat. If you can't, this old man will also hold back. This time, I'm just teaching you a lesson." The rainbow light old man indifferently glanced at Zhuowen. He stretched out his skinny hand and suddenly pressed down. The countless rainbow bridges fell from the sky and smashed towards Zhuowen like meteors. This scene made many rogue cultivators shudder with fear. Their faces paled. The full-strength attack of a Yin Sky Saint was indeed terrifying. It wasn't something that ordinary people could withstand. Zhuowen raised his head and stared at the falling rainbow bridges. The Buddha demon, eye between his eyebrows, flickered with golden and black light. The Buddha's 9 kowtows to the heavens. First kowtow to the heavens. Endless Buddha light rushed out of the Buddha demon eye, and a terrifying Buddha shadow appeared behind Zhuowen. This Buddha shadow squinted its eyes and put its right hand together. A huge halo appeared behind its head, emitting endless golden light like a scorching sun. The Buddha figure suddenly kowtowed to the sky, and a Buddha palm blasted out, facing the countless rainbow bridges that covered the sky and covered the earth. Boom! This knock seemed as if even the sky was about to collapse. The rainbow light bridge that covered the sky and covered the earth froze in the void as if time had stopped. What? The rainbow light old man turned pale with fright. It was as if he had seen a ghost. His attack had been blocked just like that. "You have some strength." The rainbow light old man became serious. He clenched his right hand again, and endless rainbow light rushed out of his body, forming even more rainbow bridges that crushed towards Zhuowen. Buddha kowtows 9 times to the heavens. The second kowtow envies the heavens. Zhuowen slowly chanted. The huge Buddha shadow kowtowed once again, and a supreme Buddha voice resounded throughout the world. It was so loud that even the deaf could hear it. The entire sky began to crack. Crack! Soon after, the densely packed rainbow light bridges collapsed into nothingness. The rainbow light old man let out a muffled groan and took a dozen steps back. His turbid old eyes were filled with both shock and fury. What? The rainbow light old man lost? Isn't that too fast? The surrounding people were in an uproar. The rogue cultivators, who were looking forward to the rainbow light old man teaching Zhuowen a lesson, were all stunned. Although the rainbow light old man had only mastered the law of rainbow light, he was still a saint of the Yin Sky Saint realm. His cultivation level was 1 level higher than Zhuowen's. How could he lose in this exchange? Heroes come from the young. Looks like I'm really old. The rainbow light old man seemed to have aged 10 years after stabilizing his body. He took a deep look at Zhuowen, sighed, and left 9 nether heaven. The moment the rainbow light old man left, the rogue cultivators who had gathered scattered like birds and beasts, not daring to stay in front of Zhuowen. After dismissing these rogue cultivators who wanted to curry favor with Chaorong, Zhuowen returned to his seat on the square platform of the divine nether realm. "Zhuowen, do you really have a way to deal with this sky worm?" Lowe's asked curiously. This sky worm was indeed amazing. It was very powerful, and it seemed to have the terrifying ability to devour martial artists for its own use. It was an extremely troublesome thing. Yes, this kid does have a way to deal with the sky worm. Before Zhuowen could speak, Yang Yi spoke up. He stared at Zhuowen with a smile and continued. "Junior brother Zhuowen, with your current arcane realm, it's not enough to unleash the power of the slaughter of the god of war. If possible, I can help you." As soon as these words came out, Zhuowen suddenly stood up and stared at Yang Yi. Vast saint might surrounded his body, as if he was on guard against Yang Yi at all times. "Junior brother Zhuowen, don't be so nervous. I've said that I'll tell you the truth when the time comes. Anyway, all you need to know now is that you and I are not enemies," Yang Yi said unhurriedly. Zhuowen's eyes flashed, and he nodded skeptically. Then he sat down on his seat. He really could not figure out how Yang Yi knew that he had the slaughter of the god of war. This slaughter of the god of war was naturally given to him by the Baifeng. It had a great restraining effect on the sky worm, and the power of the slaughter of the god of war was also very terrifying. However, the slaughter of the god of war was quite mysterious. Zhuowen had been comprehending it before, so he had not used it. Other than the Bai Fong and him, there should not be a third person who knew that he had the slaughter of the god of war. But how could he not be surprised when Yang Yi suddenly spoke about the slaughter of the god of war? However, when he thought of all the things that Yang Yi had done before, he also knew that Yang Yi had no intention of harming him. Instead, he was helping him. "Who are you?" Zhuowen stared at Yang Yi and asked cautiously. "You'll find out soon. The good show is about to end. Don't miss it." Yang Yi smiled and pointed at the battle in the center of 9 Serenities Heaven. At this moment, the sky worm was becoming more and more violent. Every strike was able to break through the 9 Serenities, small worlds. On the other hand, Chao Rong was extremely miserable. The saint connotation in the scroll was almost exhausted, and the illusory image of the sky sage had also become transparent, as if it would collapse at any time. "Zhuowen, you little bastard. I, Chao Rong, will not let you go even if I become a ghost." When the illusory figure was finally blasted into smithereens by the heavenly worm, Chao Rong let out an unwilling roar towards the sky. The scroll in his hand also shattered into pieces, and countless bone spikes pierced through his body. Uft. Chapter 1510. The war god Atlas's might whoosh. Whoosh! Whoosh! The moment Chao Rong exploded into a bloody mist, countless tentacles rushed over and absorbed the bloody mist. How delicious! Chao Rong's flesh and blood is so delicious, as expected of a saint from the sun sky, saint realm. Tiangu grinned and laughed. He was so excited that his whole body trembled. The bone spurs on his back shook violently as if they were expressing the excitement in his heart. After absorbing Chao Rong's flesh and blood, Tiangu's aura became even more terrifying and vast, almost reaching the peak of the Sky Saint realm. The entire 9 netherworld heaven was filled with terrifying pressure. This pressure came from the heavenly insect. Countless creatures in the 9th netherworld realm trembled under this terrifying pressure, their hearts filled with fear. Tiangu's body was several times bigger than before. It was even bigger than Xiao Hei's 100,000 feet long dragon body. Chao Rong is dead. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He first glanced at Tiangu in the distance. Then his attention fell on Yang Yi as if he was asking for his opinion. Yang Yi was very mysterious and not simple. Moreover, he knew that he had the war god Atlas. He knew that Yang Yi must know how to deal with Tiangu. "Zhuowen, I promised Sapphire Shore that I would torture you to death. After killing you, countless creatures in the 9 netherworld realm will become my nourishment." The celestial insect laughed loudly. His laughter was like thunder, rumbling like a great bell, exploding in the ears of countless creatures. It was extremely ear-piercing. At this moment, Tiangu's heart was filled with pride. His strength had reached the peak of the Sky Saint realm. He knew very well that if he devoured all the creatures in the 9 netherworld realm, he would transform again. At that time, his strength would probably reach the heaven-defying saint realm. The heaven-defying saint realm was the last minor realm of the Sky Saint realm. Once one reached this realm, they would have heaven-defying saint power. A saint whose cultivation base could reach the heaven-defying saint realm was a highly respected existence, even in the central region. Of course, even if Tiangu's strength had reached the heaven-defying saint realm, he still didn't dare to go to the Chaos Temple in the central region. As one of the top forces in the central region, the Chaos Temple might have a terrifying saint realm expert. Even though celestial saint-level experts rarely appeared in the central plains, and even their whereabouts were hard to track down, celestial saint-level experts were extremely rare. However, that didn't mean they didn't exist. Tiangu knew that the Chaos Temple had more than one expert saint realm. Without sufficient preparation, Tiangu, there were too many saint realm experts. And the Chaos Temple's influence was too. Was the Chaos Temple. There was a huge risk of being captured if they entered the Central Plains. Boom, boom, boom. Tiangu Gu's Tiangu was World Sky Saint Realm Sky Heaven World. That studio was World Studio Studio Realm Realm. Studio 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 Studio. Tian Studio 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 Studio. Studio Studio wherever Tian Realm Realm Studio. Tian 9. Heaven Saint Realm Heaven Realm. Was a. Realm. Was. Realm Realm Realm. Was realm. Realm Realm. Junior Brother Zhuowen, summon your dragon soul. Let's charge forward and get rid of this little bug. Yang Yi crossed his legs and said calmly to Zhuowen, Senior Brother Yang Yi, are you sure you can deal with Tiangu? He just devoured Chao Rome. His strength is comparable to a saint at the peak of the Sky Saint realm. A Sky Saint realm saint was terrifying enough. Even Zhuowen wasn't a match for a Sky Saint realm saint. However, Yang Yi appeared to be extremely confident. This caused Zhuowen to be extremely puzzled. What are you afraid of? Also, don't forget to summon the Divine War Atlas. The Heavenly Worm avatar has been sealed by the Divine War Atlas for hundreds of thousands of years. The Divine War Atlas can seal the Heavenly Worm avatar again, Yang Yi said calmly. Zhuowen took a deep look at Yang Yi before he nodded and said, All right. As he spoke, a black light burst out from between Zhuowen's eyebrows. The black light soared into the sky and turned into a black dragon. Come on up, Jianmu. Zhuowen jumped on the dragon's head and called out to Loz and Yang Yi. At the same time, his eyes fell on Jianmu. It wasn't that Zhuowen didn't want to call out to Jianmu, but Jianmu was only a half-step saint. In front of Tiangu, his cultivation was as small as an ant. It's okay. Jianmu can stay by my side. Tiangu can't hurt him. Yang Yi laughed and led Jianmu onto the dragon's head. Loz followed closely behind. Roar! The black dragon roared, and the dragon's roar soared into the sky. The dragon's body twisted and soared into the sky, creating a 10,000-foot-long tornado. It was terrifying. How dare you take the initiative to come up? You're courting death. Tiangu sneered. The bone spurs on his back pierced into the void. Instantly, the bone spurs spread out like weeds. It looked terrifying. Boom! Blackie roared angrily and swung its dragon tail. Those bone spikes were swept away like the autumn wind, sweeping away the fallen leaves. The Abyss Saint Dragon was an ancient existence. The remaining wisp of his soul became Zhuowen's dragon soul. Now that Zhuowen had reached the Saint Realm, the Abyss Saint Dragon had finally transformed. Although it wasn't as majestic as before, it was still much stronger than before. Boom! 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 After shattering the countless bone spikes in the surroundings, the heavenly insect's huge body suddenly charged over. Blackie was caught off guard and was hit head-on. He retreated several tens of thousands of feet. Zhuowen, slaughter of the god of war. Yang Yi waved his sleeve, and a mighty force spread out around the dragon's head. The people who were swaying suddenly found their footing. Zhuowen knew that Yang Yi was mysterious and powerful. Naturally, he didn't dare to be careless. With a flick of his finger, he summoned the slaughter of the god of war. Boom! 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 Massive steels fell from the sky. There were a total of 16 steels. Each steel had mysterious runes drawn on its surface. A mysterious aura leaked out from the steels. That old bastard. Baifeng's slaughter of the god of war? Tiangu's body stiffened. He stared at the 16 steels floating in the void with some fear. Back when he was trapped in the emperor's tomb by Baifeng, Baifeng had used the slaughter of the god of war to suppress his core origin. Therefore, Tiangu still had some lingering fear when he saw the slaughter of the god of war again. Humph! Baifeng is only a profound Saint Master. My clone was too weak back then. That's why that guy was able to seal it. Sky Worm regained his senses, his eyes glinting fiercely. His current strength was much stronger than before. Even a Sky Sage realm saint might not be able to take him down, let alone a mere war god Tulu. Although Bai Fong is only a profound saint master, he has spent a lot of effort on the slaughter of the god of war. This thing is more than enough to suppress you. Yang Yi stomped his foot and landed on the steel in the center of the 16 steels as if he had teleported. A strange look appeared in his eyes. War of heaven, war of earth, war of time. This is the war god of heaven and earth. It can be said to be immortal, Yang Yi murmured. He stomped his right foot. Immediately, the runes on the surface of the steel emitted a dazzling light. The light became brighter and brighter. Finally, the 15 steels that surrounded the central steel suddenly soared into the sky and fell toward Tiangu. Humph! A mere slaughter of the god of war dares to stop me? Tiangu coldly snorted. His blood-red eyes were filled with disdain. He suddenly swatted, and countless thin legs shot out. They formed a large hand that blotted out the sky and heavily smashed towards the 15 stone tablets that were rushing over. However, as the 15 steels fell, they were arranged in a strange trajectory. The runes on their surface released a strange energy. The 15 steels were connected by the power of the runes. If one looked closely, the 15 steels combined to form a vast and terrifying shadow of the god of war behind them. Rumble! The shadow of the god of war also extended a giant hand and swept toward Tiangu's giant hand. It had the power to cover the sky and cover the sun. When the two giant hands collided, there was a loud explosion. The aftermath of the annihilation spread out. The surrounding 9 netherworlds were affected and trembled violently. Crack! Crack! The Night Netherworld realm and the Martial Netherworld realm, which were closest to the battle, shook even more violently. Then, cracks began to appear on their surfaces. The cracks grew larger and larger. In the end, the 2 netherworlds collapsed. Countless creatures screamed and disappeared with the netherworlds. However, the powerful martial warriors of the 2 netherworld realms had foresight and had already retreated from the 2 netherworld realms. They had avoided this calamity, but they were not in a good state either. They were all more or less injured. The collapse of the 2 netherworlds shocked the other netherworlds. In an instant, many cultivators who could step out of 9 nether heaven left their netherworlds in fear. The Night Netherworld realm and the Martial Netherworld realm have collapsed. Most of the creatures inside are dead. Zhuowen, go and protect the other 7 netherworlds. Otherwise, the other netherworlds will also be in danger. Yang Yi transmitted his voice to Zhuowen. Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes turned cold. He leaped and directed Xiao He to the other netherworlds. Xiao He's huge dragon body stood in front of the 7 netherworlds to protect them. Boom! 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 Tiangu and the shadow of the god of war continued to fight. The terrifying aftermath of the battle spread out wildly, shaking countless creatures in 9 nether heaven. You don't understand the true power of the slaughter of the god of war. Tiangu. Yang Yi's eyes turned solemn. He stomped his right foot again. Under his control, the 16th stone tablet flew out and hit the shadow of the god of war heavily. Boom! In an instant, the shadow of the god of war's power increased by hundreds or thousands of times. Its body was more than 100,000 feet long. Crack! Tiangu's giant hand collapsed. The shadow of the god of war's giant hand crushed Tiangu like a hot knife through butter. Boom! Boom! Chapter 1511. The truth is revealed. How can the slaughter of the god of war be so terrifying? The heavenly insect struggled with all its might, its sharp screeches lingering in everyone's ears. Its voice was filled with fear, and the more it struggled, the tighter the light from the runes that shot out from the 16 stone tablets became. That depends on who has it. It's only so powerful because it's in my hands. Yang Yi descended from the sky like a peerless overlord. His gaze was as cold as a blade as he stomped his right foot on the stone steel. The runes on the surface of the stone steel glowed brightly, and the heavenly worm was constricted tightly, unable to move at all. Zhuowen was stunned when he saw this scene. The slaughter of the god of war could unleash such terrifying power in Yang Yi's hands. Moreover, Zhuowen discovered that the slaughter of the god of war that Yang Yi unleashed was even more terrifying than the Baifeng's. So powerful, Lo's muttered in a low voice. Only Jianmu, who was standing not far away from Zhuowen, remained expressionless. Even his gaze didn't fluctuate. Yang Yi formed a complicated and mysterious seal with his hands. Then the 16 neatly arranged stone tablets swelled dozens of times in size. They stacked on top of each other and formed a stone coffin that was 100,000 feet wide. Yang Yi leaped onto the stone coffin and pressed his right palm against the surface of the stone coffin. A vast and mighty force spread out, and the huge stone coffin began to shrink continuously. Finally, it became the size of a palm and landed on Yang Yi's palm. Whoosh! After doing all this, Yang yawned lazily and leaped in front of Zhuowen and the others. The heavenly worm was dealt with just like that? Zhuowen asked in disbelief. Yang Yi said lazily, "It's not completely dealt with. This thing's regenerative ability is too strong. It can't be completely eradicated. It can only be sealed." Hearing this, Zhuowen's gaze fell on Yang Yi's palm. He knew that the insufferably arrogant heavenly worm was sealed inside the stone coffin. What surprised him even more was that the slaughter of the god of war actually turned into a stone coffin. This was something he didn't expect. "Zhuowen, this battle god catalog has a heavenly insect sealed within it, so I'm afraid I can't give it to you right now. How about this? I'll compensate you with a holy artifact of the same value." Yang Yi suddenly said to Zhuowen, "Holy treasure? What level of holy treasure?" Zhuowen asked in surprise. The Yang Yi in front of him was too mysterious. After the battle with the heavenly insect, he knew that Yang Yi's identity was definitely not simple. It should not be strange that he had a sacred treasure. Yang Yi didn't say anything. He took out a palm-sized tile from his sleeve and tossed it to Zhuowen. Looking at the tile in his hand, the veins on Zhuowen's forehead bulged. This ordinary tile was actually a holy treasure. Were they kidding him? Thinking of this, Zhuowen was about to fly into a rage when Yang Yi slowly said, "This tile has existed in the seclusion place of a heaven-defying saint stage saint for tens of thousands of years. It is filled with the saint essence, and its power is extremely extraordinary." The holy artifact of a heaven-defying saint stage saint? Zhuowen was stunned, surprised, and delighted. He urged his saint power and poured it into the tile. Suddenly, countless saint inscriptions on the surface of the tile intertwined, and a vast saint power soared into the sky. The 9th serenity heaven was almost pierced by this saint power, and countless golden rain burst out, bright and gorgeous. In the endless golden rain, a majestic and terrifying phantom stepped out. This phantom had the demeanor of an immortal, but its facial features were blurry. Its hands were behind its back, and it was motionless like a mountain, but it had a terrifying aura that deterred the world. As soon as this phantom appeared, countless creatures in the 9th serenity realm knelt on the ground. The power of a heaven-defying saint stage saint was not something that anyone could withstand. Even Zhuowen felt a terrifying pressure the moment this phantom appeared. His knees bent slightly, and there was a metallic taste in his throat. So terrifying, this is the power of a heaven-defying saint stage, so strong. The heavenly worm's power was already terrifying enough, but the majestic figure that came out of the tile was much more terrifying than the heavenly worm. Zhuowen knew that this was the power of a heaven-defying saint stage, which was much more terrifying than a sky saint stage. However, what surprised Zhuowen even more was that Yang Yi was able to take out this tile. Yang Yi was only the eldest disciple of the Fine Gods Institute, so how could he take out such a terrifying saint artifact? Moreover, the terrifying power that he displayed when he suppressed the heavenly worm was truly earth-shattering. This tile should be enough to exchange for your war god atlas, right? Yang Yi said with a smile. Yes, it's enough. Zhuowen nodded slightly but hesitated. Haha, I know you have a lot of questions in your heart. Go sit on the square platform first, and I'll slowly explain them to you, Yang Yi said with a smile. All right. Thus, the four of them returned to their seats on the square platform. Countless creatures in the 9th netherworld realm heaved a sigh of relief when they discovered that the heavenly worm was suppressed. Zhuowen and Yang Yi's names spread like wildfire to the surroundings. Many creatures in the 9th netherworld realm even worshipped Zhuowen and Yang Yi as their saviors. Of course, all of this was in the future. Who exactly are you? As soon as he sat down, Zhuowen immediately asked the question that had been in his heart for a long time. Don't you have any guesses? Yang Yi smiled slightly and gently clenched his right hand. Countless cracks appeared in the void beside his armrest, like a spider web. As far as I know, in the Fine Gods Institute, there was once a senior who comprehended the void celestial scripture and mastered the void law. Zhuowen stared at Yang Yi and said word by word, and this senior's name is Yuan Ji. Yang Yi's lips curled into a smile, and his smile was like 100 flowers blooming. In the end, he looked up to the sky and laughed loudly, his laughter becoming more and more unbridled. What are you laughing at? Zhuowen frowned slightly and asked, Yang Yi is me, and Yuan Ji is also me. Yang Yi stopped laughing and said unfathomably, Back then, Yuan Ji was you, and now Yang Yi is also you. Then who are you? Zhuowen felt that Yang Yi's words were strange and couldn't help but ask. Back then, I did enter the Fine Gods Institute with the identity of Yuan. My purpose was to comprehend the void celestial scripture. Later on, I succeeded in comprehending the void law, so I left. Yang Yi smiled and continued, 20 years ago, I entered the Fine Gods Institute again. This time, my identity is Yang Yi. This time I came with a mission. What mission? Zhuowen asked. Take away the heavenly worm avatar. This is my mission as Yang Yi. Yang Yi said indifferently. Hearing that, Zhuowen's frown deepened. He realized that Yang Yi's words didn't reach the main point, and he was even a little confused. In other words, Yang Yi and Yuan Ji are both you, but they are your aliases? And your mission is to take away the heavenly worm avatar. Then you are also from the primal Chaos Temple? Zhuowen's gaze hardened. Unexpectedly, Yang Yi waved his hand and said with a smile, I am not a member of the primal Chaos Temple. If I were, do you think I would help you send Chao Rong, that scum, to Tiangu? However, taking away the heavenly worm avatar was indeed entrusted to me by a big shot from the primal Chaos Temple. I don't know where that trash Chao Rong got the news from, but he came purely to steal the credit. At this point, Yang Yi's lips curled into a cold smile. Clearly, this guy had come with the goal of tricking Chao Rong. However, thinking about it, Yang Yi had come to the Eastern Land 20 years ago to take away the heavenly worm. Now that Chao Rong had come, he wanted to steal his target. It would be strange if Yang Yi was happy. Also, the primal Chaos Temple isn't the only big force in the Central Land. It's just that the primal Chaos Temple is the oldest among the big forces in the Central Land. Now, there are many new forces in the Central Land that are not much weaker than the primal Chaos Temple. For example, the 9 Holy Talisman clans are huge forces at the same level as the primal Chaos Temple. In addition, there are the 4 major battlefield forces that are not much weaker, Yang Yi said lazily. The 9 Holy Talisman clans. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect the 9 Holy Talisman clans to exist in the Central Land. Although he didn't know much about the 9 Holy Talisman clans from the name alone, he could tell that the 9 Holy Talisman clans were powerful forces that had inherited the 9 Holy Talisman clans. Hee. When you were refining the Ice Flame Holy Talisman in the Ice and Fire Dual Pole Palace, you should have met that guy, right? You were lucky that he didn't succeed in taking over your body. In the end, you succeeded in refining the Ice Flame Holy Talisman's origin. Yang Yi's sudden words made Zhuowen's heart skip a beat. He stared at Yang Yi sharply. He didn't know why Yang Yi knew that he had taken the Ice Flame Holy Talisman and that there was a powerful nascent soul in the origin of the Holy Talisman who wanted to take over his body. Don't be so vigilant. I don't mean you any harm. Back then, I extracted all the remaining ice and fire energy in the Ice and Fire Dual Pole Palace and transferred it to you. Have you forgotten? Yang Yi said with a smile. You were the mysterious man back then. Zhuowen was stunned. Then he suddenly understood. Although he didn't see the mysterious man's real body, he knew that he had mastered the Law of Void. Yang Yi also mastered the Law of Void. Therefore, when the two were combined, it was obvious that the mysterious man was Yang Yi. Your reaction is quite fast. You owe me a lot. It's only right that you return the war God cataloged to me. Yang Yi smiled and continued. The poor nascent soul that merged with the Ice Flame Holy Talisman's origin was a core disciple of the Ice and Fire clan, one of the 9 Holy Talisman clans. This guy was obsessed with the Ice Flame Holy Talisman. He stole the Ice Flame Holy Talisman from his clan and fled. However, the Ice Flame Holy Talisman is the core treasure of the Ice and Fire clan. Not long after this guy stole it, he was chased by several heavenly saints of the Ice and Fire clan. Even an old celestial saint from the Ice and Fire clan used extraordinary means to capture most of the Ice Flame Holy Talisman's origin. Chapter 1512. Descending into the dragon's spirit, Zhuowen was stunned. He did not expect that the nascent soul stage cultivator on the 18th level of the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace was a core disciple of the Ice and Fire clan, one of the 9 great saint talisman clans of the Central Region. He also did not expect that the disciple of the Ice and Fire clan would be so obsessed with stealing the Ice and Fire sacred talisman. Moreover, from Yang Yi's words, Zhuowen could tell that the Ice and Fire clan had a terrifying celestial sage, Old Monster. The celestial sage, Old Monster, was a legendary existence in the Eastern region, which did not even have a sky saint stage saint. It was an unreachable existence. Since the Ice and Fire clan had a celestial sage, Old Monster, it was not hard to imagine that the other 8 great saint talisman clans, the 4 major battlefields, and the famous chaotic divine temple, would also have such a terrifying existence. The Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace's Ice and Fire Sacred Talisman is also incomplete. Zhuowen asked with an ugly expression. Zhuowen did not expect that the Ice and Fire Sacred Talisman he had painstakingly found was also incomplete. Moreover, from Yang Yi's words, most of the origin of the Ice and Fire Sacred Talisman had been captured by the celestial sage Old Monster in the Ice and Fire clan. In other words, the Ice and Fire Sacred Talisman in his hands was only a small part. At the same time, he also thought of the Wind and Thunder Sacred Talisman on him. He had obtained the Wind and Thunder Sacred Talisman from the ancient cave mansion, and the Wind and Thunder Sacred Talisman was also part of the Wind and Thunder Sacred Talisman. Could it be that the Wind and Thunder Sacred Talisman's Wind and Thunder Sacred Talisman was in the Wind and Thunder Sacred Talisman in the Central Region? Although he had many questions about the Wind and Thunder Sacred Talisman, he did not ask Yang Yi. Yang Yi already knew that he had the Ice and Fire Sacred Talisman. If he revealed the Wind and Thunder Sacred Talisman, Yang Yi might be tempted. Of course it's not complete. If that guy could bring out the complete Ice and Fire Sacred Talisman, he wouldn't have ended up as a talisman spirit. Yang Yi shook his head and continued, most of the Ice-Fire holy symbols are still in the Ice-Fire family. However, if you head to the Middle Continent, You'd better be careful of the Icefire clan. The theft of the Icefire Saint Talisman is an extremely humiliating matter for that clan. And for so many years, they've been searching for the stolen part of the holy symbol of Icefire. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I think it's best if you use the power of the holy symbol of Icefire cautiously in the Central Plains. Zhuowen nodded solemnly. Although he had never seen the Icefire clan before, he knew that they were not a force he could afford to offend. That's right, Senior Brother Yang Yi. I saw you give me the Holy Talisman Basic Usage Manual. Could it be that you also have a Holy Talisman on you? Zhuowen asked curiously. Yang Yi smiled faintly and did not answer Zhuowen's question. When the latter saw Yang Yi's attitude, he knew that the former did not want to reveal this matter. After all, this matter was considered a private matter. Zhuowen, I've already told you what I need to tell you. I'll be leaving the Eastern Land soon. I hope you won't tell Yanji and the other old men about me. Otherwise, it will give me a headache, Yang Yi suddenly said. Zhuowen nodded and said, Senior Brother Yang Yi, don't worry. I won't gossip about this matter. That's good. Finally, Jianmu has something to say. You two can have a chat, Yang Yi said and retreated to the side. Jianmu, who had been standing behind him like an indomitable sword, took a step forward and stood in front of Zhuowen. He stared at Zhuowen for a while with a ruthless gaze, then said, Go to the Burning Heavens sect and bring Chen Shui back. I'll wait for you in the Central Plains. Zhuowen was taken aback, then smiled. Although Jianmu's words were cold and even a little impolite, he could feel the former's concern for Mu Chinxue. Even if you don't say it, I'll bring her back, Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. His gaze pierced through the 9 nether heaven and looked in the direction of the southern wilderness. His eyes were filled with determination. Ryuka's influence had already grown, and its power had even surpassed the Blue Dragon Hall. The Burning Heaven sect's power was not much greater than the Blue Dragon Hall's. The most important thing was that Zhou Tianzong's cultivation was quite high. He was already a powerful saint in the Yang Sky Sacred Realm. I hope so. If you can't bring Chen Shui back, I, Jianmu, will find you even if you have to go to the ends of the earth. If Chen Shui is injured because of you, I'll cut you down no matter where you are. After saying this, Jianmu slowly retreated behind Yang Yi, no longer looking at Zhuowen. Junior apprentice brother Zhuowen, I'm sure we'll meet again in the Central Plains. Yang Yi let out a long laugh. With a wave of his sleeve, the space in front of him crumbled. After that, Yang Yi brought Jianmu along and stepped into the space tunnel. His figure quickly disappeared. Jianmu's temper is still so bad. Seeing the two disappear, Zhuowen shook his head and laughed. Although Jianmu did not give him any face, he knew that Jianmu did not have any ill intentions towards him. Jianmu even gave up his chance to become a saint and gave his golden patterns to Zhuowen, allowing Xiaohei to successfully transform. This Yang Yi is very powerful. I'm afraid he's a disciple or an expert of some great force in the Central Plains. Xiaohei transformed back into Xiaohei's dog form and squatted on Zhuowen's shoulder. Xiaohei's eyes were rolling around. Yes, Yang Yi and Yuanji are his aliases. I really don't know his true identity. Zhuowen shook his head and laughed. Since Yang Yi was unwilling to reveal his origin, he could not force him to say it. When you reach the Central Plains, you will definitely come into contact with him again. At that time, you will know his true identity, Xiaohei said lazily. Zhuowen nodded slightly. As long as he continued to move forward and climb the peak of the Martial Way, all the mysteries would eventually appear. Let's summon Martial Granduncle Yanji and the others first. With that, Zhuowen waved his sleeve and the door of the Azure Dragon Hall opened again. 6 figures rushed out. These 6 figures were naturally Yan Ji, Jiang Xian, Wenbai, and the 3 demon saints led by Zhao Jun. When the 6 of them came out, their eyes were confused. After Zhuowen took them into the Azure Dragon Hall, he immediately cut off the connection between the Azure Dragon Hall and the outside world. Therefore, the 6 of them did not know what had happened in the outside world. Naturally, the 6 of them did not know about Yang Yi. "Zhuowen, where is Sky Worm?" Yan Ji looked around and asked curiously. "He has been taken away," Zhuowen answered ambiguously. "Taken away? Who? Could it be Lord Chao Rong?" Yan Ji asked in shock. Zhuowen rubbed his nose and said without blushing, "You can say that." Later on, the reinforcements from the primal chaos temple came and sealed the Sky Worm in one fell swoop before taking it away. So it was the people from the primal chaos temple. No wonder. Hearing Zhuowen's nonsense, Yan Ji and the others nodded. Of course, when Yan Ji and the others returned to their respective nether realms, they would soon know the truth. After all, the matter of Yang Yi and Zhuowen working together to seal the Sky Worm was already known to everyone in the 9 nether realm. Since the matter of the Sky Worm is over, I will return to the demon nether realm to tidy up. Hearing that the Sky Worm had been completely sealed, Zhao Jun's eyes were indifferent. After saying this, she ignored Zhuowen and Yan Ji and left 9 nether heaven. "Zhuowen, what do you plan to do next?" At this moment, Yan Ji's face was also relaxed as he asked Zhuowen. "Settle down the Ryuka. In the future, there will be no Blue Dragon Hall in the Dragon Nether Realm. Only Ryuka," Zhuowen said indifferently. Yan Ji's eyes turned cold. Previously, Zhuowen had summoned close to 10,000 Ryuka disciples, including many saints and half-saints. In an instant, they had broken into the Blue Dragon Hall's headquarters and wiped out the Blue Dragon Hall. Most likely, the Blue Dragon Hall was now a pile of ruins. The overlord of the 9 nether realm had ended up in such a state. It was indeed lamentable. The Night Nether Realm and Martial Nether Realm have already collapsed in the previous battle. Now, there are only 7 Nether Realm small worlds left in the 9 Nether Realm, Zhuowen said with a smile. "What? The Night Nether Realm and Martial Nether Realm have been destroyed?" Yan Ji's eyes were filled with shock as he turned to look in the direction of the Night Nether Realm and Martial Nether Realm. Indeed, there was only dust and rubble left. There were no traces of the 2 Nether Realms. The Heavenly Worm is indeed a disaster. If the Heavenly Worm continues to wreak havoc, I'm afraid the 9 Nether Realms will be finished. Yan Ji sighed. At the same time, he was glad that nothing had happened to the divine Nether Realm in this disaster. That's right. The Heavenly Worm is a disaster. Zhuowen also sighed and said, "Martial Granduncle Yan Ji, I'll bring the Ryuka to the Dragon Nether Realm first. In the future, the Dragon Nether Realm will be our Ryuka's base. Go ahead. If you need any help, feel free to come to the Divine Nether Realm to find me. As long as it's within my power, the Divine Institute will definitely help," Yan Ji said with a smile. Zhuowen cupped his hands and summoned the Blue Dragon Hall into his sleeves. With a leap, he landed in the Dragon Nether Realm. The Dragon Nether Realm was several times larger than the Divine Nether Realm. Although many Ryuka martial artists had descended, they were only targeting the Blue Dragon Hall. The Ryuka did not wantonly destroy the other living beings in the Dragon Nether Realm. Hence, the Dragon Nether Realm did not look as desolate as one would expect. When Zhuowen landed in the Dragon Nether Realm, countless living beings inside trembled. Some even knelt on the ground, not daring to look at Zhuowen. Many living beings in the Dragon Nether Realm had seen the battle in the 9 Nether Heaven clearly. They knew just how terrifying the power of this harmless youth before them was. Even the nearly 10,000 martial artists that had descended were sent by this youth with a wave of his hand. From then on, the Blue Dragon Hall had been razed to the ground and disappeared. Zhuowen didn't care about the terrified beings in the Dragon Wasteland. He flew all the way and landed at the Azure Dragon Hall's headquarters. Looking down at the ruins below, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. At this moment, the Blue Dragon Hall's ruins were covered in blood and corpses. All the disciples of the Blue Dragon Hall had been killed by the Ryuka martial artists that Zhuowen had sent out. Whoosh! Whoosh! Chapter 1513. Big Dipper, 7 dragons formation. The problem of the heavenly worms has been solved. The hall master of the Blue Dragon Hall, Sapphire Shore, is dead, and the Blue Dragon Hall has been annihilated. From now on, the Dragon Spirit Realm will not respect the Blue Dragon Hall. Only the Ryuka. If there is anyone who doesn't obey, the Blue Dragon Hall will serve as a warning. Joie, when kicked off the ground and shot into the sky of the Dragon Wasteland, looking down at the countless living beings in the Dragon Wasteland. His voice boomed like thunder in everyone's ears. Countless living beings in the Dragon Spirit Realm looked at each other. Even those who had been in the Dragon Spirit Realm for a long time looked at each other. We are willing to respect the Ryuka as the master of the Dragon Spirit Realm. The wills of countless living beings spread out like a spiderweb, deriving from it. When they sensed the terrifying strength of the Ryuka army and the ruins of the Blue Dragon Hall, everyone's hearts trembled as they bowed. Even the Blue Dragon Hall had been annihilated by the Ryuka, not to mention them, who were weaker than the Blue Dragon Hall. Tens of thousands of feet high in the sky, Joie Wen's cold gaze quietly surveyed the surroundings, before retracting his gaze and slowly landing on the group of people from the Long family. Joan, you did it. You really uprooted the Blue Dragon Hall. You are a great man of the Ryuka, and also the greatest benefactor of the Ryuka. An emotional voice sounded. Joie Xiangding led Joie Baitian, Joie Dingtian, and the other core members of the Joie family to Joan. They were the current leaders of the Ryuka. Joie Xiangding was so emotional that he held Joie Wen's hands. His old eyes were brimming with tears, and he couldn't even finish his sentence. Joie Dingtian, Joie Baitian, and the other leaders were so emotional that they were trembling. They stared at Joan, not knowing what to say. Grandfather, don't forget that I am also a descendant of the Ryuka. As a member of the Ryuka, I naturally have the duty to help the Ryuka rise, Joan said with a smile. Lord Long Wen is wise. Countless Ryuka people around him got down on one knee, and their voices echoed throughout the ruins of the Blue Dragon Hall. All the living beings in the Dragon Spirit Realm looked up at Lord Ryuka. They all looked at him with awe and fear. Long Tian. Zhuowen nodded slightly and said softly. Long Tian walked out from the crowd and got down on one knee in front of Zhuowen. He said, respectfully, Lord Longwen, do you have any orders for me? Take this imperial edict and go around the Dragon Spirit Realm. Tell the world that the Dragon Spirit Realm has changed hands and will respect the Ryuka. Anyone who disobeys will be killed. With that, Zhuowen waved his right hand and took out a jade-colored scroll from his spiritual ring. He unfurled it and pointed his right hand in the air. His immortal chi filled the air. An unconcealable divine aura filled the sky above the Dragon Spirit Realm. When the words kill appeared on the last line of the scroll, a blood-red murderous aura surged out. What a terrifying murderous aura! Many Ryuka people got down on one knee and trembled. This murderous aura was too terrifying. After coming into contact with this murderous aura, they could clearly feel the fear of a sharp blade against their throats. Whoosh! The scroll closed and the murderous aura disappeared. It floated down from the sky and landed in Long Tian's hands. Long Tian's face was solemn, and he gripped the scroll tightly. He shouted excitedly, Thank you, Lord Longwen. Long Tian will not let you down. With that, Long Tian stood up and shouted to the Ryuka people, 10 half-sages, step forward and follow me to the Dragon Spirit Realm. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as he said that, 10 figures with terrifying auras rushed out from the Ryuka people. They said in unison, We are willing to follow Lord Long Tian. After Long Tian left with the 10 half-sages, Long Xiaotian rushed to Zhuowen's side and said, Zhuowen, when the Ryuka people attacked the Blue Dragon Hall, they slaughtered almost all the disciples of the Blue Dragon Hall. However, they discovered that the Blue Dragon Hall was different. Oh, there's another world? Zhuowen was stunned and looked at Long Xiaotian in surprise. You will know when you follow me, Long Xiaotian said in a low voice, and Zhuowen's interest was piqued. Long Xiaotian's serious expression meant that he must have discovered something important. Zhuowen gave some instructions to Zhua Xiangding and the rest, and then arranged for the Ryuka people to deal with the Blue Dragon Hall. After that, he followed Long Xiaotian. Zhua Xiangding and the rest were curious, but Zhuowen had instructed them not to follow. After all, this was the headquarters of the Blue Dragon Hall. No one knew if there were any dangers lurking inside. The strongest people in the Ryuka were Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian. It was undoubtedly the best decision for the two of them to scout ahead. The Blue Dragon Hall was located in the center of the Dragon Netherworld. If one looked down from above, they would see that the center of the Dragon Netherworld was a basin. The massive dragon-shaped building, which was tens of thousands of feet tall, was suspended in the air above the basin by a powerful array. It was as lifelike as a real dragon. Long Xiaotian led Zhuowen from the dragon's head to the dragon's body, all the way to the dragon's tail. Finally, they jumped down from the top of the building and landed in the basin below the Blue Dragon Hall. In the center of the basin below the Blue Dragon Hall, there is a different world. Previously, when the Ryuka disciples were hunting the ancient martial artists in the Blue Dragon Hall, a little fellow accidentally discovered it. Long Xiaotian took a step forward and walked to the center of the basin. In the center, there was a stone pillar that was 20 feet tall. The stone pillar was dozens of feet thick, and there were many patterns on its surface. It looked extremely complicated and mysterious. Previously, I used my divine will to investigate the area under the stone pillar. I discovered that there is a huge space underground. However, there is an extremely powerful array below the stone pillar. This array is very strong and sturdy, so I did not dare to open it. Long Xiaotian pointed at the stone pillar as he spoke to Zhuowen. He knew that Zhuowen was an arcana master and would be more proficient in array formations than he was. This was why he did not dare to use brute force to break the array formation below the stone pillar. Zhuowen slowly walked to the front of the stone pillar and placed his right hand on the top of the stone pillar. The vast immortal energy in his Niwen palace flowed from his palm and began to seep into the stone pillar. Ever since he had broken through to become a saint, his origin energy had completely transformed into saint energy. When he reached the great heavenly arcana master realm, his spiritual energy had also completely transformed into immortal energy. Therefore, there were only two types of energy left in Zhuowen's body. They were immortal energy and saint energy. After circulating his immortal energy around the stone pillar, Zhuowen's eyes became serious. He said, "There is indeed an array formation below the stone pillar, and this array formation is not weak. This array is called the 7 dragons of the Big Dipper array. It is arranged by 7 flood dragon arrays in the direction of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. It has the power to trap dragons and lock the sky. It has the offensive power to burn the sky and boil the sea. It also has a defense that is as strong as iron. It is a powerful array formation that combines both offense and defense. 7 dragons of the Big Dipper array? Is there a way to break it? Can you break it with brute force?" Long Xiaotian asked in surprise. "Of course you can break it with brute force. However, after this array is broken, the 7 flood dragon arrays will backfire. You will have to bear the attack of the entire array. The loss outweighs the gain. I can break it, but it will take some time." Zhuowen's eyes were serious. His sea of consciousness was inherited from the Baifeng, and he also had the knowledge that the Baifeng had accumulated over the years. He naturally recognized the 7 dragons of the Big Dipper array and knew how to break it. "Father, help me collect the spiritual medicine and materials on this. To break this array, I need to set up a cracking array." Zhuowen handed Long Xiaotian a piece of paper and said seriously. Long Xiaotian took the paper and found that he didn't recognize most of the names and materials written on it. He couldn't help but be surprised. But no matter how surprised he was, he still carefully received the paper, and then he swiftly left this place to prepare the spirit herbs and materials on the paper for Zhuowen. The 7 dragons of the Big Dipper array. The 7 flood dragon arrays in this array formation have almost all transformed into true dragons. How much dragon souls and blood did it absorb to transform so thoroughly? Zhuowen sat cross-legged in front of the stone pillar. He stared at the stone pillar with murderous intent. He already had some guesses about the 7 dragons of the Big Dipper array below the stone pillar. It was because of this that his murderous intent spread like a storm. Long Xiaotian moved quickly. In half a month, he had collected all the materials that Zhuowen needed. Zhuowen, these are the materials you need. Long Xiaotian tossed a spirit ring to Zhuowen with his right hand. Zhuowen held the spirit ring in his hand. With a thought, he roughly scanned the items in the spirit ring. In the end, he nodded. All the materials he needed were gathered. "Father, you've worked hard," Zhuowen said with a smile. "It's nothing. However, I'm very curious. How are you going to break this 7 dragons of the Big Dipper array?" Long Xiaotian asked curiously. "Breaking an array with an array. This array is called the Dragon Sealing Scripture Array." As Zhuowen spoke, he waved his sleeve and poured out all the materials in the spirit ring. Soon after, the 9 flames karmic fire burst out and enveloped all the materials. Under the constant burning of the 9 flames karmic fire, the materials started to melt into a liquid. The liquid was black like ink. Whoosh! After the materials were refined into liquid, Zhuowen took out many sparkling and translucent origin crystals from the spirit ring. The origin crystals flew into the flames, and the black liquid started to merge with the origin crystals. Under the burning of the flames, the translucent origin crystals started to turn black. A total of 18 origin crystals were arranged in a strange manner in the air. A huge, bowl-shaped figure that covered the sky appeared. This huge, bowl-shaped figure possessed an extremely strong sealing power. It was as if it could trap everything in the world. Break! When Zhuowen finally refined the array, Zhuowen smashed his right palm on the stone pillar, turning it into dust. Roar! A deafening dragon roar burst out from the bottom of the stone pillar. Then huge dragons that were tens of thousands of feet long rose from the bottom. There were 7 of them. The huge blue dragon, Hall, trembled violently under the influence. Many of the Ryuka disciples who were cleaning up the mess in the Blue Dragon Hall were shocked and frightened. How are these flood dragons? They are true dragons. Chapter 1514. Experiment. The 7 dragons formation has absorbed too much blood. After a few thousand years of nurturing, they have turned into dragons and turned into 7 true dragon formations. Zhuowen wore a stern look as he continued. So what if it's a true dragon formation? Even the true dragon formation will be suppressed by the dragon imprisoning sutra formation. Zhuowen leapt into the air. Immortal force circled his fingertips as he tapped the air. The dragon imprisoning sutra formation looming over the sky suddenly came crashing down. Roar! The 7 true dragons soared into the sky with overwhelming dragon auras. They were going to soar into the sky and destroy the world. However, the dragon imprisoning sutra formation was a formation that suppressed dragons. Even though the dragon's formation had evolved into a true dragon formation and was a lot stronger, it was nothing compared to the terrifying power of the dragon imprisoning sutra formation. Rumble! The enormous bowl loomed over the 7 true dragons. Even though the true dragons kept roaring and struggling, they eventually fell to the ground and submitted to the powerful sealing force of the dragon imprisoning sutra formation. Crack! The moment the true dragons submitted to the dragon imprisoning sutra formation, a huge hole appeared where the pillars were. A bloody aura surged into the sky with a fishy smell. On top of it, the bloody aura was mixed with an eerie and powerful grudge. Such a strong bloody aura, it feels like a slaughterhouse. Long Xiaotian frowned and blurted out, "Suppress." Zhuowen controlled the dragon imprisoning sutra formation to suppress the bloody aura. He entered the hole with a gloomy look. while Long Xiaotian followed closely behind. The air in the cave was damp and smelled fishy. The grudge was wreaking havoc in the air, as if it was trying to disturb Zhouwen and Long Xiaotian. However, with their current cultivation, it was impossible for the grudge to disturb them. Thus they were able to pass through the cave without any hindrance. What was surprising was that the walls of the passageway were blood-red in color. It looked extremely mournful and terrifying. At the end of the cave was a huge natural cave. However, when Zhouwen and Long Xiaotian arrived at the cave, their figures stiffened. The spacious cave was filled with corpses. Some of the corpses were old and yellowed, indicating that they had been dead for a long time. Some of the corpses were still stained with blood. It was obvious that they had only died a few years ago. Numerous corpses were piled up in the center of the cave. The rocks around the cave were a bright red color. It was a ghastly sight. These are the corpses of the Ryuka's descendants. Zhouwen took a deep breath. He had mentioned dragons Ryuka. He had mentioned that he had carried out cruel experiments of the Ryuka descendants of the Ryuka dragon clan. The dragon imprisoning sutra formation was the Ryuka dragon. Dragon imprisoning, dragon was dragon. Thousands of our brethren were all killed here. Long Xiaotian clenched his fists and said with a murderous aura, "It's a pity that letting the heavenly worm devour them was too easy for that sapphire shore. Otherwise, I would have let him have a taste of what it's like to wish for death," Zhouwen said coldly. "This cave is huge. Let's search around and see if there's anything else inside," Long Xiaotian suggested. Zhouwen nodded in agreement. Thus, the two of them began to search the cave. Behind the pile of corpses, Zhouwen found a long table. There was a small mountain of bamboo slips on the table. The surface of these bamboo slips was blood-red, as if they had been dyed red by blood. Zhouwen unfolded the bamboo slips and casually looked through them. He realized that they were basically records of the experiments conducted by the Blue Dragon Hall over the past few thousand years. They even recorded the various reactions and failure rates of the experiments. A bunch of bullshit. Zhouwen clenched his right hand. The long table and the bamboo slips on it were set ablaze and burned to ashes. The Blue Dragon Hall did not treat the descendants of Ryuka as humans. They conducted such inhumane experiments here. As a descendant of Ryuka, Zhouwen was naturally furious. "Zhouwen, there's a secret door here." Suddenly, Long Xiaotian called out to Zhouwen. Zhouwen quickly walked over. At this moment, Long Xiaotian was standing on the left side of the cave. There was a secret door in front of him. "Let's go in and take a look." The two of them walked through the secret door and found a small dark room. The furnishings of this room were extremely simple. There was a long table and a row of double shelves. In between the shelves, there were rows of transparent glass tubes. Every glass tube had a different color. There were yellow, green, gold, black, and many other colors. Zhouwen took a glass tube and saw that it was filled with a green liquid. In the liquid, there was a small green snake swimming around. "Is this a dragon?" Zhouwen quickly noticed that the small snake had 2 horns on its head. When the dragon's eyes opened and closed, there was a strong dragon aura. "These are the extracted dragon souls," Long Xiaotian suddenly said. Unknowingly, he was holding a scroll in his hand. When the scroll was opened, it was filled with densely packed words. "These are the dragon souls extracted from the Ryuka descendants in the Blue Dragon Hall's experiments. The purpose is to provide for oneself to devour or to transplant the dragon souls into the bodies of the outstanding disciples of the Blue Dragon Hall to become dragon soul martial artists." As he spoke, Long Xiaotian passed the scroll to Zhouwen, and the latter roughly looked through the contents of the scroll. There are more than 30 bottles of dragon souls on this shelf. It seems that the failure rate of the Blue Dragon Hall's dragon soul extraction method is very high. Zhouwen's eyes were cold. Thousands of Ryuka descendants were only able to extract so few dragon souls. This showed how high the failure rate of the extraction method was. Zhuowen, this scroll mentions the method of transplanting dragon souls. There are more than 30 bottles of dragon souls here. With this transplanting method, the Ryuka can create 30 dragon soul martial artists. Long Xiaotian said enthusiastically, "Father is right. You will take care of these dragon souls first. When the time comes, if there are any outstanding disciples in the clan who have not awakened their dragon souls, you can bestow these dragon souls to them and let them become dragon soul martial artists." Zhuowen waved his sleeve, and the 30 glass tubes on the shelf fell into his palm, and then passed them to Long Xiaotian. Long Xiaotian did not stand on ceremony, and carefully kept the glass tubes in his spirit ring. After leaving the cave, Zhuowen once again buried the 7 true dragon arrays at the entrance of the cave. As for the bones of the thousands of Ryuka descendants in the cave, Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian carefully cremated them one by one, and carefully placed the ashes of each martial artist into an urn. He was prepared to bring the ashes of these Ryuka descendants back to Ryuka and let them rest in peace. After walking out of the cave, Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian had heavy hearts. Zhuowen, Ryuka will eventually return to its peak. When the time comes, Ryuka will regain its former glory. You have already done something that none of us could do. I believe that you will do even better in the future. Long Xiaotian patted Zhuowen's shoulder and grinned brightly. Looking at the smile on Long Xiaotian's face, Zhuowen was startled and immediately grinned. Father is right. Ryuka will be better in the future. After speaking, Zhuowen's gaze looked through the sky and fell in the direction of the southern barbarian. He said deeply, "Father, I think it's time to settle our long-cherished wish." Long Xiaotian's gaze also landed on the south. He said, "Indeed, it's time to end this. We have to take back the seeds that were planted back then. When do you plan to go to the southern barbarian?" Long Xiaotian asked with a smile. "After the reorganization of Ryuka, we will set off for the southern barbarian. This time, we must turn the burning heavens sect upside down and cause chaos," Zhuowen said. Long Xiaotian laughed and said, "That's exactly what I wanted." 10 days later, Long Xiaotian brought 10 half-step saints back to the former site of the Blue Dragon Hall. He knelt on one knee in front of Zhuowen and said respectfully, "Honorable Lord Longwen, all the forces and martial artists in the Dragon Wasteland intend to worship our Ryuka, and are willing to worship us as the #1 force in the Dragon Wasteland. Long Xiaotian, you have worked hard. This is a peerless immortal pill, the Supreme Saint Gold Pill. Take it as your reward." Zhuowen nodded, took out a golden pill, and gave it to Long Xiaotian with a flick of his finger. Although Zhuowen had only taken out 3 Supreme Saint Gold pills back then, after becoming a saint, Zhuowen went to the pill house again and took out some more Supreme Saint Gold pills, as well as other peerless immortal pills. Carefully receiving the Supreme Saint Gold pill, Long Xiaotian excitedly bowed and said, "Many thanks for the reward, Lord Longwen." The 10 half-step saints standing behind Long Xiaotian had envious looks on their faces. The Supreme Saint Gold pill was a peerless immortal pill that could raise a profound sage by a small realm. It was a priceless pill that couldn't be bought even with money. The 10 of you have also contributed. Take these 10 high-grade immortal pills, cultivate well, and contribute more to Ryuka in the future. You won't be short of resources. Zhuowen naturally wouldn't favor one and discriminate against the other. With a wave of his sleeve, he took out 10 high-grade immortal pills and gave them to the 10 half-step saints. The 10 half-step saints were ecstatic. They bowed again, and then happily received the 10 high-grade immortal pills. After Long Xiaotian and the others left, Long Xiaotian came behind Zhuowen and said with a smile, "In the future, our Ryuka headquarters will be built on the old site of the Blue Dragon Hall. We just need to renovate it a little. This place is not bad." Zhuowen nodded and said to Long Xiaotian, "Father, I plan to go to the divine Netherrealm first. After I come back, I will go to the Blue Dragon Hall again. At that time, I will take out a suitable Ascended Saint artifact for you." Long Xiaotian nodded and didn't say anything. He knew that Zhuowen had some friends in the divine Netherrealm. This time he probably went back to reminisce and say goodbye. After all, he and Zhuowen were about to go to the southern barbarian lands. After Long Xiaotian gave some instructions to Zhuowen, Zhuowen left the dragon Netherrealm. Zhuowen, this kid, his future achievements will definitely be limitless. Not long after Zhuowen left, several figures walked out from behind Long Xiaotian. The one in the lead was Zhuo Xiangding. "Father, big brother, second brother." Long Xiaotian turned around respectfully and said with a smile, "Why don't you take a look at whose son he is? How can he be useless?" Chapter 15:15. Reminiscence suddenly. Zhuo Xiaotian asked in a deep voice, "Xiaotian, are you and Zhuowen really planning to go to the Burning Sky sect?" For a moment, the atmosphere between the crowd became somewhat quiet. Long Xiaotian smiled and said, "Father, what will come will come. Whether it's me or Zhuowen, we have a reason to go to the Burning Heaven sect." Zhuo Xiangding sighed softly and said, "What an ill-fated relationship. That Zhou Tianzong is not simple. It is said that not only is he in the Yang Sky Saint stage, but he also has 2 Ascended Saint artifacts. He is terrifyingly strong and has also cultivated an external incarnation." "I know, Father. In my opinion, Zhuowen is even more complicated than Zhou Tianzong. This time he will definitely be able to bring back Xiao and your granddaughter-in-law," Long Xiaotian said with a faint smile. Hearing Long Xiaotian's evaluation, Zhuo Xiangding and the others were moved. Although the matter of dealing with the heavenly insect was related to Zhuowen, it was said that the mysterious Yang he had sealed it. After all, Zhuowen's cultivation was only in the glimpse saint stage. There was still a big gap between him and the quintessential saint stage. Now that Long Xiaotian thought so highly of Zhuowen and believed that Zhuowen would definitely be able to bring back Feng Xiao and Mu Qinxue from the Burning Heaven sect, it was a little inconceivable. In front of Fine God Institute's mountain gate, Zhuowen's gaze fell on the magnificent 9 peaks with a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. Back then, he had left Fine God Institute to chase after Mu Qinxue and was besieged by 6 saints because of the immortal saint artifact. In the end, he was forced to flee in panic like a stray dog. Counting the time in the outside world, more than 3 years had passed. However, Zhuowen had been in the Azure Dragon Hall's time law for several hundred years. This was an extremely long time, so when he arrived in front of Fine God Institute's mountain gate, Zhuowen revealed a trace of nostalgia. "Are you senior brother Zhuowen?" In front of the mountain gate, 2 young gatekeepers glanced at Zhuowen and couldn't help but exclaim, "Zhuowen!" Due to the matter of the immortal saint artifact, Zhuowen's name had resounded throughout the divine Netherrealm and even the 9 Netherworld realm. Although the 2 gatekeepers didn't have a high status, they had seen Zhuowen's portrait before. Therefore, when they saw Zhuowen, they recognized him at a glance. "I'm back." Zhuowen smiled faintly. Soon after, he walked through the mountain gate in a very natural manner. The 2 disciples guarding the gate naturally did not stop him. Arriving at the heart of the 9 peaks, Zhuowen discovered that the heart of the 9 peaks was the same as before. There were people coming and going, and there were also many martial artists sparring. Everything seemed very peaceful. "Zhuowen, it's really you. It's been so many days, and you've only just returned to the Institute. Aren't you embarrassed?" As soon as Zhuowen entered the heart of the 9 peaks, a surprised voice came from behind him. Zhuowen turned his head and saw a rather sloppy middle-aged man in a long robe. "Old man Xiao, how have you been these 3 years?" Zhuowen sized up the middle-aged man with a smile. The middle-aged man in front of him was none other than the peak master of Ao Yuan Peak, Xiaoyu. He was also Zhuowen's master in name back then. "How else can I be? Just like that. Come, come, come. Follow me back to Ao Yuan Peak. I'll inform Marshal Uncle Yanji and the others later. They seem to have something to ask you." Xiao Yu hurriedly pulled Zhuowen to Ao Yuan Peak. After bringing Zhuowen back to the dilapidated wooden house in the center of Ao Yuan Peak, he gave some instructions to Zhuowen and left in a hurry. Obviously, he was going to find Yan Ji. After a while, Xiao Yu brought Yan Ji, Jiang Xian, and Wenbai over in a rainbow. At the same time, Lu Hantian, Jia Nan, Gatha, Mo Lingtian, and Mo Yan Wushang followed behind Yan Ji and the other two. When the 5 of them saw Zhuowen, they were all delighted. Among them, Lu Hantian sped up and arrived in front of Zhuowen before everyone else. Zhuowen, you're not kind. It's been more than 10 days, and you've only come to Jiaxin Institute to see us. Although Lu Hantian's words were somewhat reproachful, his tone was not at all reproachful. He patted Zhuowen's shoulder with both hands. His movements were very cautious. Not only Lu Hantian, but Jia Nan, Gatha, Mo Lingtian, and Mo Yan Wushang also arrived. They stared at Zhuowen with joy and surrounded Zhuowen. Zhuowen greeted them one by one. Hearing everyone's condolences, he felt warm in his heart. Yan Ji and the other 2 landed not far away. They did not disturb Zhuowen, Lu Hantian, and the others. They just silently stared at the 6 people who were catching up. Zhuowen and Lu Hantian chatted for a while. Then his gaze fell on Yan Ji and the other 2. He said, I heard from old Xiao that Martial Uncle Yan Ji has something to say to me. Yan Ji's gaze was cold. He nodded and said, I do have something to say to you. Hantian, you guys leave for a while. I have some things to ask Zhuowen. Lu Hantian and the others looked at each other and nodded. They immediately retreated. Even Xiao Yu also retreated. Zhuowen, I heard that the heavenly worm was sealed by Yang Yi. Yan Ji stared at Zhuowen and asked. Zhuowen rubbed his temples. He already knew that Yan Ji would definitely ask this question. Then he seriously said, Actually, Yang Yi is Yuan Ji. You can understand it that way. His purpose for coming here is for the heavenly worm. You can understand it that way. What? Yang Yi is Yuan Ji? How is that possible? Yan Ji and the other 2 exclaimed at the same time. Speaking of which, Yang Yi is indeed a little strange. Previously, I couldn't see through his specific cultivation. I only felt that his cultivation wasn't very high. Yan Ji's brows slightly knitted. He had never imagined that Yang Yi was actually the Yuan Ji from back then. Zhuowen bitterly smiled in his heart. Truthfully speaking, he wasn't clear about Yang Yi's true identity. From Yang Yi's words, he knew that the so-called Yang Yi and Yuan Ji might be his aliases. Furthermore, he only knew that Yang Yi came from the Central Plains. As for which faction he belonged to, he didn't know much. This Brett really hid it from us. He's clearly Yuan Ji, but he actually used the alias Yang Yi. Truly hateful. Jiang Xian couldn't help cursing in a low voice. However, there wasn't any trace of blame on his face. Yuan Ji was the pride of their divine academy. Although Yang Yi had never revealed his true identity, which made them somewhat unhappy, he was still someone from their academy. Naturally, they wouldn't be too harsh on him. Forget it, forget it. That brat Yuan Ji might be doing pretty well in the Central Plains. The reason why he doesn't want to reveal himself this time might be because of the heavenly worm. Yan Ji waved his hand. Shortly after, he seriously stared at Zhuowen and said, Zhuowen, thank you for telling me this time. Zhuowen's gaze was extremely strange. If Yan Ji and the other 2 knew that Yang Yi had entered the Divine Academy under the alias of Yuan Ji, his original goal was to comprehend the void immortal scripture. He didn't care about the Divine Academy at all. Who knew what they would think? Zhuowen, the 9 Nether Assembly has already ended. You, Han Tian, and the other 8 all have the opportunity to enter the 9 Nether Great Formation. When do you plan to activate the 9 Nether Great Formation and head to the Central Plains? Yan Ji suddenly asked in a deep voice. Zhuowen smiled and said, I'm not in a hurry to head to the Central Plains. However, Martial Uncle Yan Ji can first tell me the exact location of the 9 Nether Great Formation. When the time is right, I'll naturally head to the Central Plains. Yan Ji deeply glanced at Zhuowen and said in a deep voice, "You're planning to head to the Southern Plains?" Zhuowen was silent. In the end, he nodded and said, "Martial uncle is right. I'm indeed planning to head to the Southern Plains. As for the reason, I don't need to say it." Yan Ji, Jiang Xian, and Wenbai looked at each other. In the end, Yan Ji sighed and said, "Zhuowen, after all, you're a disciple of the Divine Academy. This time, the three of us are willing to head to the Southern Plains with you and lend you a hand." Zhuowen was startled. He didn't expect that Yan Ji and the other two would actually intend to lend him a hand. "Martial uncle Yan Ji, after all, you still have the entire Divine Academy. If you go to the Southern Plains and encounter an accident, this is absolutely impossible." Zhuowen flatly refused. However, Yan Ji smiled and said, "Don't worry. Although the Burning Heaven sex influence is enormous, it won't be much stronger than the Blue Dragon Hall. You were able to eliminate the Blue Dragon Hall. In fact, you already possess the strength to challenge the Burning Heaven sect. The three of us going is just icing on the cake. It's just that I haven't been to the Southern Plains yet, so I want to see the scenery there." Yan Ji smiled faintly. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. In the end, he still agreed to Yan Ji's request. After all, Yan Ji was an expert of the In-Sky Saint realm. With his participation, this trip to the Southern Plains would definitely be a little more assured. "Zhuowen, when you're ready to head to the Southern Plains, come and inform us. The three of us will go with you to see the scenery of the Southern Plains." Yan Ji said this through secret sound transmission. Then he left Mysterious Origin Peak with Jiang Xian and Wenbai. As soon as Yan Ji and the other two left, Lu Hantian and the others rushed over and surrounded Zhuowen. "Zhuowen, did Martial Uncle Yan Ji and the other two ask you about that bright young Yi?" Xiao Yu stared at Zhuowen and asked. "You should have heard the rumor about Senior Brother Yang Yi sealing the heavenly insect, right? I can tell you clearly that this is true. Senior Brother Yang Yi's strength is very terrifying. I can't see through him at all," Zhuowen replied calmly. "That rumor is actually true." Lu Hantian and the others looked at each other in surprise. They thought that the rumor about Yang Yi was just a rumor. In addition, Yang Yi and Jian Mu had suddenly disappeared without a trace. Many people thought that Yang Yi and Jian Mu had died in the hands of the heavenly insect. Now that Zhuowen said this, it was obvious that he admitted that the rumor was true. Then where did Senior Brother Yang Yi and Senior Brother Jian Mu go? Gatha asked curiously. "The Central Plains. As for where they went, I don't know. I think we will meet them again in the Central Plains in the future," Zhuowen said ambiguously. Lu Hantian and the others looked at each other and didn't ask any more questions. They had already guessed that Yang Yi was unusual. Perhaps he was involved with a big force in the Central Plains. However, these were not things that they should know. "Zhuowen, I think you will definitely go to the Southern Plains, right? Take us with you when you go to the Southern Plains," Moyan Wushang, who hadn't spoken much, suddenly said. Chapter 15:16. For kill sacred sword formation. As soon as these words came out, Moyan Wushang frowned, and there was a touch of sadness and grievance in her eyes. "Zhuowen, you're treating us as outsiders. You're going to the Southern Burning Heaven sect, and you're not bringing us along?" Lu Hantian said with some dissatisfaction. Kanan, Gatha, and Emo Lingtian were also somewhat dissatisfied. Obviously, they couldn't agree with Zhuowen's decision. This trip will inevitably be a tragic battle. The fall of saints is a common occurrence. To put it bluntly, the help you can give me in the past is really limited, Zhuowen said earnestly. Lu Hantian and the others looked at each other and smiled bitterly. The battle in the Nether Heaven left a deep impression on them. Although Zhuowen was only at the profound Glimpse Saint realm, because of his immortal sacred tool, he could even kill a heavenly saint like Sapphire Shore. It was really terrifying. For them, let alone a heavenly saint. They might not even be a match for a slightly stronger profound saint. Although Zhuowen's words were not polite, they were indeed the truth. In the face of a heavenly saint, they were indeed powerless. For a while, the atmosphere between everyone became a little dull. Lu Hantian and the others didn't speak much, and everyone fell into a deadlock. How about this? You can enter the Azure Dragon Hall. I carry this hall in my spirit ring. Zhuowen sighed softly. Azure Dragon Hall? Is it the immortal sacred tool hall you took out in the 9 Nether Heaven last time? Lu Hantian asked with shining eyes. Zhuowen nodded. The Azure Dragon Hall is indeed an immortal sacred tool. There are 3 layers of heaven and earth inside, and the 3 layers of heaven and earth contain powerful time laws. 1 day outside is 1 year inside. What? 1 day outside is 1 year inside this? Moyan Wushang and the others cried out in surprise. They couldn't imagine how such a 1-to-1 difference in the flow of time could be made. What kind of powerful time law did one have to master to create such a huge difference in the flow of time? Now that you've entered my Azure Dragon Palace, you're actually considered part of the Ryuka. Of course, this is only one of your identities. In the outside world, you're still disciples of the Divine Academy. Zhuowen said with a smile. Since your Azure Dragon Palace is so good, how can we not enter it? Lu Hantian laughed heartily. With Lu Hantian taking the lead, Kainin, Gatha, Mo Yen, and Mo Lingtian naturally had no objections. Don't resist. I'll bring you into the space of the Azure Dragon Palace. Zhuowen smiled and took out a palm-sized palace from his spirit ring. This palace was the Azure Dragon Palace. Zhuowen opened a seal, and a suction force surrounded everyone. Then, everyone disappeared on the spot. Obviously, they had all entered the Azure Dragon Palace. In the Azure Dragon Square, Lu Hantian and the others looked around the square. Lu Hantian had entered the Azure Dragon Palace before, so he wasn't too surprised. However, Kainin, Gatha, and the others looked curious. It was their first time entering the Azure Dragon Palace, so they couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Zhuowen looked at Lu Hantian and the others with a smile and said, "Welcome to the Azure Dragon Palace. This is the gift I've prepared for you." After saying that, Zhuowen waved his sleeve, and 5 rays of light burst out. Each ray of light contained a strong saint aura. Lu Hantian and the others looked carefully and were surprised to find that these 5 rays of light were all weapons. Among them there were swords, sabers, spears, and other kinds of weapons. Moreover, without exception, these were all profound saint artifacts. These are all profound saint artifacts. Big Brother Kainin swallowed his saliva and murmured in disbelief. You can choose. If there is a suitable profound saint artifact, just take it. This is my gift for our first meeting, Zhuowen said with a faint smile. Gift for our first meeting? Mo Lingtian couldn't help but exclaim. It was the first time he had seen a profound saint artifact being given as a gift. This kind of thing was an extremely rare and powerful treasure, even in a major force like the 9 Netherworld realm like the Divine Academy. Even the core disciples of the Divine Academy might not necessarily be given a profound saint artifact. However, Zhuowen had given a treasure like a profound saint artifact as a gift for their first meeting. This could no longer be described as extravagant, it was simply wasteful. However, when they saw Zhuowen's eyebrows, they also knew that Zhuowen didn't attach any importance to these profound saint artifacts. It was no wonder that Zhuowen was so forthright. After all, there were a lot of profound saint artifacts on the 4th floor of the Azure Dragon Palace's treasure repository. There were at least a few hundred of them. The profound saint artifacts in the treasure repository were the treasures that the Azure Dragon Taoist had accumulated over the years. Although they were only profound saint artifacts, they were all the best among the profound saint artifacts. Zhuowen waved his sleeve again, and 5 porcelain bottles flew out from his sleeve. Then the 5 porcelain bottles fell into the hands of Lu Hantian and the other 4. Each of these porcelain bottles contains the Saint Origin pill, a high-grade celestial pill. It can accelerate the transformation of the saint energy in your body and is helpful for your daily meditation and cultivation. Zhuowen's words rang out again, causing the hearts of Lu Hantian and the others to fiercely beat a few times. Whether it was a profound saint artifact or a high-grade celestial pill, they were all precious and priceless treasures in the outside world. Now that Zhuowen had given them away so casually, how could they not be shocked? Big brother Zhuowen, aren't these too precious? Jia Nan's hands trembled slightly as he carefully put away the porcelain bottles and the profound saint artifacts. He was extremely cautious, as if he was treating his own little ancestor. Jia Nan's behavior could be said to be extremely exaggerated, but Lu Hantian and the others felt that Jia Nan's behavior was extremely normal. After all, the things that Zhuowen had given them were too precious. They were so precious that it made one's heart beat faster. Just keep them. I still have a lot of profound saint artifacts and high-grade celestial pills. You don't have to be too polite. Zhuowen waved his hand, but his words made Jia Nan and the others wail in their hearts. After giving away 5 profound saint artifacts, Zhuowen actually said that he still had a lot of profound saint artifacts. They really didn't know how many profound saint artifacts he had on him. I'll take you to the second heaven first. Big brother Hantian should be more familiar with the second heaven, so he can show you around. Zhuowen said as he took out the Tsang dragon token and formed a seal. A suction force enveloped Lu Hantian and the others, and they instantly disappeared from the spot. After sending Lu Hantian and the other 4 to the second heaven, Zhuowen did not follow them in. Instead, he walked towards the treasure repository on the other side of the square. The last time he had broken through to the 4th floor of the treasure pavilion, there were hundreds of profound saint artifacts inside. This time, he entered again to enter the 5th floor of the treasure repository. He knew that there should be a heavenly saint artifact on the 5th floor. Moreover, with the Tsang dragon Taoist character, the heavenly saint artifacts that he had collected were probably heavenly saint artifacts that had been used by saints at the level of a heaven-defying saint stage. The heavenly saint aura of this kind of heavenly saint artifact was not inferior to the ordinary tile that Yang Yi had given to Zhuowen. If the heavenly saint artifact could be fully unleashed, its power would probably surpass that of the tile. However, in order to fully unleash the power of a heaven-defying saint artifact, one would need to be at least in the quintessential saint stage. Therefore, Zhuowen decided to give the heaven-defying saint artifact to Long Xiaotian. Moreover, if Zhuowen was not mistaken, the purple flame heavenly blade that Zhou Tianzong's original body had brought with him was probably a powerful heaven-defying saint artifact as well. After all, the purple flame heavenly blade was much more powerful than the dark flame brush. Other than being a heaven-defying saint artifact, Zhuowen could not imagine what kind of terrifying heavenly saint artifact would be. Actually, the power of the 4-kill sword formation can still be increased. The core of this 4-kill sword formation is the 4-kill formation diagram. If you can obtain 81 profound saint swords, the power of the 4-kill sacred sword formation that is formed will be comparable to an ordinary heavenly saint artifact. Moreover, you will be able to fully control the 4-kill sacred sword formation and unleash its full power. The moment he stepped into the treasure trove palace, Xiao Hei's voice slowly resounded in Zhuowen's mind. You're right. The 4-kill sword formation can indeed be improved to increase its power. Zhuowen's heart moved. He quite agreed with Xiao Hei's words. Then let's go to the 4th floor first. After saying that, Zhuowen took a step forward and walked up the stairs. After a while, he stepped into the 4th floor. Although the space on the 4th floor was not big, there were many lumps of light floating in it. These lumps of light contained a rather frightening golden light that contained a terrifying saint aura. Looking carefully, there were all kinds of weapons floating in these lumps of light. From the aura on the surface of these weapons, one could feel that these weapons were all profound saint artifacts. Zhuowen strolled in these lumps of light. Whenever he saw a profound saint artifact that was a profound saint sword, he would put it into his spirit ring. When Zhuowen walked from the front to the back, he actually collected 81 profound saint swords. These profound saint swords were of different sizes, and some of them were even different in style. Some were broad-bladed swords, while others were as small as needles. If you want to rearrange the 4-kill array and combine it into an even more powerful 4-kill sacred sword array, you have to reforge these 81 profound sage-level swords into the same style. You can look for that old fox for these things. After all, the 4-kill sword formation is an arcane formation. That old fox is the best at it, Xiaohe said indifferently. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded and summoned Cheng Huang. You want me to reforge these 81 profound saint swords and reforge the 4-kill sword formation into the 4-kill sacred sword formation? Cheng Huang asked in surprise. Zhuowen nodded and said, Senior Cheng Huang, the formation and restriction technique is unparalleled in the world. This kind of small matter should be a piece of cake for you, right? These words were somewhat flattering, and Cheng Huang's tail curled up. It was quite pleased. In that case, I'll reluctantly help you. However, you'll have to give me some time. It'll take about 3 months. Chapter 1517. Spirit-swallowing magma River Cheng Huang was the Fushi Cauldron's artifact spirit. Its origin was mysterious, and its attainments and formations were extremely high. It should be easy for it to improve the 4-kill sword array. 3 months isn't too long. It's time to enter the 5th level and take a look. Zhuowen's gaze fell on the staircase at the end of the 4th level. This staircase was the passage to the 5th level. On the surface of the stairs, rays of multicolored brilliance flickered. A vast aura that seemed capable of toppling mountains and overturning seas came crashing down on Zhuowen. What a terrifying restriction! Zhuowen slowly narrowed his eyes. He could feel the terror of the restriction on the staircase. Just standing in front of the staircase was like facing a terrifying wild beast that was pouncing toward him. Let's go in and give it a try. With a solemn expression, Zhuowen came in front of the staircase and stepped on it. Boom! A thunderous sound came from the surface of the staircase. It also emitted a terrifying and strange cracking sound as if the sky was collapsing. Zhuowen frowned slightly. Golden veins appeared on the surface of his body. Finally, he stepped heavily on the staircase. What a terrifying pressure! Zhuowen only felt his blood boil. He was terrified. The restriction on the 5th level was much more terrifying than the restriction on the 4th level. Without hesitation, Zhuowen used the laws of ice and fire. The 2 laws merged with Zhuowen's body, causing the aura of his body to become extremely terrifying. It broke through the crushing pressure on his body in one fell swoop. As the number of staircases increased, the pressure became more and more terrifying. However, Zhuowen also used the laws that he had comprehended and merged them into his body. In addition to the laws of ice and fire, there were also the laws of void, desolation, death, karma, and Masha. There were a total of 7 laws that merged into his body. At that moment, Zhuowen's saint body was filled with the aura and power of the 7 laws. It actually suppressed the terrifying aura and suppression of the restriction in one fell swoop. Thump! Thump! The sacred body that bore 7 types of laws had reached an unprecedented level of power. Zhuowen continued to step forward and reach the top of the stairs in one fell swoop. Zhuowen stood at the top of the stairs like a spear. The pressure on the 5th floor was hundreds of times greater than the pressure on the 4th floor. Zhuowen felt extremely uncomfortable standing on the 5th floor. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him. It was extremely heavy. When he reached the 5th floor, Zhuowen had to use the Buddha demon eye. Only then was he able to resist the terrifying pressure and move around the 5th floor. The space on the 5th floor was even smaller, like a square inch of land. The facilities on the 5th floor were much more simple and crude than on the fourth floor. There were also balls of light floating here, but there were only 10 of them. Compared to the hundreds of balls of light on the fourth floor, it was really too little. The 10 balls of light all contain heaven-defying saint artifacts. Zhuo asked with astonishment in his eyes. Having one heaven-defying saint artifact was already very terrifying. Having 10 of them was too terrifying. Only 2 of them are heaven-defying saint artifacts. 3 of them are Empyrean saint artifacts, and the remaining 5 should be Yang Sky saint artifacts, Xiaohe said in a deep voice. Zhuo was startled and immediately nodded. If all 10 of them were heaven-defying saint artifacts, it would be too terrifying. Even if Taoist Master Songlong was a supreme celestial sage, it wasn't so easy for him to get 10 heaven-defying saint artifacts. When all Empyrean saint artifacts were forged, their power and aura were the same. However, as the strength of the Empyrean saint artifacts increased, the power of these Empyrean saint artifacts would automatically increase. As for the heaven-defying saint artifacts, they had been used and nurtured by the saints for thousands of years. Therefore, their power was much more terrifying than ordinary Empyrean saint artifacts. The principle of Empyrean saint artifacts and Yang Sky saint artifacts was the same as the heaven-defying saint artifacts. However, for profound sages, it was very difficult for them to fully exert the power of an Empyrean saint artifact. This was especially true for heaven-defying saint artifacts, which were very difficult for profound sages to control. However, holy treasures were much better than Empyrean saint artifacts, and the threshold was also much lower. Perhaps the power of a heaven-defying saint artifact was much stronger than a holy treasure, but the threshold of a heaven-defying saint artifact was too high. In the hands of a profound sage, the power of a heaven-defying saint artifact might not even be as good as a holy treasure. This was also why Yang Yi had given Zhuo a heaven-defying holy treasure instead of a heaven-defying saint artifact. After all, Zhuo was just a glimpse saint. If a heaven-defying saint artifact was given to Zhuo, the power it could exert would be extremely limited. It was better to give him a holy treasure. Zhuo paced between the 10 light clusters, and his gaze fell on the 2 light clusters at the front. These 2 light clusters carried 2 heaven-defying saint artifacts. Although for the current him, he couldn't exert too much power from the heaven-defying saint artifacts. Once his cultivation reached the heavenly sage realm, he would be able to subdue them and exert their true power. Of the 2 heaven-defying saint artifacts, Zhuo was going to give one to Long Xiaotian and keep the other for himself. The holy might in these 2 large light clusters was extremely vast. One of the light clusters contained a constantly surging river. If one looked carefully, this river was composed of blazing magma. As the wave rolled out, magma swept up into the sky, and flames raged across the 9 worlds. It had the terrifying power to plunge the world into misery and suffering. The heaven-defying saint artifact, spirit-devouring magma river. This river was taken from the magma in the depths of the Earth's core, tens of millions of feet deep. Moreover, it was nurtured by an almighty for tens of thousands of years. During the nurturing process, it devoured hundreds of thousands of creatures and was forged into a powerful heaven-defying saint artifact. Zhuo stared at the light cluster, and a vast amount of information appeared in his mind. The information introduced the magma river in the light cluster. The spirit-devouring magma river was unusual. The surging magma had the terrifying power to devour and destroy all creatures. Ordinary heavenly sages would find it difficult to compete with it. Moreover, the spirit-devouring magma river had both offensive and defensive capabilities. It also had the ability to transform into any weapon and shape at will. The moment he saw the spirit-devouring magma river, Zhuo's eyes lit up. This heaven-defying saint artifact was to his liking. "Kid, have you taken a fancy to the spirit-devouring magma river?" Xiaohe chuckled. "This spirit-devouring magma river is indeed good." Zhuo chuckled and reached his right hand into the light cluster. The power of the divine body burst out and grabbed the river in his hand. Rumble! However, the moment Zhuowen grabbed the river, the spirit-devouring magma river surged and slapped away Zhuowen's hand. Thud! 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 Zhuowen took a few steps back and looked at his charred palm. His eyes were filled with shock, and he could even feel a heart-wrenching pain. His lesser success divine body was tough and powerful. Even a heavenly saint weapon would find it difficult to cause such damage to him. However, the spirit-devouring magma river, which had no owner, could cause such heavy damage to his divine body with just a light slap. This made Zhuowen surprised and happy. You are just a little brat at the profound glimpse saint realm. How dare you try to capture me? Are you trying to humiliate me? A childish divine thought rang in Zhuowen's ears. Then Zhuowen was surprised to find a lifelike eyeball floating out of the spirit-devouring magma river. The eyeball stared at Zhuowen, and its eyes were full of anger. The spirit-devouring magma river's artifact spirit? Staring at the eyeball, Zhuowen was curious. Although he knew that divine artifacts all had artifact spirits, their artifact spirits were limited. However, the intelligence of an artifact spirit was extremely limited, not to mention the ability to speak human language. This was the first time he had encountered one. You have been in this treasure repository palace for 10,000 years, right? Don't you feel lonely and empty? Why don't you follow me out and see the scenery outside? Zhuowen said to the artifact spirit as if he was coaxing a child. Moreover, I am now the master of the Azure Dragon Palace. If you follow me, maybe when I become a celestial sage in the future, I can promote you to a celestial saint weapon. What do you think? Zhuowen continued to persuade it patiently. The eyeball revealed a hint of curiosity. At the same time, it revealed a human-like, pondering expression. It seems that what you said makes sense. However, you are so weak. I don't think you are qualified to be my master. The artifact spirit thought for a moment and still shook its head. On the surface, my cultivation is low, but it doesn't mean that my strength is low. If you don't try, how do you know that I am not qualified to be your master? Zhuowen said with a smile. The artifact spirit revealed a pondering expression again. In the end, it nodded and said, all right, if you can withstand 3 moves from me, then I will follow you. Of course, you are still not qualified to be my master. I will just follow you out to take a look. Hearing this, the corner of Zhuowen's mouth revealed a brilliant smile. Although the artifact spirit's intelligence was high, it was extremely simple. It immediately fell for Zhuowen's trick. Once the spirit-devouring magma river followed Zhuowen. As time passed, Zhuowen's strength would definitely continue to increase. At that time, the artifact spirit would have to recognize him as its master, even if it didn't want to. Then, 3 moves it is. You go first. Zhuowen was ready, and his eyes revealed a dignified expression. After all, the spirit-devouring magma river was a heaven-defying saint artifact. He didn't dare to underestimate it. Then be careful. If I accidentally kill you, don't blame me. This is not my intention. In the past, many saints wanted to subdue me in front of me. They also had the attitude of trying. But in the end, they were all killed by me in 1 move. The artifact spirit still said innocently. However, the artifact spirit's words made the corner of Zhuowen's mouth twitch. How could this little guy say such cruel words in such a simple tone? Boom! As soon as the artifact spirit's voice fell, the temperature of the entire 5th floor continued to rise at a speed visible to the naked eye. The entire stone room seemed to have melted. The violent magma was like a long river, sweeping the entire stone room and rushing toward Zhuowen. The blazing heat seemed to be able to melt everything in the world. Zhuowen didn't dare to be negligent. The power of the divine body was pushed to the extreme. At the same time, the 7 types of divine body were integrated into it. Chapter 1518. Sword of 10,000 sacrifices the power of the fist, which was a combination of 7 laws. combined with the power of a second-rate saint physique, seemed to be able to smash down the sky. Boom! The fist aura hit the raging magma, and the magma that could even collapse heaven and earth was annihilated into nothingness. A mere profound glimpse, Saint can actually unleash such a powerful attack. It's rare and commendable. Moreover, you have 7 laws. Your talent can be called monstrous. The artifact spirit's eyes slowly narrowed as it stared at the tall and straight figure under the countless magma rain. It revealed a bewildered expression. I want to see if you can take the second move. The artifact spirit's immature voice let out a cold snort. An even more raging magma river streaked across the sky, condensing into a huge magma saber. Clang! This saber could slash the galaxy, split the sun and moon, transform the sky, and crack the earth. This saber carried the powerful destructive power of the spirit-swallowing magma river. With a slash, it was likely that anyone below the heavenly saint realm would be annihilated. Zhuowen's eyes revealed a grave expression. The heavenly saber formed by the spirit-swallowing magma river was too terrifying. Just the saber aura emitted from it made him feel a sense of crisis, as if he was choking. Dragon, subduing fist. Zhuowen did not dare to be negligent. He tapped his right foot and clenched his right fist. Then he suddenly punched out. This punch was like a cannonball that shot out. Boom! Wherever the fist aura passed, there was an explosion. The air was compressed, and the space was shattered. The 7 laws attached to the fist aura turned into countless dragon shadows that intertwined with each other and swayed upward. At this moment, the dragon's subduing fist that Zhuowen used was much more powerful than any of the previous ones that Zhuowen had used. Bang! 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 The saber slashed down and blasted into the fist aura. Then, Zhuowen was shocked to discover that the heavenly saber was too terrifying. In a flash, the countless dragon shadows were directly beheaded and annihilated inch by inch. After beheading countless dragon heads, the heavenly saber buzzed and pointed at Zhuowen's vital points. It was as if it could pierce through Zhuowen's body and cut him into countless pieces. Damn it! Why is it so terrifying? Zhuowen's face changed slightly as he punched out again and again. Countless dragon shadows appeared, and the dragon's might was vast and mighty, wanting to block that horrifying heavenly saber. However, the sky blade was too terrifying. Even though Zhuowen had evolved the crouching dragon fist, the countless dragon shadows could only block the sky blade for a moment before collapsing. Clang! When the sky blade chopped down the last dragon head, the magma on its surface began to flow violently. In an instant, the might of the sky blade had reached an extremely terrifying level. Buddha kowtows 9 times to the heavens, one of them hitting the heavens. Zhuowen's face turned ugly. Buddhist light soared into the sky, forming a huge Buddhist shadow. This Buddhist shadow knelt down and kowtowed to the heavens. With a single kowtow, it was as if the heavens were about to fall down. Clang! Before the might of the knock, the heavenly blade began to tremble, tottering on the verge of collapse. However, it was still unable to stop the frightening momentum of the heavenly blade. One of the top 10 forbidden lands of the demon realm, Ghost Forbidden Land. Zhuowen's eyes turned serious. The Buddha demon eye in between his brows split open, and a violent demonic aura gushed out. The moment the demonic aura came out, a huge ravine appeared on the ground. In the depths of the ravine, a 30,000-meter-long demonic hand stretched out. As this demonic hand grew, countless ghostly hands followed. This was a land of death for ghosts. It could grab the sun, the moon, and the stars. It could even tear down the void. One kowtow to the heavens, and one ghost land combined. The Buddha shadow and the demonic shadow intertwined, bursting with a shocking might and energy that made countless living beings in the 9 heavens and 10 earths bow down in worship. As the Buddha and the demonic intertwined, the sky blade that was like a hot knife through butter froze completely. In the domain of the heaven ghost land, it began to fly around, emitting ear-piercing, clanging sounds. The demonic hand grabbed, and the Buddha palm pressed down. Even the sky blade had to retreat. Zhuowen walked step by step into the ghost land. The countless ghostly hands reached out and landed under Zhuowen's feet, making Zhuowen look like he was walking on flat ground. He was like a demon, and his might was terrifying. Buddha kowtows 9 times to the heavens. The second kowtow envisions the heavens. Break the second move for me. After Zhuowen said those words, the Buddha, kneeling on the ground, kowtowed once more. This kowtow was so powerful that even the sky seemed to be kowtowing. In an instant, the terrifying pressure increased by hundreds and thousands of times. Kacha! Finally, the sky blade completely shattered and disappeared under the attacks of the Buddha and the demon. Not bad. You actually took 2 moves. The eyeball floating above the magma showed a hint of surprise. There's 1 more move. If you can take the 3rd move, you'll have to follow me. Zhuowen said with a smile. Humph. You'll have to wait until you take the next move. The eyeball's childish voice was filled with coldness. Then a river of magma rushed out and hovered above Zhuowen's head. Whoosh! After hovering for a quarter of an hour, the terrifying river of magma dripped down and instantly engulfed Zhuowen. Zhuowen only saw darkness before his eyes. He was surrounded by magma walls. An unbearable heat assaulted him, causing Zhuowen's face to turn red. On the side of the magma walls, various strange beasts appeared. These strange beasts were formed by magma, and their power was terrifying. Top 10 forbidden grounds of the demon. 2nd forbidden ground of death. Zhuowen frowned. The Buddha demon eye opened and closed. Demonic qi soared into the sky. Dense death qi rushed out from the huge gully in the ghastly land. The ghost hand and demon hand were filled with intense death qi. It was as if they could kill countless living beings. Rumble. When the river of magma fell on the surface of the Buddha demon realm, the walls on the surface of the realm trembled violently. Even with the combination of the 2nd heaven kowtow and the 2nd forbidden ground of death, it was difficult to withstand the terrifying power of the river of magma. Kacha! As the river of magma raged, cracks began to appear on the surface of the Buddha demon realm, as if it would collapse at any time. This scene made Zhuowen's heart jump. Although the Buddha's 9 kowtows and the demon's 10 forbidden grounds of death contained 9 moves of the Buddha Dao and 10 moves of the demon Dao. However, Zhuowen had only been in contact with these 2 skills for a short time. He could only use the 2nd heaven kowtow and the 2nd forbidden ground of death skillfully. As for the 3rd heaven kowtow and the 3rd forbidden ground of death, he had yet to fully comprehend them. Bang! With a muffled sound, the Buddha demon realm finally collapsed. The endless river of magma swept towards Zhuowen like a wild beast, wanting to completely crush him into pieces. As expected of a heaven-defying saint artifact. Looks like I can only use this. Looking at the river of magma rushing towards him, Zhuowen's face was a little pale. The river's power was really terrifying. If he did not use a heaven-defying saint artifact of the same level, it would be difficult to resist. Thinking of this, Zhuowen flicked his finger. A simple and unadorned tile appeared in front of him. A heaven-defying saint aura soared into the sky as if it wanted to pierce through the sky. In the midst of the heaven-defying saint aura, a majestic figure stepped out. As soon as this figure appeared, a huge fan-like hand blasted out. Suddenly, the magma that wrapped around Zhuowen collapsed and dissipated into countless pieces. At the same time, the heaven-defying saint aura soared and hit the soul-devouring magma river, forcing it to retreat. The eyeball was filled with shock and anger. A heaven-defying saint artifact. I didn't expect that a mere glimpse saint stage guy like you would have a saint artifact of this level. The artifact spirit's voice was a little excited. Zhuowen waved his right hand, and the tile flew into his hand. Looking at the slightly dim tile, Zhuowen's heart twitched in pain. This saint artifact was not a saint artifact. Every time it was used, the heaven-defying saint aura it contained would be reduced by a little. It would not automatically recover like a saint artifact. I have already taken 3 of your moves. According to the agreement, little guy, you should come with me, right? Zhuowen calmly stared at the artifact spirit of the soul-devouring magma river. The latter was silent for a moment, and then the eyeball turned into magma and merged with the river. The magma river swept over Zhuowen's body and turned into a rock-patterned belt around his waist. Your talent is not bad. I will follow you first, but don't try to make me recognize you as my master. When you really have enough strength, I will recognize you as my master. The condition is that you help me become a saint artifact. A divine thought rang out in Zhuowen's mind. Zhuowen knew that this was the voice of the artifact spirit of the soul-devouring magma river. Of course. Zhuowen replied. His gaze fell on the second, heaven-defying saint artifact. This heaven-defying saint artifact was a small sword that was only 3 feet long. If one did not pay attention, they would think that it was a dagger. However, this small sword was still longer than a dagger. The surface of the small sword was covered with dense, blood-red runes. It looked like a sacrificial artifact. The sword of 10,000 sacrifices. It is a sacrificial sword that has slaughtered tens of thousands of creatures and sacrificed them to the gods. The body of the sword is covered with dense, blood-red runes. It is the blood essence of 10,000 creatures. With a single strike, 10,000 creatures will perish. A message was transmitted to Zhuowen's mind from the ball of light. He knew that this heaven-defying saint artifact was called the Sword of 10,000 Sacrifices. It was a powerful saint artifact that had been used to sacrifice 10,000 creatures. However, the Sword of 10,000 Sacrifices aura was still slightly weaker than the soul-devouring magma river. Clearly, the strength of the Sword of 10,000 Sacrifices master was slightly weaker than the soul-devouring magma river. Otherwise, the Sword of 10,000 Sacrifices aura would be weaker than the soul-devouring magma river. I am not good with swords. This Sword of 10,000 Sacrifices is more suitable for Father. I will just give it to Father when the time comes. Zhuowen murmured. He immediately used a thunderous method to suppress the Sword of 10,000 Sacrifices in the ball of light. Speaking of which, the Sword of 10,000 Sacrifices had an artifact spirit as well. However, its intelligence was clearly much lower than the soul-devouring magma river. Even its language was unclear. As a result, Zhuowen seemed rather relaxed during the suppression process. It was not as troublesome as suppressing the soul-devouring magma river. After putting the Sword of 10,000 Sacrifices away, Zhuowen looked at the remaining 8 heavenly saint artifacts. 3 of them were heavenly yang saint artifacts, and 5 were heavenly yin saint artifacts. Zhuowen discovered a defensive soft armor among the 3 heavenly yang saint artifacts. He put it away, planning to give it to Long Xiaotian as well. His soul-devouring magma river was both offensive and defensive. Therefore, Zhuowen did not have much desire for a defensive saint artifact. As for the remaining heavenly saint artifacts, Zhuowen did not put them away. He planned to wait until Ryuka continued to develop. If there was another heavenly saint artifact in the future, he would reward them accordingly. Chapter 1519. 4-kill Sacred Sword Formation completed after leaving the treasure repository. Zhuowen went to the elixir room and stored all the peerless immortal pills on the 4th floor into his spirit ring. Compared to the high-grade immortal pills on the 3rd floor, the peerless immortal pills on the 4th floor were extremely rare. The number of porcelain bottles neatly arranged on the shelves did not exceed 50 bottles in total. Moreover, the number of peerless immortal pills in each bottle was also pitifully small. However, peerless immortal pills could not be compared to high-grade immortal pills. Their medicinal effects were already quite good for profound sage-level sages. This was not something that high-grade immortal pills could compare to. However, What made Zhuowen feel helpless was that the peerless immortal pills on the fourth floor were much less effective for him than for ordinary, profound sages. Zhuowen knew that this had a lot to do with the 7 types of laws in his body and the strength of his dragon soul. Even the great sage gold core, which was powerful enough to raise a profound, sage-level sage's cultivation by a small realm, had very little effect on the current Zhuowen. After doing this, Zhuowen left the Blue Dragon Hall. As for Lu Hantian and the others, Zhuowen sent a sound transmission to them, telling them to cultivate inside first. If there was anything they needed, they could just send a message through the communication Jade Talisman. Before leaving, Zhuowen and the 3 Yen-Ji elders agreed that they would set off for the southern barbarian lands in 3 months, and then left the divine Nether Realm. After returning to the Dragon Nether Realm, the Ryuka people were busy building on the old site of the Blue Dragon Hall. Everything in the Blue Dragon Hall had been replaced by the Ryuka people. Zhuowen even found that in front of the Ryuka people, someone had transported a sharp mountain peak that reached the sky and was several hundred meters tall. At this moment, there were dozens of cultivators floating on the surface of the mountain. They were holding knives and carving on the surface of the mountain, causing countless powder to splatter from the surface of the mountain. Although the mountain peak had yet to take shape, Zhuowen could sense that these dozens of people were carving the shape of a person. Lord Longwen. Perhaps they had heard the sound of something breaking through the air, but the dozens of cultivators who had been carving around the mountain peak looked towards Zhuowen. Then they all revealed respectful expressions and knelt on one knee to salute him. No need to be so courteous. What are you carving? Zhuowen asked with a smile. The several dozen cultivators looked at each other in dismay. After discovering that Zhuowen was so easygoing, they weren't as nervous as they were at the beginning. One of the more quick-witted young martial artists chuckled and said, Lord Raiwen, we followed Lord Xiangding's instructions to carve a statue of you in front of the Ryuka. Because you are a great contributor to the Ryuka. Without you, there would be no Ryuka today. Hearing this, Zhuowen revealed a trace of surprise. Then he rubbed his nose and muttered to himself strangely, Grandfather really likes to carve statues. Zhuowen knew that in the second heaven of the Blue Dragon Hall, Zhuo Xiangding had also erected a statue of him in Ryuka. Now that he had occupied the original location of the Blue Dragon Hall in the Dragon Spirit Realm and built Ryuka, he still wanted to erect a statue of him. This made Zhuowen not know whether to laugh or cry. However, he also knew that Zhuo Xiangding wanted to establish his image in Ryuka, so that the Ryuka people would never forget the contributions he had made to Ryuka. Continue with your work. Zhuowen casually greeted them, then left the stone statue. After Zhuowen left, the dozens of warriors chattered excitedly, obviously extremely excited. I didn't expect Lord Longwen to be so easygoing. I thought Lord Longwen was a cold-hearted expert. Cold-heartedness is only reserved for enemies. After the battle in the 9 Nether Heaven, Lord Longwen's name has become famous in the 9 Nether Realm. Everyone knows about him. We must carve Lord Longwen's statue perfectly. Otherwise, it would be too unfair to Lord Longwen. Zhuowen naturally heard the discussions of the people behind him, but he didn't pay too much attention to them. Instead, he walked straight into Ryuka. Long Xiaotian was the first to come out to greet him, while Zhuo Xiangding and Long Xiaotian walked out side by side. Behind them were the upper echelons of Ryuka. Zhuowen, you're back so soon? Zhuo Xiangding asked in surprise. Zhuowen nodded. After exchanging greetings with everyone, Zhuowen took out the 10,000 Sacrifices sword and the Yang Sky Saint artifact, defensive soft armor, from his spirit ring. Father, this 10,000 Sacrifices sword is a heaven-defying saint artifact, and this Jade Qilin soft armor is a Yang Sky Saint artifact. Take them. You'll be going to the southern barbarian land soon. These 2 things will increase your strength by a lot. After Sher Feng tossed the 2 sacred artifacts to Long Xiaotian, the surrounding atmosphere fell silent. Even Long Xiaotian was stunned. His eyes were full of shock. Zhuo, Zhuowen, are you joking? This small sword is a heaven-defying saint artifact? This soft armor is also a Yang Sky Saint artifact? Long Xiaotian was even a little incoherent. For Long Xiaotian, who had always used profound saint artifacts, Yang Sky Saint artifacts and heaven-defying saint artifacts were simply things of legend. In Long Xiaotian's opinion, having a Yang Sky Saint artifact was enough to satisfy him. He had never asked for a saint artifact above the Yang Sky Saint artifact level. But now, such a good thing had fallen into his lap. Not only did he have a Yang Sky Saint artifact, he even had a heaven-defying saint artifact. This was really unbelievable. It's absolutely true. Father, if you don't believe me, you can take a look and you'll know. Zhuowen smiled. He spread out his right hand and released the power of the 10,000 sacrifices sword. A heaven-defying saint aura gushed out. The entire Ryuka area trembled under this heaven-defying saint aura. Zhuo Xiangding and the others almost knelt on the ground. Fortunately, Zhuowen withdrew this heaven-defying saint aura in time, preventing Zhuo Xiangding and the others from making a fool of themselves. It's really a heaven-defying saint artifact. Long Xiaotian received the 10,000 sacrifices, sword, and the soft armor. His whole body trembled with excitement. Zhuowen, I won't stand on ceremony. I just want to say that this time, I'll accompany you to the Burning Heaven sect and go crazy. Long Xiaotian held the 10,000 sacrifices, sword tightly, and said seriously, good. This time we'll go crazy. Zhuowen laughed heartily. Soon after, he told Long Xiaotian about leaving for the southern wilderness in 3 months, and then left. He was going to enter seclusion in the Azure Dragon Hall for a period of time. After breaking through to the Saint Realm, Zhuowen had advanced 3 minor realms in a row. In fact, his foundation wasn't very stable. If he didn't strengthen it, it would leave behind hidden dangers. 3 months in the second layer of the Azure Dragon Hall was equivalent to 90 years. During this period of time, Zhuowen had enough time to consolidate his realm and even continue to comprehend the Buddha Demon Eye. The Buddha Demon Eye's ultimate technique of the 9 heavens, 10 earths became more profound the further one progressed. Even Zhuowen himself had only comprehended the Buddha's 2 kowtows to heaven and the devil's 2 perils. The technique of the 9 heavens, 10 earths would definitely become more powerful the further one progressed. Therefore, before going to the southern wilderness, Zhuowen planned to comprehend it as thoroughly as possible. 3 months passed in the outside world. At the peak of the 18th mountain in the Azure Dragon Hall, a proud and aloof figure quietly sat cross-legged. Whoosh! A dazzling golden light appeared between the figure's eyebrows. Then the old fox, Cheng Huang, slowly walked out on the back of the black turtle. Is the 4-kill sacred sword array finished? Zhuowen opened his eyes and looked at Cheng Huang expectantly. Cheng Huang waved its little paw and grabbed the Fushi cauldron out of nowhere. Then, rays of light shot out from the mouth of the cauldron and formed 4 huge array diagrams. Under the array diagrams, golden sacred swords floated. There were a total of 81 of them. The surface of each sacred sword was filled with powerful sacred aura. This sacred aura seemed to be able to crush heaven and earth. There was a rumbling explosion. Among the terrifying sacred aura, there was a powerful and sharp chi that overflowed. Each of the sharp chi had a terrifying power that made one feel as if they were choking. Of course, when I make a move, it's naturally a success. You can try its power. Cheng Huang raised its tail and said proudly. Zhuowen nodded and stepped into the void. With a point of his right hand, immortal power condensed and constantly sketched in the void. The 4-kill sacred sword array that floated in the void began to dance and revolve around Zhuowen. It was as if he was commanding it with ease. Whoosh! 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 Zhuowen pointed his sword at the void, and 81 sacred swords soared into the sky and slashed out continuously. The void that swept past was torn apart like cloth. So strong! Even an ordinary attack can cut through the void. Zhuowen summoned the sacred swords around him and was pleasantly surprised. The power of the 4-kill sacred sword array was somewhat beyond his expectations. However, after thinking about it, Zhuowen was relieved. After all, the 4-kill sacred sword array was a powerful array formed by 81 sacred swords. The power that it could unleash was already comparable to an ordinary Ascended Saint artifact. Moreover, this was the 4-kill sacred sword array that Zhuowen could completely control. However, in the hands of Zhuowen, the Ascended Saint artifact could not unleash its full power. It was a hindrance. Of course, the soul-devouring magma river was different. It was a heaven-defying sacred artifact, the best among the Ascended Saint artifacts. Even if Zhuowen could not unleash its full power, the power that it could unleash was still higher than the 4-kill sacred sword array. However, the soul-devouring magma river was Zhuowen's trump card, and he would not casually reveal it. After staying in the upper realm for 90 years, I have finally consolidated the glimpse profound Saint realm. However, there is still a big gap to the next realm, the pure profound Saint realm. After putting away the 4-kill sacred sword array, Zhuowen's mouth was full of bitterness. No wonder there was a saying in the outside world that hundreds of thousands of years were simply a blink of an eye for a saint. The lifespan of a saint had reached the point where it was as long as the heavens and earth. As long as the heavens and earth did not collapse, a saint would basically not die because of their lifespan, unless they were killed by an abnormal person. The advancement of the saint realm was far more difficult than the other realms. Even if it was a small realm in the profound saint realm, the difficulty of advancing was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In the past 90 years, other than consolidating his realm, Zhuowen's cultivation could be said to have not made any progress. It was not that Zhuowen did not work hard, but the difficulty of advancing in the saint realm was too great. According to normal cultivation, even if it was a small realm without hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation accumulation, it was simply impossible to make a breakthrough. Chapter 15, 20,000 year wine. Zhuowen, I see that you have been on my 18th mountain for 90 years. Don't you feel bored just sitting there every day? Why don't you have a drink with me? After Zhuowen put away the 4-kill sacred sword array, a loud voice came from behind him. Zhuowen turned around and saw Loz, the 18th mountain god, slowly walking over. Behind him were 2 strong figures. Zhuowen was no stranger to these 2 people. They were the other 2 saint physiques of the 18th mountain. Haoji and Lung Xing. Zhuowen smiled and said, "Since Senior Loz is so enthusiastic, I will definitely not refuse." "That's great. Let's go to that pavilion and have a seat. In a while, Mais and Reyes will also come." As Liao Si spoke, he pointed to a rock pavilion standing not far away and said with a smile, "Senior Mais and Lu Si are also here?" Zhuowen was surprised. Mais and Lu Si were the mountain gods of the 17th and 16th mountains, which were adjacent to the 18th mountain. In the 90 years he had been on the 18th mountain, although Zhuowen spent most of his time cultivating and consolidating his realm, Loz would occasionally take him out to play. Also, whether it was intentional or not, Loz would sometimes take Zhuowen to other mountains to find other mountain gods. It was because of this that Zhuowen was quite familiar with the other mountain gods. Of the 18 mountains in the upper realm, other than the first mountain god, Zhuowen had more or less seen the other 17 mountain gods. However, the ones he was most familiar with should be the mountain gods of the 17th and 16th mountains, Mais and Lu Si. The reason why he was most familiar with these 2 mountain gods was mainly because Loz and these 2 mountain gods were the closest. Loz often talked about Zhuowen in front of the 2 mountain gods. In addition, Loz often took Zhuowen to visit these 2 mountains. Over time, they naturally became familiar with each other. Sitting at the stone table in the middle of the pavilion, Zhuowen discovered that there were already jars of wine that were half the height of a person placed under the stone table. There were also 4 large bowls that were the size of 2 palms placed on the stone table. The 18 mountains were all powerful Saint physiques. Their physiques were far superior to ordinary Saint martial artists. What they liked to do the most was to eat meat and drink wine. When Zhuowen first drank with Lowe's, he wasn't used to it, but he got used to it over time. After all, Zhuowen also had a second-rate holy body, and he also had several kinds of power of law. When it came to drinking, he didn't lose to Lowe's at all. The two of them sat opposite each other. Not long after, two figures flew across the distant horizon and landed on the pavilion. "Haha, Lowe's, Zhuowen, long time no see." One of them was a middle-aged man with long hair draped over his shoulders. He had 3 red stripes painted on his forehead. He slowly walked over to the seat between Zhuowen and Liao Si with great enthusiasm. Then he sat down on the seat. "Senior Mais." Zhuowen stood up and slightly cupped his hands with a smile. The middle-aged man in front of Zhuowen was the 16th mountain's mountain god, Mais. He was eccentric and unbridled, and whenever he saw Mais, Zhuowen would think of Lu Hantian, so Zhuowen had a good impression of him. "Zhuowen, boy, don't be so polite. What's the relationship between the two of us? Hee." Mais waved his hand and immediately pointed at Lucy, who had come with him, and said, "I say, Lucy, you have a cold face every day, and you put on a zombie face. Do you really think that's cool? Do you know that you're very stupid?" The man Mais was pointing at was about 30 years old. He was dressed in black, had a slender figure, and carried a broad-bladed stone sword on his back. He had a cold face and never smiled. This man was the 17th mountain god, Lu Si. He was a guy who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He had a very close relationship with Mais and Lowe's. Duel! Lu Si still had a cold face. He pulled out the stone sword on his back with his right hand and stared at Mais coldly. "Oh, my little ancestor, duel my ass. Today we're here to drink, not to duel. Calm down." The moment Lu Si pulled out the stone sword, Mais immediately cowered. He hurriedly walked to Lu Si's side and very politely put the stone sword back on his back before pulling him to the seat next to him. "Senior Lu Si." Zhuowen smiled at Lu Si. Lu Si nodded. His face was still cold. Zhuowen didn't mind Lu Si's cold attitude because Lu Si had the same expression towards everyone, including Lowe's and Mais. Come. Let's drink first. These 10 jars of wine were brewed by me 1,000 years ago. They're very strong. Don't be shy. Let's drink together." Lo smiled. He took out a jar of wine from under the stone table and opened the cork. Immediately, a strong aroma of wine assailed their nostrils, refreshing their minds. "Good wine." Zhuowen and Mais couldn't help but exclaim in unison. Even the cold-faced Lu Si's gaze revealed a hint of surprise. His nose twitched as if he was savoring the aroma of the wine. "Of course, this is something that I, Lowe's, personally brewed. How could it not be fragrant?" Lowe's chuckled. Zhuowen, Mais, and Lu Si couldn't help but give Lowe's a thumbs up. They weren't stingy with their praises. Lowe's was full of self-satisfaction. He then filled the 4 big bowls on the table with wine. The wine was pink. Zhuowen picked up the big bowl and took a sip. His eyes narrowed slightly. He felt a sweetness spread from his mouth to his throat and finally into his 5 viscera and 6 bowls. It was as if the wine was washing away the filth in his body, causing his meridians to glow with new life. This wine actually has such a good effect on the physique. Zhuowen was pleasantly surprised. Not only did the wine taste sweet, its effects were even more powerful. It actually faintly had a powerful effect of tempering one's physique, causing Zhuowen to be pleasantly surprised. Thinking of this, Zhuowen drank all the wine in the big bowl in one gulp. Immediately, his face was flushed and his mood relaxed. 1,000-year-old wine is really extraordinary. Lowe's, you really put in a lot of effort this time. You're actually willing to take out such a good wine. Mais drank it in one gulp and immediately laughed. His gaze fell on Lowe's, and he continued, "Lowe's, you took out such a good wine to entertain us. You must have something to ask of us, right?" As soon as these words came out, the pavilion became quiet. Lu Si put down the big bowl and also stared at Lowe's. As the saying goes, one never visits a temple without a reason. Lowe's took out 1,000-year-old wine to entertain them. It was impossible that he had nothing better to do. Lowe's laughed and said, "Actually, it's like this. I heard that Zhuowen is about to go to a powerful sect to find a wife. Perhaps there will be an earth-shattering battle at that time. I'm looking for you because of this." Zhuowen stared at Lowe's in amazement. He instantly understood Lowe's intention. He was afraid that the latter intended to rope in Mais and Lu Si and then help him go to the Southern Burning Heaven sect to fight. You mean you want the two of us to be Zhuowen's hatchet men? Mais frowned and said with some displeasure. Although Lu Si didn't speak, from his slightly cold gaze, it could be seen that Lu Si's mood wasn't much better than Mais. Mountain God, as the god of a mountain, was the pinnacle existence in the upper realm. Every mountain god had their own dignity and couldn't be someone's hatchet man, unless this person could really make them admire him or was so strong that they could only tame him. They might really be able to help this person. But in their hearts, although Zhuowen's relationship with them wasn't wrong, he was still far from being qualified for them to be his hatchet man. Lowe's waved his hand and said, "I'm not asking you to be my hatchet man, but to help. In case Zhuowen is really in trouble, the two of you only need to help once. After all, he's now the master of the Azure Dragon Hall. If Zhuowen doesn't fall, it's actually only a matter of time before he completely controls the upper realm. Helping him is actually understandable for us." Hearing this, Mais and Lu Si looked at each other and immediately lowered their heads to ponder for a while. Finally, Mais smiled and said, "Zhuowen is a good guy. If he's really in a crisis, just call us and we'll definitely lend him a hand." "Thank you, seniors." Seeing that Mais and Lu Si had agreed, Zhuowen hurriedly bowed and cupped his hands, his voice full of gratitude. Mais and Lu Si were ranked before Lowe's, and their strength was a bit stronger than Lowe's. With the addition of these two people, it would be easy to flatten the Burning Heaven sect. "Haha, why are you being so polite? Since Lowe's took out the 1,000-year-old wine, let's drink to our heart's content. It's rare for Lowe's to be so generous." Mais waved his hand and hurriedly grabbed another wine jar from under the table. He opened the cork and gulped it down in one gulp. Lu Si also didn't hold back. He grabbed the wine jar next to him and imitated Mais, pouring it into his mouth. "Senior Lowe's, thank you so much for this time." While Mais and Lu Si were drinking to their heart's content, Zhuowen looked at Lowe's and transmitted his voice to him through secret sound transmission. Before this, Zhuowen was really surprised that Lowe's would plead with Mais and Lu Si for him. "Haha, it's just a small matter. Speaking of which, you can be considered half of my 18th mountain god because you have Teacher Lawrence's sacred bone." When Lawrence was mentioned, Lowe's gaze suddenly became a bit gloomy, as if he remembered something from the past. That year, Lowe's would never forget the tall and straight figure who earnestly taught him. If it weren't for Lawrence, how could he, Lowe's, become the new 18th mountain god? If it weren't for Lawrence, how could he, Lowe's, break through the great success holy physique so quickly? "Zhuowen, after drinking, I want to show you something. This thing was given to me by Teacher Lawrence." With a sigh, Lowe's suddenly transmitted his voice to Zhuowen. Zhuowen was startled and immediately nodded gently. After Lowe's mentioned Lawrence, Zhuowen was also a bit sad. He would never forget the memories that Lawrence had told him face to face and the relieved expression that Lawrence had when he entered his body. All of this made Zhuowen sigh in his heart. Let's drink first. Chapter 15:21. 9 turn golden crack pattern after drinking. Mais and Lu Si bid farewell to Zhuowen and Lowe's and left the 18th mountain. After Mais and Lu Si left, Zhuowen and Lowe's sat opposite each other without speaking. After a moment of silence, Lowe's looked at Zhuowen and said, "Zhuowen, come with me. That thing belongs to Teacher Lawrence. I'll take you to see it first. However, I want to make it clear that this thing is very dangerous." After saying that, Lowe's took the lead and walked into the palace at the center of the mountain peak. Zhuowen revealed a surprised expression. From Lowe's tone and words, he realized that the thing that Lowe's was talking about was probably very dangerous. I wonder what the thing that Senior Lowe's is talking about is. With a curious expression, Zhuowen followed Lowe's into the palace. Lowe's stopped in the center of the palace. There stood a stone pillar that was 3 meters tall and as thick as several people hugging it. At the top of the stone pillar, there was a golden light shining. This ray of light rushed to the ceiling of the palace and formed a huge golden light pillar. Countless, densely packed golden runes floated within the pillar of light. These runes were obscure and difficult to understand. Zhuowen couldn't understand what they meant. However, when he looked carefully, Zhuowen discovered that although there were many rune markings, they were actually all repeated. These densely packed rune markings should be divided into 9 different rune markings. These 9 runes were repeated over and over again, covering every corner of the golden light pillar. "What is this?" Zhuowen came to Lowe's side and asked softly as his gaze fell on the golden light pillar. The 9-cycle golden crack rune is a secret technique that teacher Lao Si treasured greatly. It is said that this secret technique was given to him by the first mountain god. It has a very high degree of compatibility with teacher's saint body. Moreover, when combined with the myriad Tao indestructible divine body, they bring out the best of each other. Liao Si sighed softly. A secret technique given to him by the first mountain god. Zhuowen whispered in shock. The first mountain god was a legendary figure in the entire upper realm. He was deeply respected by countless beings in the upper realm. Even the 18th mountain god had never seen the first mountain god's true face. It could be said that the first mountain god who had never shown his face was extremely mysterious. One could imagine how precious a secret technique that was given to Lawrence by such an existence was. It was no wonder that Lowe's was so cautious about it. 9 turn golden crack pattern Lowe's. "Have you cultivated golden crack pattern?" Zhuowen asked Lowe's. Lowe's nodded. Lowe's lease. Lowe's is Lowe's too. Lowe's time is. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed when he heard this. Lowe's words really made him scratch his head. Or rather, he didn't quite understand what Lowe's meant. Zhuowen, the cultivation method of the 9 revolution golden split rune, is very cruel. It requires you to draw these 9 golden runes on your soul. Every successful drawing of a golden rune can increase your physique by 1,000-fold. But the soul is the foundation of the human body. Even if it's just a slight movement of the soul, it will cause great damage to the body. Back then, I tried it. I could barely bear it when I drew a single stroke, especially the pain. It's not something an ordinary person can endure. So, in the end, I gave up on cultivating the 9 revolution golden split pattern. At this point, Lowe's face turned slightly red. He was clearly ashamed. Drawing runes on the soul, this Zhuowen was shocked as well. The cultivation method of the 9 revolution golden crack pattern was too harsh. The soul was the most important thing. If one wasn't careful, it could easily leave behind hidden dangers. It could even cause one's soul to dissipate. Senior Lawrence should have cultivated the 9 revolution golden crack pattern, right? How many runes did he cultivate? Zhuowen suddenly asked. Teacher Lawrence cultivated 3 runes. During his time, the 18th mountain was ranked in the top 10. However, Senior Lawrence later entered the 19th mountain, and the 18th mountain gradually declined. At this point, Lowe's looked a little ashamed. Obviously, he couldn't manage the 18th mountain in an orderly manner like Lawrence. Therefore, he felt a little guilty. He cultivated 3 runes? That's really amazing. From Lowe's words, Zhuowen knew how harsh and painful it was to cultivate the 9 revolution golden crack pattern. Lowe's couldn't even endure 1 rune. It was already very powerful for him to be able to cultivate 3 runes. You have the holy bone that Teacher Lawrence gave you. Cultivating the 9-revolution golden crack pattern will also help you break through the holy body. At this point, Lowe's reached out with his right hand. The golden light pillar suddenly shattered, and the 9 golden runes flew out and landed in Lowe's palm. The 9-revolution golden crack pattern originally belonged to Teacher Lawrence. Giving it to you is another way of returning it to its rightful owner. However, cultivating the 9-revolution golden crack pattern is too harsh. If you think it's inappropriate, I think it's best for you to stop cultivating it. At this point, Lowe's face was full of caution and even a little helplessness. Staring at the 9 golden runes floating in his palm, Zhuowen nodded seriously and said, "Senior Lowe's, don't worry. I'll do my best." That's good. Take me with you when you go out this time. I'm tired of staying in the upper realm. I've long wanted to go out. Suddenly, Lowe's rubbed his hands and chuckled. Of course. Since Senior Lowe's wants to go out for a walk, I'll definitely accompany you. After chatting with Lowe's for a while, Zhuowen took Lowe's through the upper realm and entered the second heaven, the Panic Major World. In the Panic Major World, they found Lu Hantian and the others. After instructing the 5 of them to stay in the Blue Dragon Palace for a while, Zhuowen took Lowe's and left the Blue Dragon Palace. However, before leaving, Zhuowen also took Kanan and Gatha with him. In a spacious courtyard in Ryuka, Zhuowen stared at Kanan and Gatha with a strange gaze and said, "Kanan, Gatha, your family is at the border between the Eastern Lands and the Southern Barbarian." Lowe's stood not far away from the courtyard, bored. However, he was not interested in the matter between Kanan and Gatha, so he did not listen to the conversation between the 3 of them. "Brother Zhuowen, my sister, and my family are at the border between the Eastern Lands and the Southern Barbarian. This time, you just happen to be going to the Southern Barbarian. My sister and I plan to go back to our family first, and then follow you to the Southern Barbarian," Kanan said with a smile. Zhuowen's eyes flickered, and he finally nodded and said, "How about this? Since it's on the way, I can stay in your family for a few days. After that, we'll continue on our way to the Southern Barbarian." "Thank you, Brother Zhuowen." Kanan and Gatha were extremely excited. After sending Kanan and Gatha back to the Azure Dragon Hall, Zhuowen brought Lowe's with him and walked towards the core hall of the Ryuka. At the same time, he used the communication jade charm to inform Long Xiaotian. In the hall, the upper echelons of the Ryuka were seated, and Long Xiangding and Long Xiaotian were seated at the head of the table. Seeing Zhuowen enter the hall, Long Xiangding and Long Xiaotian both went forward to welcome him. Now that the Ryuka had gained a firm foothold in the Dragon Phantom Realm, countless forces in the Dragon Phantom Realm respected the Ryuka, and no one dared to offend the Ryuka. Therefore, Zhuowen's grandfather, Zhuo Xiangding, had completely changed his surname to Long, and the rest of the Zhuo family had also changed their surname to Long. As for Zhuowen, he did not change his surname. To outsiders, he was still known as Zhuowen, but the Ryuka people would call him Longwen. "Father, is everything ready?" Zhuowen looked at Long Xiaotian and smiled. "Haha, everything is ready. This time I have carefully selected the Ryuka's elite martial artists, and nearly 1,000 of them will follow us to the Southern Barbarian lands. These are the family's most elite prodigies, and they are all very strong." Long Xiaotian laughed heartily. Speaking up to this point, he secretly transmitted his voice and continued, "I have already used a portion of the dragon soul I obtained last time to create several acquired dragon soul martial artists for the family. However, compared to the innate dragon soul martial artists, the acquired dragon soul martial artists are slightly weaker, but overall they're much stronger than ordinary martial artists." Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded and said, "Father, thank you for your hard work." "We are family, why are you saying this?" Long Xiaotian waved his hand and said. Long Xiangding walked in front of Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian. He did not object, but said seriously, "The 2 of you are the hope of Ryuka. Be careful on this trip to the Southern Barbarian lands." Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian looked at each other and nodded seriously. "Father, don't worry. Grandfather, don't worry." After that, the Ryuka's higher-ups chatted with Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian for a while, and then the two of them left the hall. In Ryuka, there was a huge square, and at this moment, there were groups of people lined up neatly in the square. The auras of these people were extremely strong, and they were like wild beasts, terrifying and frightening. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures rushed over and knelt on one knee on the ground. They said loudly, "Greetings to Lord Longwen and Lord Long Xiaotian. Zhuowen, these are the elite disciples that I have carefully selected. They will definitely be of great use in this trip to the southern barbarian lands." Long Xiaotian pointed at the people in the square and smiled. "Okay, I will put them into the Azure Dragon Palace first." With that, Zhuowen summoned the huge Azure Dragon Palace, and it floated above the square. The majestic Azure Dragon Palace shocked all the elite disciples in the square. They had heard of Zhuowen's rumors, and they all guessed that this palace was the mysterious immortal saint artifact. At the thought of being able to see such a powerful immortal saint artifact, many disciples' faces flushed with excitement. Whoosh! A huge suction force gushed out, and nearly 1,000 martial artists in the square disappeared into the Azure Dragon Palace. After putting away the Azure Dragon Palace, Zhuowen took out a chariot from his spirit ring. 4 huge bronze horses were tied to the front of the chariot. These 4 bronze horses were like living creatures, and they trotted down from the sky and landed in front of Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian. This chariot is a profound saint artifact that I got from the 4th floor of the treasure repository. It can travel at a tremendous speed. Father, we can take this chariot to the southern barbarian lands, Zhuowen said with a smile. Chapter 1522. By May the bronze horse galloped through the air like lightning and disappeared from the dragon spirit realm in an instant. Zhuowen didn't go directly to the southern barbarian lands. Instead, he went to the divine nether realm first. After all, he had an agreement with Yanji and the other two to go to the southern barbarian lands together. When the chariot landed in the divine nether academy, Zhuowen noticed that there was another familiar figure besides the 3 old men. Master, you're going to the southern barbarian lands without a word. Are you planning to abandon Wu Dai? Wu Dai flapped her wings and jumped onto the chariot. She kept hitting Zhuowen's chest with her fists as she cursed. Zhuowen was stunned. He stood there stiffly but didn't resist. He didn't expect Wu Dai to be waiting at the divine nether academy. His original plan was not to bring Wu Dai. After all, she was a demon saint. If she stayed in the demon nether realm and slowly developed, she would definitely become the palace master of the demon nether realm. It was too dangerous to accompany him to the southern barbarian lands. So Zhuowen didn't go to the demon nether realm to see Wu Dai and didn't mention this matter to her. Zhuowen, I'm sorry. This little girl is too clingy. We didn't mean to let it slip. Yanji blushed. Zhuowen felt somewhat helpless. He grabbed Wu Dai's sparkling and translucent hand and said, "Stop messing around. It was Master's fault for not informing you earlier. It's not like I can't bring you along now. However, you have to listen to everything I say and stay in the Azure Dragon Hall." Hearing this, Wu Dai's tears turned into smiles, and she giggled as she tugged on Zhuowen's arm. "I knew Master was the best, hee-hee." Zhuowen knew that Wu Dai was faking it, so he didn't pay much attention to it. He looked at the 3 old men and said, "Martial uncles, before we reach the southern barbarian lands, why don't you enter the Azure Dragon Hall first?" Yanji and the other 2 looked at each other. Among them, Yanji said, "Is that stinking brat Han Tian also in the Azure Dragon Hall?" Zhuowen nodded slightly. However, Yanji said somewhat angrily, "I knew that this stinking brat left with you. What an ungrateful little bastard. Let's see if I don't teach him a lesson when I go in." Although Yanji's words were very impolite, Zhuowen knew that Yanji was joking. Judging from his behavior, Yanji should have been very worried about Lu Hantian's safety. "Father, follow them in. After you enter, you can use the time flow inside to refine the sword of 10,000 sacrifices," Zhuowen said to Long Xiaotian. Long Xiaotian nodded his head and said, "All right, bring us all into the Azure Dragon Palace." As he spoke, Zhuowen took out the Azure Dragon Palace again. Immediately, Yan Ji and the other two, Long Xiaotian, and Wu Dai's group of 5 were all brought into the Azure Dragon Palace. All of a sudden, only Zhuowen and Lo's were left in the 4 bronze chariot. The outside world is really completely different from the upper realm. Lo's looked around, looking at the scenery of the divine nether realm. He would exclaim in admiration from time to time. Zhuowen laughed and said, "The scenery of the outside world is much more colorful than the upper realm. Senior Lo's, when the time comes, I'll bring you to have a good taste. Now, let's go to the southern wilderness first." As he spoke, the 4 bronze chariot stepped on its 4 iron hooves. The sound of rolling thunder came from the void. Then the chariot tore through the void and disappeared from the divine nether realm. The 4 bronze chariot caused such a big commotion, so it naturally attracted the attention of many divine nether realm martial artists. However, when they saw the youth at the front of the chariot, all the martial artists revealed expressions of reverence, because they all recognized the youth's true identity. He was the initiator of the Blue Dragon Hall's destruction, Zhuowen. Therefore, they did not dare to talk about it wantonly. The 4 bronze chariot left the 9th netherworld realm and went all the way south. It swept across the eastern land's southern border like a flash of lightning. After leaving the 9th netherworld realm, Zhuowen purposely made a trip to the Black Dragon Empire. The Black Dragon Empire's predecessor was the Qing Xian Empire. However, after the Qing Emperor was destroyed by Zhuowen, the White Brow Emperor changed it to the Black Dragon Empire. Rumble. The 4 bronze chariots' heavy wheels flew across the sky and instantly descended in the sky above the imperial capital of the Black Dragon Empire. What is this? What a terrifying pressure! Could it be a peerless expert from the 9th netherworld realm? The pressure on this chariot is not something we can withstand. The moment the 4 bronze chariot descended in the sky above the imperial capital, countless martial artists in the imperial capital involuntarily knelt on the ground. Some of the weaker martial artists even spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. In an instant, the bustling imperial capital fell into silence because of the arrival of the 4 bronze chariot. All the martial artists involuntarily knelt on the ground, not daring to breathe loudly. Zhuowen looked down at the imperial capital. With a stroke of his right hand, he withdrew the powerful saint aura on the 4 bronze chariot. The 4 bronze chariot was a profound saint artifact. It might not be much to Zhuowen, but to the martial artists of the Black Dragon Empire, it was simply like a scourge. It was extremely terrifying and terrifying. Where is the White Brow Emperor? Zhuowen looked down at the imperial capital and said indifferently. Although it was very soft, it was like a rumbling thunder in the ears of all the martial artists. It was so loud that it hurt their eardrums. This person is so terrifying. Just a sentence from him is enough to make my eardrums hurt. This is already beyond the scope of the Emperor realm. Could this young man be a saint? Finally, someone guessed. Many martial artists involuntarily lowered their heads, not daring to look at the 4 bronze chariot and Zhuowen on it. Lo's, who was sitting at the back of the chariot, curiously stared at the countless martial artists kneeling below the imperial capital. He revealed a look of interest. In Lo's view, all the living creatures in the imperial capital were lowly and weak. He only needed to stretch out his hand to turn the entire imperial capital into ruins. However, there were many things in the imperial capital that seemed so novel and special in Lo's eyes. He couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. It was a feast for his eyes. Not long after Zhuowen's voice fell, the White Brow Emperor flew out of the imperial capital palace in the center of the imperial capital in fear and trepidation. He came to the 4 bronze chariot and knelt on the ground. He respectfully said, "The White Brow Emperor greets the master." Many people in the imperial capital were stunned when they heard the White Brow Emperor's words. However, They were only stunned for a moment before they came back to their senses. They didn't feel that there was anything wrong with the White Brow Emperor calling the young man on the chariot master. This was because the young man in front of them was suspected to be a saint. Saints only existed in the mysterious 9 Netherworld realm, in a small imperial capital like theirs. Even the Emperor realm was considered a top expert. As for saints, they were simply unreachable existences. Now, everyone was sure that the young man on the chariot was definitely a saint. To be able to become a servant of a saint was a kind of luck for many martial artists in the outside world. It was extremely common for the weak to rely on the strong since ancient times. If the weak relied on the strong at the level of a saint, it was undoubtedly an extremely lucky thing. At this moment, the White Brow Emperor's heart was filled with excitement and complex emotions. Even he didn't expect that Zhuowen, a humble young man from the Qing Xian Empire, could achieve such achievements. Although he was only a mid-level Emperor realm expert, he could conclude that Zhuowen was definitely a saint. He raised his head slightly and looked at the valiant and formidable figure standing on the 4 bronze chariot. Looking at the young man who was like a demon, the White Brow Emperor's heart was filled with complex emotions. Rumble. Zhuowen stopped the 4 bronze chariot in front of the White Brow Emperor. At the same time, he waved his right hand and 4 figures rushed out of the Azure Dragon Palace. These 4 figures were none other than the White Brow Emperor, Ziyang, Huangliang, Xia, and Guanghan, who had followed the White Brow Emperor and followed Zhuowen. These 5 people were heavenly venerables who were highly regarded by the Azure Arch of the Azure Mystic Empire. Later on, they were killed by Zhuowen. Zhuowen took their nascent souls and used a secret technique to reconstruct their physical bodies, taking them in as slaves. Among the 4, Ziyang's cultivation base was the highest. He was an invincible emperor lord who had comprehended the laws. Huangliang, Xia, and Guanghan's talents were not as good as Ziyang's. Although they had cultivated in the Azure Dragon Palace for a long time, they were still high-level emperors. On the path of martial arts, not everyone was able to continuously advance triumphantly. Only those with great talent and a firm will could continue to walk down this path. Ziyang, Huangliang, Xia, and Guanghan. The White Brow Emperor stared at Ziyang and the others in shock. He couldn't see through their cultivation bases at all. Ziyang's aura was so vast that it made him tremble. He knew that these 4 people's cultivation bases were much higher than his. Thinking that he was only a 4th-level Great Emperor, he felt bitter. He knew that if he hadn't been assigned by Zhuowen to manage the Black Dragon Dynasty, he might have reached the peak of the Great Emperor realm instead of the 4th-level Great Emperor realm. Although a 4th-level Great Emperor realm was considered a peak expert in the outside world, it was in the 9 regions of the Black Dragon Dynasty. However, White Brow was very clear that this kind of cultivation could only be considered as an ordinary existence in the core of the eastern lands like the 9 Netherworld realm. There were many people who were stronger than him in the 9 Netherworld realm. Master! Ziyang and the others hurriedly knelt on the ground and greeted him respectfully. After witnessing the battle in the 9 Netherworld realm, their respect for Zhuowen grew stronger and stronger. They didn't dare to act rashly. Zhuowen nodded slightly and pointed at the White Brow Emperor. White Brow, come here for a moment. The White Brow Emperor was startled and walked to the 4 bronze chariot cautiously. At this moment, the White Brow Emperor was extremely nervous. Although the 4 bronze chariots Saint Aura had been withdrawn by Zhuowen, the 4 majestic horses still gave the White Brow Emperor great pressure. White Brow, I told you that if you manage the Black Dragon Dynasty well, I won't mistreat you. The Black Dragon Dynasty is indeed well managed. Now I'll fulfill my promise. I'll help you raise your cultivation base. Now, close your eyes and relax your body and mind. Hearing this, the White Brow Emperor was excited. He hurriedly followed Zhuowen's instructions and closed his eyes, relaxing his heart. Zhuowen took out an upper-grade immortal pill from his spiritual ring and crushed it. At the same time, he activated the saint energy in his body and refined the medicinal power of the immortal pill into surging energy. Chapter 1523. Curse. As Zhuowen infused saint energy and immortal elixirs into Bai Mei's body, Bai Mei's aura grew stronger and stronger. After Zhuowen withdrew his finger sword, a terrifying storm of yuan qi emerged from Bai Mei's back. Terrifying winds and clouds gathered in the horizon of the imperial capital. It was a terrifying sight. Bai Mei, I've used 3 superior-grade immortal elixirs and my saint energy to raise your cultivation to the 9th level monarch realm. Whether you can become an invincible monarch, lord, depends on you. I can't help you much with laws. Zhuowen withdrew his right hand and looked at Bai Mei indifferently. His indifferent voice kept echoing. Bai Mei suddenly opened his eyes, and the violent storm dissipated. Then he knelt on the ground and said excitedly, "Thank you, Master, for bestowing me with cultivation." At this moment, the disappointment in Bai Mei's heart had completely disappeared. He had stayed in the Black Dragon Dynasty and helped Zhuowen guard it for many years. He finally got the reward he deserved. Ziyang and the others were not surprised at all. They had personally experienced how strong Zhuowen was. With Zhuowen's terrifying glimpse sage strength, raising Bai Mei's cultivation was just a piece of cake. "Ziyang, do you know why I summoned you?" Zhuowen turned around and suddenly looked at Ziyang and the others. "I don't know. Please enlighten me, Master." Ziyang bowed respectfully. Zhuowen stepped into the void and looked down at the entire eastern land. He said, "The Black Dragon Dynasty's territory is too small." "What do you mean, Master?" Ziyang guessed something, and his eyes showed a hint of excitement. "Conquer the entire eastern land and destroy all the dynasties outside of the 9th Netherworld realm. The eastern land will only allow one dynasty, and it will be called the Black Dragon Dynasty. The Black Dragon Dynasty will only listen to Ryuka." Zhuowen spat out these words, word by word. His voice was very soft, but in everyone's ears it was like a rumbling thunder, shaking everyone's eardrums. Zhuowen's words were simple, but in the ears of Bai Mei and everyone from the Black Dragon Empire, they sounded extremely impassioned. "Understood." Ziyang, white eyebrows, and the other 4 all knelt on the ground and replied respectfully, "I look forward to your performance. When the true Black Dragon Dynasty spreads throughout the East, let the glory of the Ryuka shine upon this land. If you feel that the Black Dragon Empire is not enough, you can go to Ryuka and look for my grandfather, Long Xiangding. This is my identity token. With this identity token, it is as if I am here in person." Zhuowen threw his badge to Ziyang. For Heaven's shaking horse, cries soared into the sky as the chariot disappeared from the sky above the capital. As soon as the chariot left, countless cultivators who were kneeling on the ground stood up, trembling. Everyone still had lingering fear in their hearts. They knew very well that someone like Zhuowen could destroy the entire Black Dragon Empire with just a wave of his hand. "Brother Ziyang, when are we going to start cleaning up the other empires?" Bai Mei suddenly asked Ziyang. "In 3 days. However, the Flame Emperor of the Yenxian Empire, which is next to our Black Dragon Empire, has some friendship with Master. Master's friend, Mo Lingtian, is the Flame Emperor's son. As for the Yenxian Empire, Master told me not to cause trouble for them. It's best to help the Yenxian Empire and recruit them into our Black Dragon Empire to discuss important matters together," Ziyang said. "I know. The Black Dragon Empire has always had a good relationship with the Yenxian Empire. I can find the Flame Emperor to discuss this matter." Bai Mei nodded. CS suddenly interjected. "In the past, the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty and Brilliance Holy Dynasty tried to kill Master. They even sent many Emperor Realm experts to assassinate Master. Why don't we start with these 2 holy dynasties?" Sister Sia is right. These 2 empires were very arrogant back then. This time, we'll let them taste the feeling of being wiped out." Huang Liang licked his lips and said cruelly, Ziyang nodded. Then it's settled. We'll start with the Alcade Holy Dynasty and the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty. By May, call the Flame Emperor over as soon as possible. We'll attack the Alcade Holy Dynasty and the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty in 3 days. And so, 3 days later, the Eastern lands began a campaign that lasted for several months. The Black Dragon Dynasty suddenly rose from the Eastern land and swept away all the dynasties in the Eastern land, big and small. The first to suffer were the Brilliance Holy Dynasty and Blue Whale Holy Dynasty. In just a single night, the Black Dragon Dynasty's cultivators breached their city gates, and most of their cultivators were captured. The holy capitals of the two empires were massacred, and the holy lords of the two empires were killed by a peerless expert named Ziyang with a single move. This matter shocked countless empires in the Eastern lands. As the Black Dragon Empire swept away more and more empires, the weaker ones even took the initiative to surrender, not daring to fight with the Black Dragon Empire. In an instant, the Black Dragon Empire's name spread throughout the Eastern lands. Many empires in the Eastern lands trembled at the mention of the Black Dragon Empire. They didn't dare to fight with the Black Dragon Empire. Of course, the Black Dragon Empire's sweeping of the Eastern lands was a story for another time. Whoosh! 3 days later, at the border between the Eastern lands and the Southern barbarians, a thunderous sound came from the sky, followed by a terrifying four-bronze chariot. On a desolate slope, Zhou Wen and Liao Si walked down from the chariot, and then they looked around, yet they noticed that this place was completely empty. 100 meters in front of the barren land, there was a huge gully. The gully was hundreds of meters wide and thousands of meters deep. It was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. It looked like a pitch-black abyss. Zhou Wen knew that the gully was the border between the Eastern lands and the Southern barbarians. However, what surprised Zhou Wen was that there was no one at the border. How could the family that Canaan and Gatha had mentioned be here? What the hell is this place? There's no one around. There's nothing here. Lois looked around and muttered, "Looks like I'll have to ask Canaan and Gatha." As he spoke, Zhou Wen took out the Blue Dragon token and summoned Canaan and Gatha from the Blue Dragon Hall. "Canaan, Gatha, I've arrived at the border of the Eastern lands, but there's no one here. Where's your family?" Zhou Wen asked. Canaan and Gatha were stunned at first, but they smiled at each other and said, "Our family does live the border, but they don't live on the surface. They live underground." Underground? Zhou Wen and Lowe's were stunned. They didn't expect Canaan and Gatha's family to live underground. It was a little strange. They could live on the surface, but they chose to live underground. Perhaps because he sensed the strange gazes from Zhou Wen and Lowe's. Canaan smiled bitterly. "Brother Zhou Wen, there's something you don't know. The surface of the border is not habitable. If it was, our family would have moved to the surface long ago." "Oh, is there something you're hiding?" Zhou Wen asked curiously. Canaan nodded. He pointed at the terrifying gorge in front of them and said, "A powerful demon saint once died in that gorge. That demon saint was unwilling to die, so he left behind a curse in that gorge. The curse is that every night, the demon saint's resentment would create a parade of 100 ghosts, which would bewitch many residents on the surface into jumping into the gorge. In the past, there were several bustling cities here, but due to the existence of the gorge's curse, most people have died. The remaining people have all fled the border, never daring to approach it again." Zhou Wen narrowed his eyes when he heard that. He stared at the huge gorge. No wonder he had always felt that the gorge was not simple. It turned out that a powerful sacred beast had died in the depths of the gorge. "Since there's a curse here, why hasn't your family left? Instead, you've stayed here," Lowe's asked in surprise. Zhou Wen also stared at Canaan and Gatha in confusion. He had the same doubts as Lowe's. Since there was a curse here, their family should have left. Canaan and Gatha looked at each other and sighed softly. "This is also the same as us. However, The elders of our family said that there's something the family has to protect in the gorge. They had to stay here, so our family has always stayed here. Something they have to protect? Juowen and Loz felt more and more confused. Canaan and Gatha's family was really a little strange. Bring us to your family first. If I'm not wrong, your return to your family this time isn't as simple as just seeing your family members, right? Are you planning to help your family members break the gorge's curse? Juowen stared sharply at Canaan and Gatha. Their eyes flickered, but they fell silent. If it's possible, I'll enter the gorge with you. Let's go to your family first. Juowen said indifferently. Big brother Juowen, thank you. Canaan and Gatha looked at each other and couldn't hide the surprise in their eyes. Juowen waved his hand and said, The two of you have been with me for a long time. It's not difficult to help you enter the gorge. Juowen had reached the glimpse saint realm and possessed 7 types of laws and several types of saint artifacts. He indeed had the qualifications to be so proud. Even if the demon saint in the gorge was a heaven-defying demon saint, it was just a trace of resentment. It couldn't do anything to Juowen. Therefore, Canaan and Gatha brought Juowen and Loz to the wasteland. The two of them stopped about 10 miles away from the gorge. Canaan took out a small bamboo tube the size of a thumb. The bamboo tube had a sharp end. He inserted it into the ground and muttered something. Instantly, countless dense patterns appeared on the surface of the bamboo tube. A vast aura surged out of the bamboo tube and spread in all directions. Rumble. Chapter 1524. Jia Clan. The bamboo tube was hollow, and when it stopped moving, a flight of stairs appeared in the center of the tube, leading downwards. This is the entrance. We'll reach the underground city if we go down. My clan is in the underground city. Jia Nan smiled at Juowen. As he spoke, Jia Nan and Gatha took the lead and entered the depths of the bamboo tube. Juowen and Loz did not hesitate and followed closely behind them. The 4 of them walked in the dark bamboo tube for the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn before landing on the ground. Only when he stepped on the ground did Juowen discover that the ground was actually made of hard limestone slabs. Afterwards, he looked around and discovered that the walls around him were actually made of limestone slabs as well. It was as if Juowen was not underground at this moment, but in a palace. On the 2 sides of the neat walls, a luminous pearl was embedded at every interval to illuminate the darkness of the passageway. Who are you? Suddenly, a stern shout rang out. Not far from the passageway, a young girl led a group of fully armed people and stared at Juowen's group of 4 vigilantly. Young Master Jianan, young Miss Gatha, is it really you? I didn't expect you to return. A linen-clothed old man walked out from behind the young girl. At this moment, the old man stared at Jianan and Gatha with an excited expression as his entire body trembled. The linen-clothed old man's actions caused the young girl in the lead to reveal a surprised expression. Afterwards, the young girl asked in a strange manner, Elder Yin, you wouldn't be talking about big brother Jianan and big sister Gatha, right? Didn't they go to Jiashin Academy to study? The linen-clothed old man was extremely excited. He quickly walked up to Jianan and Gatha and sized them up. After that, he sternly said to the people behind him, Put down your weapons. These 2 are young Master Jianan and young Miss Gatha. With that, the fully armed people all let out a sigh of relief and put down their weapons. Elder Yan's prestige amongst them was rather high. Since Elder Yan had said so, they naturally would not disobey his orders. Elder Yan, we've returned. Jianan and Gatha both smiled and spoke rather excitedly. Are you really big brother Jianan and big sister Gatha that the elders in the clan have been constantly talking about? The young girl had flashed over to Elder Yan's side. Her beautiful large eyes blinked as she stared at Jianan and Gatha. You're Jialian, right? It's been so many years of age. Gatha stroked the young girl's hair and spoke in a doting manner. Jialian, so you're the little bug that used to follow Sister Jiasha around? You've grown so big in the blink of an eye. Kanan chuckled. I'm not a follower, Jialian said coquettishly. Her appearance was extremely cute. Nan cracked a smile and said, That was in the past, but not now. So many years have passed since I last returned, and you've grown so big and beautiful. Lian giggled when she heard that. She was extremely happy. At this moment, Elder Yan's gaze became serious. This was because he discovered that he was actually unable to see through Jia, Nan, and Gatha. In fact, he was unable to see through Zhuowen and those behind them. Elder Yan had a rather high status in the clan. He was a high-level emperor as well, but he was unable to see through the cultivation of the 4 people before him. This meant that all 4 of them, including Jia, Nan, and Gatha, were stronger than him. Young Master Jianan, Miss Gatha, what are your cultivations now? Elder Yan could not help but ask. Jianan coughed and blushed slightly. I'm sorry. My cultivation isn't very high. I'm only a half-saint. With that, Jianan glanced at Gatha, Zhuowen, and those behind her. His face grew even redder as he felt rather ashamed. He was the weakest amongst the 4 of them, so it was very normal for him to feel ashamed. Hiss! When Jianan said this, old Yan and the people behind him all sucked in a breath of cold air. The half-saint realm was an unreachable existence to them. After all, even the strongest elder of their clan didn't possess a cultivation as formidable as the half-saint realm. However, Jianan was only a junior, and he hadn't been away for more than 20 years. His cultivation had risen so quickly in such a short period of time. It was truly beyond their expectations. Big brother Jianan, are you really a half-saint? Then aren't you even stronger than Elder Yan? Jialian was rather surprised as well. She pulled on Jianan's sleeve and blinked her large eyes as she spoke. Jianan was rather embarrassed and said, I'm not strong at all. Little sister Gatha has already become a saint. She's a void saint now. Hiss! Everyone in the surroundings inhaled a breath of cool air in unison when Jianan's words were spoken. They looked towards Jia Sha in succession as if they were asking the latter if Jianan's words were true. Gatha was slightly embarrassed from being stared at by so many people, but she still nodded and said, Yes, big brother Jia, Nan is right. My cultivation has indeed reached the void saint realm. Elder Yan and the others fell into silence again. In the end, Elder Yan said excitedly, Good, good, good. Sending the 2 of you to Jiashan Academy was the right choice. Jianan, Gatha, our clan really didn't misjudge the 2 of you. Gatha said rather shyly, It's all thanks to Elder Yan and the other elders' love for sending us to Jiashan Academy to further our studies. Otherwise, it would be impossible for us to have such achievements. Jianan nodded, and then he pulled Zhuowen to Elder Yan and said with a smile, Elder Yan, let me introduce you. This is Big Brother Zhuowen. The reason our cultivation has risen so quickly is actually mostly because of Big Brother Zhuowen. Jianan chuckled and said, Big Brother Zhuowen is also a saint. His cultivation is already at the profound glimpse saint realm, and he's very strong. He defeated a saint at the sky Een saint realm. As soon as he said that, Elder Yan's right hand trembled. He stared at Zhuowen in disbelief and said, Profound glimpse saint realm, and he defeated a sky Een saint realm expert? This time, Elder Yan was really shocked. Zhuowen didn't look old, but he was already at the profound glimpse saint realm. Moreover, what was even more unbelievable was that this boy had defeated a sky Een saint realm expert at the profound glimpse saint realm. He had practically defeated a sky saint realm expert at the profound glimpse saint realm. How was this possible? Elder Yan, there's no need to doubt it. Big Brother Zhuowen is a monstrous genius who has comprehended 7 types of laws. Jianan said again. Elder Yan's mouth slowly opened. He was almost completely numb, and he couldn't even close it. Every word that Jianan said was too inconceivable to Elder Yan, but he also knew that Jianan wouldn't play tricks on him. Taking a deep breath, Elder Yin hurriedly reached out and held Zhuan's hand. He said, rather enthusiastically, "So it's young Master Zhua. Jia, Nan, and Gatha are indebted to young Master Zhua for taking care of us. That's why we have our current achievements. It's our honor to have young Master Zhua visit our Jia clan today. And who is this?" As he spoke, Elder Yin looked at Lowe's. His gaze was full of courtesy. He could feel that Lowe's gave him a great sense of threat. He was sure that this bald, burly Lowe's was definitely in existence, more dangerous than Zhuan. At the same time, Elder Yin was extremely puzzled. He was both surprised and delighted that Jia, Nan, and Gatha knew such a powerful existence. "He's Lowe's. He's my friend," Zhuan introduced casually. Naturally, he wouldn't say much about Lowe's. After all, even if he told Elder Yin about Lowe's origins, Elder Yin wouldn't know. Elder Yin nodded politely at Lowe's. Then he walked to Jia, Nan, and Gatha's side and said, "You've come back just in time. Elder Song is about to die. He wants to see the two of you one last time." "What? Elder Song is about to die? How is that possible?" Jia, Nan, and Gatha's expressions changed drastically. Elder Song was the closest elder to them in the clan. Moreover, both of their parents had died when they were young. It was Elder Song who had raised them. Moreover, the fact that they were able to study at Jia Shin Academy was inseparable from Elder Song's recommendation. "Come with me first." Last time, the curse in the ravine appeared too abruptly. At that time, Elder Song and a team from the clan were investigating outside and happened to encounter this wave of curse. In order to escort the others underground, Elder Song blocked the curse by himself. In the end, his life was in danger. At this point, Elder Yan's eyes were full of sighs. Then he led Jia, Nan, Gatha, and the others into the depths of the tunnel. After reaching the end of the tunnel, Zhuan discovered that the other end of the tunnel was an extremely spacious underground world. The ground was still made of limestone slabs. The surroundings were like a small city with several streets. On both sides of the streets were rows of buildings with pavilions and towers in picturesque disorder. Above the underground world hung a large, luminous pearl. Its intense light illuminated the dusky underground world. There were many people on the streets. The entrance of Elder Yin and the others caused quite a commotion. After all, Elder Yan's reputation in the underground world was quite high. Elder Yin led the way, with Jia Lian following behind. They walked straight to the center of the underground world. There was an ancient-looking pavilion there. Elder Yin. Outside the pavilion, the guards all lowered their heads and bowed respectfully when they saw Elder Yin. Then they made way for Elder Yin and the others to enter the pavilion. Elder Yin completely ignored the guards and led the group inside. After arriving at the hall, Elder Yin politely said to Zhuan and Lowe's, "The two of you, Jianan and Gatha, have some private matters to attend to. I hope that the two of you can sit here for a while. If there's anything that's lacking in hospitality, I hope that the two of you can forgive us." Zhuan waved his hand and said, "Since it's an urgent matter, Elder Yin, you don't have to bother with the two of us. Just bring Jia, Nan, and Gatha in." "Excuse me." Elder Yin cupped his hands in respect. He didn't dare to treat Zhuan poorly. After all, this was a terrifying monster at the glimpse profound Saint realm who had grasped 7 types of laws. Coupled with the powerful Lowe's by Zhuan's side, the two of them could directly slaughter the Jia clan. How could he not be cautious? After speaking, Elder Yin cupped his hands again and led Jia, Nan, and Gatha into the depths of the pavilion. Zhuan knew that Elder Yin had probably brought Jia, Nan, and Gatha in to visit that so-called Elder Song. Chapter 1525. Drawing golden markings, Jia Nan and Jia Sha entered the deepest part of the building. Around an hour later, they came out one after another. Jia Sha was sobbing, as though she had encountered an extremely sad matter. As for Jia Nan, he was even more silent and ghastly pale. Elder Yin and Jia Lian followed behind them and sighed helplessly. "What's wrong?" How's Elder Song doing? Zhuowen could not help but ask when he saw their expressions. Big Brother Zhua, Elder Song probably won't make it. I know you're very powerful, and you're an arcana master as well. Perhaps you might have a way to save Elder Song. Suddenly, Gatha quickly walked over to Zhuowen and pulled on Zhuowen's hands as she spoke tearfully. However, Elder Yin shook his head and said, Gatha, it's too late. Elder Song's curse has already seeped into his soul. He's already an arrow at the end of its flight. Even if this little brother possesses extraordinary abilities, it's not very likely that he can remove the curse from Elder Song. No, others might not be able to remove it, but Big Brother Zhua can. Gatha shook her head and spoke with extreme determination. This. Elder Yen looked at the stubborn Gatha with some helplessness. He could only nod and say, Young Master Zhua, you can try if you want. Please come with me. As he spoke, Elder Yen led the way. In his opinion, the curse had already seeped into Elder Song's soul. Even a celestial saint might not be able to save him, let alone Zhuowen. They arrived at a simple and elegant room. The furnishings within were very simple. An old man lay on his back on a bed deep within the room. The old man's face twitched and his veins bulged. His eyes were a glossy green as he struggled incessantly. However, the old man was bound by terrifying black chains. Although he struggled with all his might, he was unable to break free from the chains at all. Zhuowen arrived beside the bed. The old man glared furiously at him. He bared his fangs, and saliva dripped from his mouth as he bared his fangs and brandished his claws at Zhuowen. Staring at the old man, Zhuowen extended his right sword finger and quickly tapped the old man's forehead. The old man immediately closed his eyes and fainted. After the old man fainted, Zhuowen's consciousness was like a thread that extended into the depths of the old man's sea of consciousness. The old man's sea of consciousness was almost dried up, even revealing the riverbed below. A cloud of black gas floated above the riverbed of the sea of consciousness. Zhuowen's will swept out and found that there was an old man wrapped in the black gas. This old man was none other than Elder Song. Elder Song was enveloped by the black gas. This black gas was like a river that flowed into the sea. It poured into Elder Song's 5 orifices and blocked his 5 senses. Brother Zhuowen, how is Elder Song? When Zhuowen's consciousness retreated, Gatha and Kanan hurriedly asked, The power of the curse has indeed entered Elder Song's soul. However, I have a way to remove this curse. It will take a few days. The first half of Zhuowen's words caused Jia, Nan, and Jia Sha to be rather disappointed. However, the second half of his words caused the siblings to feel hopeful. Elder Yen frowned slightly and revealed a trace of disbelief. However, Zhuowen was terrifyingly powerful, so he didn't say anything. Wait outside the door. I will be able to completely remove it in 3 days. During this time, don't come in and disturb me, Zhuowen said with a smile. Kanan and Gatha naturally trusted Zhuowen. They didn't say anything and left the room with Elder Yen. In the empty room, Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he stared at Elder Song. With a pinch of his right hand, a golden rune appeared in his palm. The 9-cycle golden crack rune has the effect of purifying the soul. Perhaps this thing can remove the curse in Elder Song's soul. As he spoke, Zhuowen pinched the sword fingers of his right hand. The golden rune condensed at the tip of his finger and pointed at Elder Yan's forehead. The golden rune followed his finger and entered Elder Song's sea of consciousness. The instant the golden rune entered Elder Song's dried-up sea of consciousness, the black gas that wrapped around Elder Song's soul actually emitted a sharp whistle. Soon after, it transformed into a huge black exotic beast that stared at the golden rune. Suppress! Zhuowen wasn't polite at all. He commanded the golden rune to rush towards the black exotic beast. Yeah, the black exotic beast let out a long howl. It stepped into the air and directly rushed towards the golden rune. It could feel the terrifying might of the golden rune. Rumble! Unfortunately, the difference between the black exotic beast and the golden rune was too great. The moment they collided, it was completely suppressed by the golden rune. The black gas that surrounded Elder Song's soul also gradually faded. The golden rune suppressed the black exotic beast and dragged it out of Elder Song's sea of consciousness. No matter how the black exotic beast struggled, it couldn't break free from the golden rune's suppression. The golden rune floated above Zhuowen's palm again. He stared at the suppressed black exotic beast. He discovered that this exotic beast was shaped like a tiger. Its fur was as hard as needles, and the two fangs above its mouth were as sharp as swords. Woo woo woo! Seeing that it couldn't break free from the golden rune, the exotic beast hurriedly crawled on the ground and whimpered to Zhuowen for mercy. A wisp of curse power actually has the instinct to live. Not simple. I really wonder what level the demon Sane is at. Zhuowen looked at the exotic beast that was crawling on the ground and begging for mercy in amazement. In the end, he squeezed his right hand. Under the mighty power of the golden rune, the black exotic beast directly collapsed into countless black gas. Zhuowen didn't expect the 9-cycle golden crack rune to be so powerful. It only took a short while for the curse to be dispelled. Seeing that Elder Song was still unconscious, Zhuowen knew that the former wouldn't wake up for a while, so he wasn't in a hurry to go out. Senior Lowe's said that the 9-cycle golden crack rune is a special rune engraved on the soul. Moreover, it complements the myriad Tao indestructible divine body and complements each other. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. Soon after, he placed the golden rune floating above his palm into his glabella. In Zhuowen's sea of consciousness, a golden sea surged. It was extremely vigorous. On the surface of the golden sea, Zhuowen's soul sat cross-legged. Not far from Zhuowen's soul, the Xiaohei dog also pretended to sit cross-legged with its paws raised. It was actually imitating a human to cultivate. This was truly heaven-defying. Above the golden sea, Chang Huang was lazily lying on the back of the divine turtle with its legs crossed. It looked like it was enjoying itself. Zhuowen, who was sitting in the sea of consciousness, suddenly opened his eyes. He slowly stood up and stared at the sky. There, a golden rune was gradually falling. Xiaohei, stop pretending to be dead. Get up. Zhuowen unceremoniously kicked the pretentious Xiaohei dog next to him, causing it to fall flat on its face. Woof! How dare you kick this Lord Dragon? I think you're tired of living. Do you know that this Lord Dragon has already reached the realm of oneness of heaven and man? Oh, no, it's the realm of oneness of heaven and dog. You little brat, how dare you disturb me? I'll bite you to death. Xiaohei immediately jumped up. The hair on its back stood on end. It directly bit down on Zhuowen's leg. You damn dog, let go! After fooling around for a while, the man and the dog finally stopped. They raised their heads and focused their attention on the slowly falling golden rune. This golden rune is the 9-turn golden split rune that I told you about. The only way to cultivate this secret technique is to engrave it on the soul. It's very simple, but also very complicated. Zhuowen murmured in a low voice. There was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Are you planning to engrave this golden rune on the soul now? Xiaohei and Cheng Huang frowned at the same time. Yes, I'm going to try. Zhuowen nodded. Xiaohei said somewhat coldly, Kid, you'd better think this through. Any secret technique related to the soul is extremely dangerous. The soul is your foundation. If your soul is damaged, you're really done for. Do you still want to try? Zhuowen shook his head and said, Of course, I want to try. Senior Lowe's said that the 9-turn golden split rune was passed down by the first mountain god. It has a complementary effect on the indestructible divine body. I believe that as long as I cultivate the 9-turn golden split rune, I'll be able to break through the shackles. I might even be able to break through to the great success divine body. Seeing the determination in Zhuowen's eyes, Xiaohei and Cheng Huang looked at each other helplessly. Xiao Hei, you know a lot more about the soul than I do. This time, you'll engrave this golden rune on my body, Zhuowen said to Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei nodded and said, I'll try my best. However, if anything goes wrong, you have to stop cultivating this secret technique immediately. Do you understand? I know. I won't joke around with my life, Zhuowen said with a smile. Whoosh! Xiao Hei flew into the sky and grabbed the golden rune that was descending from the sky. Then, he carefully examined the golden rune on his palm. Kid, this golden rune has 5 strokes. In other words, it needs to be engraved on your soul 5 times to form the trajectory of this golden rune. Are you sure you can withstand 5 injuries to your soul? Xiao Hei sighed helplessly. Come on, Zhuowen said in a deep voice. Then be careful. Xiao Hei was not a sloppy person. He flew in front of Zhuowen and placed his little claws on Zhuowen's chest. Then, following the trajectory of the golden rune, he gently drew it. Ah! A terrifying pain spread from head to toe and spread throughout Zhuowen's body. Zhuowen's soul could not help but let out a heart-wrenching scream. Plop! In the outside world, Zhuowen suddenly knelt on the ground. His face was pale and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He bit his lips tightly to prevent himself from screaming. Then he clawed with his right hand and left 2 deep claw marks on the ground. Zhuowen, are you all right? Engraving the golden rune is not that easy. What you have to endure is the injuries to your soul. If you can't endure it, you should give up. It's better not to cultivate this thing. Xiao Hei said worriedly, I'm fine. Continue engraving. Finish the entire golden rune. Zhuowen endured the pain and took out an iron rod. The surface of the iron rod was wrapped in 3 layers of gauze. Then he bit the iron rod. You stubborn kid. Looking at Zhuowen's appearance, Xiao Hei shook his head helplessly. However, he still followed Zhuowen's request and continued engraving on the chest of Zhuowen's soul according to the trajectory of the golden rune. Low and deep groans of pain were continuously emitted from the room. Fortunately, Old Song had already fainted.